Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. This is a compilation of my reactions to all parts of Extra History series on Justinian and Theodora. So if you want to learn a little bit more about the Eastern Roman Empire, or one of its greatest, if not its greatest emperors, then this is the video for you. Now this will be a bit of a long one. We'll go through Justinian's entire career, so maybe grab a drink, grab some snacks, have fun with it. Now, if you guys end up enjoying this one, I'd appreciate it if you would leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and check out my Patreon, which is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this series.
The West has fallen. Britannia was abandoned centuries ago. Gaul is overrun by the Franks. Hispania is a Visigothic province now, and North Africa has fallen to the Vandals.
Yeah, if we're coming in just before Justinian takes power, this is definitely not a high point for the Roman Empire. The western half of the empire has fallen. The eastern half of the empire, aka the Byzantine Empire, is struggling, you know. So Rome not going through its best era.
Worst of all, Italy, and thus Rome itself, has become an Ostrogothic kingdom. Only the east still stands. But even in the east, Huns and Bulgars press in on the north, and in the south, war rages with the mighty Sassanid Empire.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty near the beginning of what we know as the Byzantine Empire. I know some people have an issue with that term because it's anachronistic. It wasn't used at the time, and thus is a little misleading, but for the sake of clarity, I use Byzantine Empire and Eastern Roman Empire interchangeably. This is near the beginning of the Eastern Roman Empire, which I guess we're counting as when the West fell and we had a sort of independent Byzantine Empire, quote-unquote. It's all very complicated, and you know, we've got pretty typical Byzantine themes already, such as being surrounded on all sides by your enemies, infighting, struggling to survive, even though we're so early in the timeline. I mean, if we zoom out, look at how long the empire is going to survive. Justinian is still pretty early in the process.
Not even Anatolia, the heart of the empire, home of Constantinople herself, is safe. And yet today, all around us, we see the legacy of Eastern Rome. In the heart of Istanbul stands the Hagia Sophia. Its great domes housed the largest cathedral in the world for 1,000 years, and even now, 1,500 years after its construction, it stands as a wonder for us all.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the influence of Byzantine Eastern Roman culture, it's absolutely everywhere. I mean, you can talk about Roman culture broadly, and of course the Eastern Roman Empire is an extension of that, but even more specifically, you know, you can look at a lot of the art of Italy, particularly medieval Italy. A lot of that was inspired by Byzantine art and culture. Of course, the spread of Orthodox Christianity is almost single-handedly due to the influence of the Byzantine Empire. It was their power and cultural influence, soft power we might call it, that led to the spread of Orthodox Christianity throughout a good chunk of Eastern Europe. I mean, of course, Russia is known as an Eastern Orthodox country today, perhaps the most prominent, but they got that from the Byzantines. So, and they showed some examples of art before. You can look around Europe, around the world, and you will find a lot of examples of Byzantine cultural, religious, artistic, etc., influence.
Every day in courtrooms half the world over, decisions are made rooted in the legal framework laid out in the Corpus Juris Civilis.
Right, not even to mention the legal influence, and a lot of that is down to Justinian, so that's something we'll be talking about throughout this series.
And in the apse of the Basilica in San Vitale, if you look up, you will see the most renowned emperor of the East looking down on you from a mosaic nearly 1,500 years old. And these things that are left to us are almost all the work of one man.
They make a good point, you know. Of course, you know, the Eastern Roman Empire was so much more than Justinian, but a lot of the sort of big cultural artifacts of the Byzantine Empire can be traced in some way to Justinian. He had a hand in all of these, and of course, far more than just this.
One emperor, Justinian. He was perhaps the greatest emperor of the Byzantines, and the last of them to dream of a restored Rome, to dream of a unified Christian church, to dream in marble and gold and steel. Never again would the Roman Empire see the heights it saw under this one man.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we'll talk about this throughout the series. Justinian had a complicated legacy. There are pros and there are cons. I'm not the most positive on Justinian, but you gotta recognize he was absolutely one of, if not the greatest of the Eastern Roman emperors. If greatness is measured in sort of magnitude, the amount of stuff he managed to do, the magnitude of his achievements, his ambition to reconquer Rome's lost territory and reunify the destroyed Roman Empire, that was not reached again ever in the Eastern Roman Empire. He almost, I think, sort of represented a past era. He represented an era when Rome was stronger and unified. I think that's kind of what Justinian was pushing towards. In the end, in the long term, it didn't end up working out. As we know, the Eastern Roman Empire could not hold on to that Western territory, but that is really sort of what Justinian, I think, means. That's what his legacy is. But, there's a whole lot more to that, and we will talk about that throughout all these episodes.
And never again would anyone come so close to bringing the West back into the light of Rome. But Justinian's legacy is mixed. Unlike those heroic emperors who kept Rome and then Byzantium from being forever extinguished when complete collapse looked inevitable, Justinian took an empire that was beset on all sides but still strong and raised it to magnificence. But in doing so, he may have gambled too many of its resources, expended too much of its strength on a dream.
Yeah, and once again, this is something else we'll get into throughout this series. I think that is one of the downsides of Justinian's legacy, is that all the good things also came with cons, right? He was extremely ambitious. That can be good, but he also poured a lot of resources into his efforts. Now, I think there's a lot of debate over how much money Justinian actually lost or brought in. Regardless of what the answer to that is, it is certainly true that he used a lot of money for a lot of his different ventures, and that the emperors who came after him just could not live up to his legacy, and thus they were sort of set up for failure. Now, I'm not taking the blame away from them. If you can't live up to Justinian, well, too bad. But they couldn't, right? They couldn't achieve what he did, and thus were left with an untenable situation that started to crumble, before, but especially after Justinian was gone. He wasn't necessarily so successful in planning for the long term, though a lot of his influence was very long term. It's complicated. We'll get into it.
Justinian is one of my favorite Roman emperors because he had the boldness to dream in a way that no one else did, and he had the energy, the drive, and the capacity to back up those dreams. He was intelligent, wise, diligent beyond measure, working tirelessly for his people, but his reign was not without blood, not without miscalculations, and not without human failings and distrust. And so for the next few weeks, we'll dive into the reign of this most spectacular emperor. And
so will we. And by the way, this is a long series. I looked, this is quite a bit longer than a lot of their other series, so we've got a good one ahead of us.
And his renowned empress, Theodora. But before we can get to Justinian and Theodora, we have to talk about Justin, the uncle to Justinian, without whom Justinian may never have been. Because before Justinian was an emperor, he was a peasant. And before he was Justinian, he was Flavius Petrus Sabatius.
Justin often gets overlooked in this story because Justinian was so exceptional. But Justin, in his own right, was a pretty competent emperor. It's kind of like Frederick the Great and his father. Frederick the Great steals all of the limelight. But his father was a sort of pretty solid, competent, successful ruler. I think we've got a similar dynamic here.
He changed his name to honor his uncle and benefactor, Justin. Justin's one of those wild American dream sort of stories. He himself began as a peasant farmer in a remote western corner
The Byzantine dream.
of the empire. He spoke Latin in a world that had become almost entirely Greek and owned nothing but the clothes on his back. But despite all this, he made his way to that monumental city, the heart of the empire, Byzantium, and sought his fortune. He joined the army and was assigned to the palace guard. He quickly rose through the ranks, and as he did so, he brought his family to join him. Having no children of his own, he doted on his nephew, young Flavius Petrus Sabatius.
I will say it's funny when you get to an era of the Roman Empire, the Eastern, but still the Roman Empire, where speaking Latin and not Greek is kind of like, you country bumpkin. A lot of people still spoke Latin. I don't want to downplay that. But this is an era when Greek was the language of the empire, essentially. The language of politics and commerce, etc., etc. It's sort of course, obviously a little funny to see for Rome, which was once a Latin-speaking empire, though the elites always enjoyed speaking Greek.
And while he, Justin, was an illiterate farmer, he was determined to give his young nephew Sabatius the finest education in law, theology, and rhetoric. He also made sure to get Sabatius appointed to the royal guard, and in gratitude, Sabatius took on the name Justinianus, or as we call him, Justinian. Then Justin, and by extension Justinian's big break came. When the Emperor Anastasius, the emperor who Justin served, died, he left the throne without an heir, and a succession crisis began. Justin, at this point being the head of the Excubitors, or the Imperial Guard, and thus the only guy with troops in the capital city, was going to be essential to deciding who the next emperor would be.
We've got some classic palace intrigue. Emperor dies, succession crisis. This is very typical for the Byzantine Empire. And who has the power in this situation? Well, a lot of people, but especially the guy who has military force at hand, the palace guard. Hey, take a look at them palace guards throughout history. They've got a lot of power.
So one of the imperial officials tried to bribe Justin in order to get him to support their favored candidate. But Justin, probably at the suggestion of Justinian, promptly took the bribe and used it to bribe influential senators to support him instead. As he had the
Love
only
that.
troops in town and the support of the Senate, Justin was raised to the imperial purple. But Justin had no education. He only had experience as a soldier and a swineherd, and he realized he would need help running the empire. Doubly so because he was seen by many as less legitimate than the nephews of the previous emperor, who were...
Yeah, now, legitimacy is very important, of course, when you take over a position as emperor, right? You need people to, in one way or another, believe that you deserve to rule. Now, you can gain legitimacy through a lot of different methods, but it's important to have it however you get it. We do see in this story something that was also common to especially more chaotic periods of Roman history, where you had the most unlikely of people becoming emperor. Now, obviously Justin was in a prime position, so if you look at it from that angle, he wasn't the most unlikely, but just taking his whole life story, you never would have thought that this guy would become emperor of the Byzantine Empire. You see a lot of these types of characters, and though, you know, those from more well-known or royal backgrounds do come in with a little more legitimacy off the bat, like I said, you can gain legitimacy in a lot of ways.
still alive. And for this help, he turned to Justinian. Justinian rapidly went to work, closing the rift between the church in Rome and the Byzantine church, an act which
I'm sure that rift will stay closed forever.
lent legitimacy to Justin's reign, while at the same time pardoning and promoting the most talented men who the previous emperor had imprisoned or condemned, securing Justin loyalty within the palace. Next, Justinian had to secure Justin's new reign on a military front, so he also made peace with a popular general named Vitalian, who had rebelled against the religious policies of Justin's predecessor, and still had an army inside Byzantine borders. Unfortunately, Vitalian was a little too popular, and in an act which displays the ruthlessness that Justinian tried to avoid but certainly wasn't above, Justinian had Vitalian assassinated shortly after he returned to Byzantium.
Oh yeah, I mean, Justinian was certainly a ruthless character. We'll see that through his entire career. This was someone who was very ambitious, very driven to achieve his goals, and he would achieve those goals. And if you stood in front of him, you would be moved or done away with. You know what I mean? Like, this was not a man who would be stopped in his endeavors, and he was willing to commit brutal acts, murder, of course, but as we will see, he was also willing to commit murder on quite a large scale in order to achieve his goals. So yeah, someone who was willing to do, as I'm sure he looked at it, willing to do what it took to achieve and maintain his position.
Because Justinian was a man who just did everything at once, it was also about this
And I will say, not that that was sort of unusual for this era, right? There was a lot of brutality, violence, murder, and torture in politics. That was not unusual. What's unusual about Justinian is just how successful he was.
Time that he met Theodora. Theodora was intelligent, witty, charming, and always the center of attention wherever she went. But she was also an actress, and as was common for actresses at this time, had worked as a prostitute and an escort. So how did this former escort meet the man who was second only to the emperor himself? Well, she was an ardent supporter of the blue faction of the Demes. What the heck is a Deme, you might reasonably ask? The Demes were the chariot racing teams in Constantinople, and this may sound crazy, but they are absolutely essential to understanding Byzantine history.
Yeah.
They played an enormous role in the life of the average citizen of Constantinople.
Yeah, and I will say, sports are important even today, but they were especially important in the sort of politics and social fabric of Byzantium, Constantinople in particular, the Byzantine Empire, Constantinople in particular. They played a big role in mobilizing people for political purposes. You know, if you could have one of these teams on your side, that would be very good for you. They could also act as a bit of muscle occasionally, right? You might think of sort of a type of mafia in a way. It's not directly comparable, but you've got a large mass of people who are willing to get their fists bloody on your behalf. A bunch of sports fans. So they played a big role in the political and social life of the city. And if you think about it, if this is one of the few ways, I think, that you can get a lot of people mobilized on a large scale, then it makes sense that they would be sort of co-opted for political purposes.
You can think of them as a sports club, a political organization, a community group, and a moving riot all rolled into one.
Yeah.
By the time of Justinian, the chariot races were basically the sport in Constantinople. With the rise of Christianity, gladiatorial combat was functionally outlawed, so everyone, and I mean everyone, turned out for the chariot races. The Hippodrome, the arena for chariot races in Constantinople, could seat over 100,000 people. Just
Whoa.
Think about that. Even by today's standards, that would make it one of the biggest stadiums in the world.
Yeah, that is a massive stadium. And especially, I guess I was going to say especially in an era when, of course, population counts were far lower. But Constantinople was a big city in its own right. But either way, that's a massive stadium.
And think about what 100,000 people
right.
in one place means for a city like Constantinople.
Yeah.
If those folks all decide they want something, it's going to be very hard to turn them down. And the two teams, the Blues and the Greens, were not only sports clubs, but also organized political agitation. The average member of each of the Demes was basically a soccer hooligan.
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of seeing just in the size of that stadium the power of this mobilization. Right, you talk about a stadium of 100,000 today, you might be talking about 100,000 people in an area that has millions. But they showed the population count. We're talking about 100,000 people in a city with, 5, 6, 700,000. That is a massive chunk of the population to get all in one place around sports, right? Mostly chariot racing. And thus, these teams, the Demes, were really able to mobilize people for a lot of purposes.
Always ready for a good riot, which meant that the upper echelons of society would use the Demes to promote their political agendas. Thus, through the Demes, sometimes the highest and lowest members of society would meet. And thus, Justinian met Theodora. Justinian was a fanatical supporter of the Blues, often using his political clout to protect them from the law. The Blues served as a power base for him in the city, and in turn, he had the constabulary turn a blind eye when members of the Blues were involved in coercion or...
Yeah, it could be a little sticky, though, when you, say, became someone in high office, especially the emperor. You might have your favorite team, your favorite Deme, Justinian, big Blues fan, but it can be a bit of a problem. If you're supposed to be the emperor and you have so much favoritism towards one or the other, some emperors found themselves having to moderate a little bit.
Or extortion, or occasionally outright banditry. Through the Blues, Justinian and Theodora met, and instantly fell in love. And although they lived together, they couldn't marry, because there was a law against government officials marrying actresses, a law which he would get his uncle to repeal as soon as he had the power to do so. Unfortunately for Justinian and Theodora, Justin's wife, much as she loved her nephew, wouldn't let him repeal this law. But shortly after her death, the law...
Also, in some ways, this is Theodora, someone who was an actress and was a sex worker for at least part of that. Someone who was from the bottom rungs of society. And Justinian, someone who would become emperor and already had a lot of power, sure, there's a big gap there, but at the same time, we remember the beginning of this video, Justin and Justinian had come from humble backgrounds. Now, Justinian had more been brought up and educated in this type of environment, this elite environment, but he still had those roots. So on one hand, it's like, wow, that's a crazy mismatch. On the other hand, they both did come from humble backgrounds, essentially. So maybe the match, makes a little more sense when you look at that.
Law was wiped from the books, and Justinian and Theodora became husband and wife. Justin followed his wife shortly thereafter.
And also, we're about to get to, Justinian Emperor. Theodora, she was a very strong-willed individual, something that we will see throughout this series. But, like a lot of, frankly, women in history, she does get villainized at times. That's not to say that, she never did anything wrong, but I think a lot of people find it pretty easy to point the finger at the wife, mother, sister, etc. of some powerful man and say, well, she was clearly making things bad behind the scenes. So, I have sympathy and a lot of sometimes suspicion regarding the sources about people, women in these types of positions, because they often receive sort of unfair historical treatment. But, we'll see a lot about Theodora throughout this series. She was strong-willed. She also had a bit of a ruthless streak like her husband. I think they were a good match in that respect. But yeah, I think, we'll see what kind of match they were. I think a good match given the the sort of personality combination.
Dying on the 1st of August, 527, leaving the empire in the sole hands of Justinian. Join us next time as we watch Justinian burst into action, see him implement all those plans he'd been dreaming of for years as his uncle's subordinate, meet the men Justinian employed to enact his grand project, and witness the true power of the Demes as 100,000 howling citizens nearly bring the reign of Justinian to an end.
Very true. All right, there's part one. A good start to the series. We got a bit of background on the Eastern Roman Empire, a little bit about Justin, not that much at all, honestly, and the beginning of Justinian's reign. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian and Theodora Part 2, The Reforms of Justinian by Extra History. Now in Part 1, we got a bit of a background on the history of the Eastern Roman Empire and the reign of Justinian's predecessor, his uncle Justin. We ended last time with Justinian finally stepping up to take the throne. Now, before we get into this episode, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon. It is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
Last time, we saw the Emperor Justin rise from a peasant pig farmer with a little help from his nephew Justinian. Today, we'll see what happens when power changes hands and Justinian becomes sole ruler of Rome.
Succession was a big problem in the Roman Empire, and really is a big problem in a lot of monarchical type systems. There are a lot of good and even great emperors who had pretty bad successors. Marcus Aurelius is a pretty famous example. Augustus, Rome's first emperor, is another great example. Now, it's not always about choosing a bad successor. Obviously, luck comes into play. I think Augustus is a good example. He tried his hardest to find an appropriate successor, but was really foiled by bad luck and misfortune every step he took. So I think Augustus actually tried and got unlucky. There are a lot of good emperors, though, who don't really think that much about succession. A lot of these sort of great figures of history are very self-centered, they're very ambitious, they feel they're the only person who can do the job, and if you've achieved that much, maybe that's fair enough, but that can often lead them to forget that one day they're going to be dead and gone, and they need someone else. Now, Justin, not like Justin is an all-time emperor, but he was a good emperor. And obviously, luck still comes into play. He was lucky to have a nephew like Justinian, but you gotta give some credit to Justin too. He didn't push Justinian out because he was afraid, right? People sometimes can get scared if you've got an ambitious family member. He brought him in, he educated him, he brought him through the ranks, he mentored him, he really prepared him for the position. So hey, there you go, Justin was a good, solid emperor, and he managed to shepherd Justinian into the role as well.
Turns out, a lot happens. Upon coming into his own, Justinian bursts into a flurry of action, nearly unparalleled in history. He reformed almost every aspect of the empire, trying to fix 1,000 years of bureaucracy and neglect.
I mean, as the title of this video suggests, Justinian was quite a reformer, and at this point, the bureaucracy of the empire was struggling a little bit. Roman bureaucracy, it had its ups and downs. There were successful emperors who imposed more successful bureaucracy, but, at this point, the Roman Empire has been through, frankly, hundreds of years of warfare and chaos and civil war and infighting and the empire breaking up and joining back together and breaking up and the West falling. So it's not really surprising that the bureaucracy, it needs to be revamped a little bit, more than a little bit, and Justinian is here to do just that.
But he didn't do it alone. He elevated a cast of some of the most talented, most diligent men in the history of the empire to attack all the things he saw wrong with the Imperium. Unfortunately, these brilliant, hard-working servants of the Empire were also some of the most corrupt, quirky, and colorful characters the Empire would ever see. So today, we're just gonna work through Justinian's reforms by introducing you to these characters and what they did. First off, Justinian was a big spender. He wanted to build up the military, increase infrastructure, create monumental public works, and throw lavish games. But to do all this, he needed coin. And one of the problems the Roman Empire struggled with from its inception, one of the problems that helped bring down the West and had almost brought down the East, was tax collection. The rich would avoid their taxes, and the poor couldn't pay. And this just would not fly for Justinian. So he brought in John the Cappadocian.
Yeah, tax collection and inflation over time. The Romans had a lot of serious monetary and fiscal issues, as we, call them today. And a lot of those really contributed to the sort of collapse of the empire's stability over time, especially the debasing of currency, aka inflation, essentially. That was really, really bad for the empire over a long period of time.
I mean, he even sounds like a mobster, doesn't he? This guy, John the Cappadocian, totally overhauled the tax system in the empire. He moved tax collection out of the hands of local officials. He crushed corruption within the ranks of the tax collectors, and one of his less popular reforms, at least with some segments of society, was torturing rich people until they paid their taxes.
Goddamn.
Of course, he was also a debauched glutton who skimmed from the taxes to feed his own perversions.
Yeah, John, he might have, tamped down on corruption elsewhere, but he was a corrupt individual himself. This is obviously not good, but I feel like I don't have to tell you that it also was not uncommon. I mean, throughout, even now, there's lots of corruption, but especially in a system like this that has so much nepotism and favoritism, you have a lot of control over your network, and it's pretty easy to skim off the top, be corrupt, and so a lot of people did. Many times it was almost a bit of an expectation of the position. Like, I get this position, it's sort of expected that I'll take a bit of that moolah for myself. Now, if it gets too much, that might be a problem. And occasionally you would have a sort of real anti-corruption crusader. And as we saw, you can be both at once. But this was, not super uncommon, right?
Reports abound of his greed, his sexual appetites, and his boorish, slave-like treatment of his staff. Now, of course, many of these are exaggerations. After all, nobody likes the tax man, and being a more efficient tax collector probably isn't going to win you a glorious place in contemporary histories.
Right, it's worth remembering where we get our sources from for a lot of history, but, a lot of history has been written by elites, because up until very recently, they were the only people who could even read and write. You in a lot of societies, you had a small percentage of people who were literate. And then even among them, it's only the people who have the resources, knowledge, connections, and time who have been able to write history. I mean, even now, you want to go do academia? That's hard to get into, and if you don't have money to support yourself, that's pretty difficult. So maybe some of these trends continue. But especially before the modern era, all this history is going to be written, almost all, is going to be written by elites. If we're talking about the sort of written primary source histories that we have. And so you got to remember, we get a lot of this from their perspective. And if you have a guy who was torturing rich people to pay their taxes, they're probably not going to give him a favorable depiction. Plus, you know, people like a story, a good story, a narrative. They like to exaggerate, especially some of these ancient historians, or we're sort of heading out of antiquity into the Middle Ages now, but they definitely like to exaggerate. So a lot of the more lurid details of history either were rumors or completely made up, or some sort of word of mouth that we really do not have confirmation for.
But there are enough of these reports that I think we can assume this guy was likely running a very whistle-clean tax administration while shaking people down and engaging in some Baron Harkonnen-like good times himself. With the
Yeah, well, it's, you know, this is why you got to do some historical analysis on your sources. You have to be smart about it. You can't take everything your primary sources say at face value. But if you have a couple of primary sources that corroborate each other on some of these stories, even if the stories themselves may be hearsay, there's probably some degree of truth there, especially if you can pull on other evidence. So it's like, alright, some of these stories are probably exaggerated, but the grain of truth is that, yeah, John, he did an effective tax collection operation, but he was massively corrupt and debauched himself. Like, we can probably say that to be true, even if we don't know the extent.
The money he needed taken well care of, Justinian also attacked the second problem of the empire, the legal code. For 1,000 years, laws had been added, changed, and overturned without anybody really collating them, rationalizing them, or really putting them together in any way that wasn't contradictory. At this point, a lot of them just plain didn't make sense. This meant that the law courts had become clogged, corruption was rampant, and justice through the legal system was simply not available for most people. Justinian planned to end this, and so he brought in Tribonian. Tribonian was one of the most brilliant legal minds of all time. In 14 months, he untangled a
I mean, we're gonna see what Tribonian and Justinian managed to accomplish here, but you gotta give props to both. And we'll talk about Tribonian here in particular. Clearly a brilliant legal mind who put a lot of effort into this endeavor, because it will be massively, massively influential, but we'll get to that.
Millennium of Roman law and had a new law code ready to publish. Then he compressed 1,500 existing books of legal decisions down to a mere 50-book set, making the law comprehensible and approachable. With Justinian's help, he then had these books ruled to supersede all previous legal decisions, so that all lawyers and judges were working from the same law. He rounded out these mind-boggling feats by writing an accessible textbook for all future lawyers to learn from, and together, these books formed the Corpus Juris Civilis, the work that today's civil law is founded on.
Yeah, and one thing I will say is, by the way, if you want to increase your own control and power over the system, what's a better way to do that than to write the laws? You know what I mean? Change the legal system. Napoleon explicitly said this with his Napoleonic Code. He recognized the power of the law, and if you are also someone who recognizes that, then you can have a lot of sort of behind-the-scenes influence. A lot of this civil law, it's not necessarily flashy, it can get really in the details, but it provides you a lot of power over daily life. And so it did that, but also this was massively influential, far beyond Justinian. Like they said, this is the basis for, you know, civil law, like, around the world. You know, we're talking about a world-changing legal innovation. You know, on this channel, we do a lot of Napoleonic history. I just brought them up, but, you know, this is the Napoleonic Code is a bit of a modern equivalent. Think of how influential that was. It's only been about 200 years since that. We're talking, you know, roughly 1,500-ish years. This has been so incredibly influential. In fact, well, it's hard to say what was the most influential thing Justinian did. I don't know if that's even a useful debate, and it's impossible to quantify, but I'd be willing to say it might be the legal code. In terms of the long scale of history, if we go beyond just his time on the throne, I think his legal code is probably the most important and influential thing he achieved.
Of course, Tribonian was also an unabashed pagan, throwing sacrilegious parties and feasts even as Justinian was ostensibly cracking down on paganism. He was also utterly corrupt, or as one author once put it, every day he repeated.
Yeah, Rome is pretty Christian at this point, is very Christian actually, but you'll get this sort of occasional pagan in a high place of power. But yeah, it's definitely not. It's got to be kept at least a little bit under the wraps.
Or enacted some law at the instance of people who purchased this from him. Otherwise, of course, he was known for being good-natured, diplomatic, and only a little bit of a fop. With the Herculean task of reforming the entire canon of Roman law safely in the hands of perhaps the only man in history who might actually be up to the challenge, Justinian could finally turn his eye on military affairs.
Here he comes.
Justinian dreamed of reconquering the West, of reuniting and recreating an empire that had only fallen some 50 years before. He dreamed of restoring Rome. But at the time, the Romans were being kicked around.
And by the way, keep that in mind. It's not like the unified Roman Empire was some distant legend at this point. It was, well, first of all, in recent memory, and also still on paper a real thing. I mean, at this point, the Eastern Roman Empire claimed dominion over the entirety of Roman territory. Now, of course, in practice, that isn't what was happening. In fact, a lot of this territory had been gone for a lot longer than 50 years, right? As we know, when Rome started to crumble, it started to lose those provincial territories. But this is a time when people remember, at least when some of that territory was under Roman control, and the Eastern Emperor still claims control over that territory. So, you know, we talk about Justinian reclaiming the territory of the West, and it certainly was this grand, ambitious plan that, you know, would not happen again. This was sort of the height, at least of this era of Eastern Roman history after the breakup of the empire. But it wasn't, like, it was pretty crazy, but it wasn't too impossible a thought. Eastern Rome still claimed the territory. Of course they'd want to take it back. It's just that no one else managed to do so to the same extent as Justinian.
By the Sassanid Persians all across the southern half of the empire. Before Justinian could turn his eye west, he had to stop the Persians from taking over what empire there was left. And for this, he had one of the best generals history has ever produced.
Yep.
A man easily the rival of Napoleon or Alexander, though his name's not so well known. A man named Belisarius.
And I will say, here on this channel, we've done an entire series on Belisarius, reacting to Epic History's fantastic videos on him, though at this point it must be like 2 years ago. I'll leave the link down below if you want to see it. But, you know, we're big Belisarius enjoyers here. He is a very, very capable general.
From an early age, Justinian recognized this man's brilliance, and by the time Belisarius was 25, he was Magister Militum, or theater commander of the East. But to talk about Belisarius, we have to talk about the Battle of Dara. At this point, Roman armies had suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of the Persians. The situation looked hopeless. Belisarius had been ordered to gather together whatever troops he can and hold the town of Dara, a small fortress town that guarded the entrance to Anatolia. If the Sassanid army got past there, they'd be in the heart of the empire. Envoys were sent from the imperial court to sue for peace, but the Persian king would have none of it. His army moved toward Dara. Reports start coming in of the strength of the Persian army. 50,000 men. 50,000. Belisarius looked to his troops, standing on the walls of his desert border fort. 25,000 men. Belisarius wanted to hole up.
And as they basically said, this is where Belisarius is really starting to build his name, build his reputation.
To fight from behind these walls. It was the only way they'd have a chance against an army twice their size. But he knew that if he did that, the Persians would just go around him. Behind him was nothing but farmers in their fields and priests in their churches. No, he had to stop them here, so he prepared to fight.
And you'll see this a lot from Belisarius, as he is really dedicated to protecting the people who live in Roman territory. And, like, genuinely. Now, why did he want to do that? I'm not saying that his motivations were, you know, purely good, right? I mean, this is also, you know, you want to protect your people so they'll support you and send you taxes and etc., etc. I'm not naive about any of that. But if you look at Belisarius, this was someone who really was not willing to sort of allow the enemy to burn more Roman territory in order to get a leg up. he would stand against the enemy to protect Roman territory, even if it didn't put him in the most advantageous position. This is something, once again, we saw this in the series we did on Belisarius, that would come up time and time again throughout his career. And when he conquered new territory, he very much would conquer the territory, but he would also reach out to the people who lived there. Tell them, look, we're not going to pillage, we're not going to raid, we're going to treat you as Roman civilians, Roman citizens, because that's what you are. Not to say his men never, pillaged or raided. No one has complete control over their men. But Belisarius, he maintained a tight hand over that stuff. And he really did pull a bit of a hearts and minds campaign wherever he went, appealing to the regular people. So this is a common theme that we already see here.
A messenger galloped up from the Persians and handed him a note. It was from the enemy commander. It said, "Prepare me a bath, for tomorrow I shall bathe in this fortress." Belisarius ordered his men to dig. The next day, the armies lined up for battle. The massive Persian army with their infantry in the center and the famed immortals on the wings. The Byzantine army lined up across from it, with their infantry anchoring the center behind a great trench they had dug on Belisarius' command, with heavy cavalry on the wings, lighter cavalry in reserve, and a small force of Huns hidden behind a hill. The Persian cavalry charged. The wings were a whirling melee of horses and men. But the center, the infantry holding the Byzantine center, just stood there behind their trench. The Persian commander faltered. Even with his numbers, he didn't want to charge his infantry over that trench. His cavalry were doing well. He would let them win the day. Once they'd routed the Roman cavalry, they could circle behind the infantry and negate Belisarius' improvised defense. And like that, the Persians pinned their own infantry, giving up their massive advantage in numbers. Then, just as the cavalry melee was...
Smart from Belisarius. He's in a very disadvantageous position. He knows he needs to switch things around, right? Any good military commander knows that you need to go into battle with the most advantages you can muster. He was badly outnumbered in a defensive position, so he used that to his advantage, dug a trench, another defense, that would mitigate the enemy's advantage, right? Their massive numerical advantage. I'm saying advantage a lot, but you get my point, right? This is how you gotta really shape the battlefield, the conditions upon which you encounter the enemy in order to win a battle like this.
Was swinging toward the Persians, the Huns sprang from their hiding place. All of a sudden, the Persians' right flank was in disarray. They were falling back. But no matter, there was still time to rally them. The left flank was still doing well. They'd pushed the Romans beyond the trench line. They were pursuing the Roman cavalry almost to the walls of Dara itself. But the rest of the Persian army was still where it had begun. There was a huge gap between the immortals who had chased the Byzantine cataphracts and the infantry that had never moved. The Persian cavalry had chased the Byzantines so far that they were now behind enemy lines, and their infantry was way too far away to support them.
See, and I don't know what in particular went wrong here for the Persians, but this is why you need very strongly disciplined cavalry, right? Because the cavalry, they'll engage the enemy cavalry, but often their goal, especially in this kind of warfare, is to wheel around and attack the enemy infantry, right? So you can essentially encircle or flank them. And that's how you win a battle during this era, and a lot of eras, right? But it's very difficult if you're a cavalry and you're charging your enemy to stop charging, turn around, and go in the other direction. The momentum is to keep moving forward, especially if you keep pushing the enemy cavalry back. It takes an immense amount of organization and discipline to actually get them to wheel back around. Now, like I said, I don't know what in particular happened here, what the problem was, but this is just a good reminder that it is actually tough to pull off that maneuver, which I think sort of seems kind of simple. Oh yeah, you push forward, you wheel around. It's more complicated than that, or at least more difficult than that.
The Roman cavalry reserve charged. The main Byzantine cavalry rallied. The immortals were surrounded, cut off. Discipline fell apart. Each man tried to hew his way out, but one by one they fell. And now the Byzantines, having the only cavalry left on the field, knew it was their turn to ride the Persians down. No Sassanid commander would be bathing in Dara that day. This victory paved the way for peace in the east. The empire would still have to pay dearly for it, 11,000 pounds of gold, but now the southeastern border could be secured, and just...
Well, that peace in the east would never last. We're talking about the eternal rivalry between the Romans and the Persians. a rivalry that would last, as both empires changed over time. We're talking about the Sassanid Persians at this point. There have been multiple different empires. We're dealing with the Eastern Roman Empire. It's not the unified Roman Empire it once was. This was honestly a rivalry that survived the fall of many dynasties, the fall of, full empires, essentially, and it kept on going, of course, until the rise of the Islamic Caliphate, which destroyed the Sassanid Persians. But until then, this rivalry will continue.
Justinian could turn to the west. Now, following our pattern, this is where you might expect me to tell you of Belisarius' flaws, but by all accounts, he was a stand-up guy.
Yeah, he's a bit of an exception to the theme of, well, these guys did a lot of good, or at least were very competent, but they had their vices. Belisarius apparently was a pretty stand-up guy.
So instead, I'm going to tell you about a historian who was Belisarius' legal advisor and came on all of his campaigns.
Procopius.
A fellow named Procopius. Procopius is our principal source for Justinian's reign. By being with Belisarius...
And once again, this is where you got to think about your sources. When you're getting almost all your information from one guy, first of all, it makes corroboration very difficult because we're dealing with few sources. This is something that characterizes a lot of ancient history. I respect ancient historians, or I should say, those who do ancient history a lot, because I could not do that, man. The lack of sources at certain points is very challenging. So you got to take a lot with a grain of salt, because this is all coming from Procopius's perspective, and he certainly had a perspective. And there's a little more to the sort of historiography of Procopius, some things behind the scenes that we might talk about at some point that does complicate things a little bit.
He had a front row seat to almost every major event. His work is thorough and comprehensive. It's a historian's dream. Thanks to him, the reign of Justinian is...
And sure, there's a lot of value there. I mean, it is almost exactly what you'd want. Procopius was thorough. He was there at many of these events. He knew a lot of the people, and he was literally present. That makes for great primary sources, but, we always got to keep that perspective in mind, keep the bias in mind, and we got to at least try to work around that.
Perhaps one of the best documented periods in Byzantine history. But, and here's where it gets wild, in the 1600s, in an
we're getting to it now.
Archive in the Vatican Library, there was found a book, a hidden secret book, called The Secret History, also by Procopius. And while Procopius's official histories paint the reign of Justinian as glorious with a handful of failings mixed in, his secret history talks of Justinian as a monster. And I don't mean like a figurative monster. I mean a demonic creature that could pop off its head and wander the palace headless late at night. It depicts Theodora as debauched and depraved, and spares no one in Justinian's inner circle. Now, today, most historians see Procopius's principal histories as highly valuable, and regard the secret history as little more than slander from some noble who was angered by the way Justinian eroded the power of the nobility. But where else will you find a secret history hidden away for centuries, penned by the same guy who served as the glowing chronicler of the reign?
Yeah, there's a lot of different perspectives on this, and this is not my era of history, so I can't even really get into the historiography. I'm sure... I don't even know what the most up-to-date theories are or what the debates are about this, but it seems to me... I mean, first of all, some of it you actually can't take literally, because it's impossible. But even the sort of the gist of it, right, this very negative take on the people involved, I think it's... so I think some people have argued that it might have been satire, a bit of a joke going around the circles at the time, making fun of those in power. I think it could have been that. I think they mentioned it might just be the sort of bitter writings of a man, upset about what had happened. I think, also, a lot of these people involved in power, a lot of them were very competent, but that doesn't mean that they were good people, especially behind the scenes. They might have been nasty and cruel and barbaric and etc., etc. I mean, we see, if we're talking about Justinian, in his actions, his political actions, he was willing to commit pretty heinous acts to get what he wanted. So it's it might be true that a lot of these people were horrible behind the scenes. I don't know how much value that brings to us, but... yeah, so I don't know. I really don't know what my opinion is on this. I'm not an expert. You'd have to read about it to find out. My guess is that it's some mix of something a little satirical with maybe a little sort of bitter writing about the people involved. I don't know.
With demons and monsters and the most slanderous critique? Nothing in the reign of Justinian and Theodora was done small. Sorry we didn't quite get to talking about the Demes like I promised last time, but there's just so much going on within the first few years of Justinian's reign. Don't you worry though, next time, prepare to witness the Demes' full fury in the Nika Revolt.
Oh yeah. That is quite a moment in Justinian's career. I won't talk about it now, because we'll talk about it next time. Alright, another good episode of this series. We learned essentially about Justinian's crew, and some of the reforms he was pursuing. Once again, I said this last time, I'm not going to make the argument they should have included more, because this is actually quite a long series, but just know that very little was covered here of all of the sort of political achievements of the Justinian regime. There were so many more changes and reforms made. I mean, this is why there's so much content, so many books. You could read a lot on Justinian alone. So there's a whole lot more here that didn't get covered for the sake of simplicity. But yeah, thought this was a good episode. We got to talk about our boy Belisarius. We'll see more of him throughout this series. He plays a pretty big role in the reign of Justinian. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. If you did, I'd appreciate it if you'd leave a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I hope you guys are all having a good day today, and I'll see you all again next time. Goodbye. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian and Theodora Part 3, Purple is the Noblest Shroud by Extra History. So last time we learned about the reforms of Justinian and the men who worked under him. Today, I think we're going to be seeing a rather dark time in the early career of Justinian, but before we get into that, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon. It is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
We stand upon execution grounds in Constantinople. 7 men are lined up to die. One by one, they drop. The first man falls, ropes snap taut, feet tremble. The second man falls, then the third, the fourth, and the fifth.
Jeez.
Then the final 2 drop. There's a deafening crack, a retort that rings throughout the courtyard. Then silence, and then frantic action. 2 men are on the ground, gasping, grabbing their necks. The echoes of the sound, a sound not of bones breaking but of ropes snapping, still bounce from the stone. The guards look about confused. The executioner has yet to even become aware of his error. A group of monks from the nearby monastery of St. Conon, who have been watching from the crowd, surge forward to gather up the men. They can't let such suffering continue. The guards move to stop them, but the crowd bars their way. The monks procure a small boat and row the men across the winter waters of the Bosporus to the Church of St. Lawrence to ask sanctuary of the priests inside. Soon the guards arrive, but the men are already safely within the church. They have sanctuary. The guard commander posts men at all the exits. He'll starve them out. It's not long before a crowd starts to gather. The men who were hanged, and the men who escaped, these were men of the Demes, men of the chariot racing factions that played such a huge part in Byzantine life.
Right, we talked about these Demes last time. These were, sports fans, essentially. You had the blues and the greens, these 2 different chariot racing teams, and you had their large collection of fans. But they were a lot more than sports fans, in a society where, it was probably pretty difficult to mobilize a lot of people. This was one of the few things that did mobilize a large chunk of the population, and thus it became this sort of political faction, a bit of I think I described it last time as a mafia-type organization. Maybe not that organized, but definitely conducting a lot of targeted violence on behalf of political officials. It was a social organization, so there was a lot to it. These Demes played a big role in society and politics far beyond, just attending the chariot races. And here we can see, now, this idea of taking sanctuary in a church is one of those things you hear a lot about, one of those common cultural motifs of the era. I don't know how accurate this actually was. I don't actually know the history of this. I know that churches, of course, were a sanctuary. I imagine it depended on the time and place how much that would stop the town guards or the army or whoever was trying to get into the church. But, I mean, it definitely was true that you're supposed to behave yourself in the church to whatever that meant to you, and people could get pretty upset if you disobeyed that.
The Deems, the sports clubs that had a hand in everything from running the city fire departments to making major political decisions, had become more and more unruly, more and more lawless over the preceding years. During a riot that had broken out after a chariot race a few weeks earlier, several people were murdered. A little hooliganry could be tolerated, but that was too much. Order had to be maintained in the capital, so 7 of the ringleaders were marked to die for their crimes. But 2 of them didn't die, and they would serve as the tinder that would set Constantinople alight. On January 13th, 532, the emperor...
I mean, even today, in many places around the world, you have, football or soccer hooliganism, where you often have a lot of violence accompanying big soccer games from fans of different teams. Now, this is on a whole nother level because of the scale of it, and because there was a lot of random violence, but at times it was more than random violence. It was, as I said, targeted political violence, which is sort of why it's more than just, simple hooliganism.
Justinian entered his box in the Hippodrome, like he would for any other race. But these races, the races to celebrate the Ides of January, were to be different. The crowd began to shout for clemency, to beg the emperor to forgive the 2 men still holed up in the church. Race after race went by, and they continued to loudly implore the emperor. But the emperor was silent. He'd had too much of the Deems controlling his city. Law would be restored. But as the last few races were being set up, the crowd's chant changed. They began to chant, "Long live the merciful blues and greens," because, as fortune dictated, of the men hiding in the church, the ones who'd escaped, one was from each of the Deems.
Yeah, and you can imagine how this is particularly dangerous. I mean, one of the things that limited the power of the Deems is that they were always at each other's throats, right? The 2 factions were usually opposed to each other. And so if you had one on your side, the other was usually opposed to you. And so this would stop them from overrunning the city. But you have a situation where both Deems feel slighted. They feel like they're in this situation together. And, if you're Justinian, if you're the guy in charge, that's bad news, I'll put it that way.
Then, suddenly, someone shouted, "Nika!" Then the crowd, perhaps tens of thousands strong, began to shout it at the emperor. Nika was the cry for victory. It meant conquer, and usually the blues and greens would shout it at one another, taunting each other as their racers won, or encouraging their champions as they sped around the track. But here, now with one voice, the entire stadium screamed it at the emperor.
And like I said in the intro, we're heading into a challenging and dark moment in Justinian's early career. The Nika Revolt, it is often known as.
The Deems had always been kept in check by one another. They were never united, and so the emperor could play them against each other when the need was nearest. But here they stood as one, chanting. This must have been a terrifying moment. The emperor's guard hastily led him out of his box and down the specially constructed tunnel that connected his seat in the Hippodrome to the palace. The emperor was shaken, but he wasn't going to be cowed by the mob. They'd likely fall back into their rivalries before nightfall. Surely
this will all be over by the end of the day. I'm certain nothing bigger is going to happen because of this, right?
But the mob, now united, flooded out into the streets of Constantinople, burning and looting as they went. They made their way to the palace and set the palace gate ablaze, but the fire spread. First, the Church of Sancta Sophia, the great center of worship for the capital, caught alight and was consumed by the flames. Then the baths, the great baths of Zeuxippus, the baths built by Constantine himself when he founded the city, adorned with treasures assembled from around the world, fell victim to the flame, the ash and tinder of antiquity floating off into the night sky. By dawn, much of the Augustium, the palace quarter, was in cinders. But when the city woke, it wasn't the stunned and subdued city Justinian had hoped for.
Hey, and you wonder why we don't have so many ancient artifacts, pieces of art, texts today. Imagine trying to survive hundreds, if not thousands of years of natural disasters, accidents, riots, revolts. This is why a lot of that ancient stuff is destroyed. If not, because of the far more subtle, water damage to books over time. That's even more pernicious. But these sort of big events, a lot of stuff gets destroyed. But of course, in the moment, most people aren't like, oh man, we gotta preserve these artifacts. They're like, we're mad, mob mentality, let's burn some stuff.
For 5 more days, the riot burned through the city. The palace was under siege, the prison was razed to the ground, and its prisoners loosed. And through all this, fire. Fire spread through every quarter, burnt its way through the wood and timber, leaping from house to house as the riot raged around it. And the riot itself was a servant of the fire, keeping those who would try to stay it, those who were part of the bucket brigades or part of the civic corps, fighting in the streets while the city burned. And then, on Sunday the 18th, as smoke covered Constantinople and nearly a quarter of the largest city in the world lay in smoldering ruin, the crowd again gathered for the games. Justinian, cowed for perhaps the only time in his career, came out and told the crowd he would give their men pardon. But now that wasn't enough.
I mean, this is becoming disastrous for Justinian. A big chunk of Constantinople has been destroyed, burnt down. You have these mobs, marching through the streets, fighting, burning, destroying, looting. They've made their demands to Justinian, who has sort of been forced to accept, but now that's not enough. This is like I said, this is relatively early in Justinian's career in the grand scheme. This is a bad way to start, and if your regime isn't super cemented, things escalate quickly, right? When we think about, mass movements, popular action, think to, say, the French Revolution, day by day, things start escalating very quickly. The ball really starts picking up steam, rolling down the hill, and before you know it, you could be getting kicked out of your damn palace. So this is very quickly getting out of hand.
The crowd shouted that they wanted evil officials removed. They shouted for removal of the city prefect, the man who had been responsible for the arrest of their leaders in the first place. This was to be expected. Justinian acquiesced. Then the crowd called out the names of Tribonian, Justinian's legal advisor who had rewritten the law code, and John the Cappadocian, the empire's taxman.
And we learned about both of them last episode. 2 of Justinian's most brilliant and effective officials who played a big role in reforming the empire economically and legally, right? These were 2 sort of... And of course that work is sort of underway and still happening. We're sort of jumping around in the timeline a little bit, but these are important guys.
Justinian was stunned. These men were corrupt, but their corruption didn't particularly affect the poor citizens of Constantinople. This wasn't the sort of request the mob would make. No, this meant they were being backed by senators, by powerful men, perhaps some of the very same men who took shelter with him in the palace, who stood next to him while the mob howled outside. This spooked Justinian.
I mean, you're the emperor, right? There's always ambitious officials around you looking to take that next step up. Even people who absolutely swear their loyalty to you, you don't know what they're planning behind your back.
He accepted these terms. He offered a full pardon to everyone involved. But even this wasn't enough. Clearly, the crowd had been primed. In their fury, they called for a new emperor. Justinian again retreated to his palace and conferred with his advisors. He began to make plans to take the treasure...
I mean, this is some pretty classic stuff, the power of the mob toppling and declaring new emperors. I mean, you can think of many emperors throughout history. They were crowned by, well, usually it's their men in a military sense, not civilians, but we're talking about a large group of people who hail them as imperator, and through that they go and claim their role as emperor. My point is that oftentimes, usually, a large group, whether organized or not, whether military or civilian, a large mass movement will play a role in declaring these people emperor or toppling them from their position, right? At this point in history, in the Byzantine Empire, it's not like we've got, opinion polling or any semblance of what we might call democracy, right? That's not what we're dealing with, but the population always has an influence. You can't ignore them, especially if you live in the same city as them. Once again, not to reference the French Revolution again, but this was a population rising up, and they literally could not be ignored because they could just march right up to you. So even though it's not like you have to respect their votes, but you have to respect the amount of people and the amount of force that has been accrued.
And those men loyal to him and board ships to flee across the Bosporus. Meanwhile, the mob raged through the city. The nephews to Anastasius, the previous emperor, still lived. Why were the people of Constantinople serving as slaves to this upstart emperor born a peasant when they had men of royal blood that they could elevate to the purple? As the riots had spread over the preceding days, most of Anastasius's remaining kin had fled the city, but one aging relative of the old emperor remained, a man named Hypatius. Hypatius never wanted to be emperor.
Yeah.
In fact, he was hiding under his bed when the mob arrived, but they found him and carried him on their shoulders back to the hippodrome to crown him and proclaim him their emperor. But as this was happening...
Hey, look, Hypatius, he knows how dangerous of a situation he's in. You might, sure, not everyone wants to be emperor, but you say someone so resistant to being emperor? Yeah, because he knows it's probably going to end up with him dead, right? He's like, oh man, I'm in a terrible situation here.
Theodora, Empress of Rome, looked at the trembling men around her, counseling her husband to flee, and said...
And this, by the way, is probably Theodora's most famous moment, right? This is what she is best known for, this speech right here.
Whether or not a woman should give an example of courage to men is neither here nor there. At a moment of desperate danger, one must do what one can. I think that flight, even if it brings us to safety, is not in our interest. Every man born to see the light of day must die, but that one who has been emperor should become an exile I cannot bear. May I never be without the purple I wear, nor live to see the day when men do not call me your majesty. If you wish safety, my lord, that is an easy matter. We are rich, and there is the sea, and yonder our ships. But consider whether if you reach safety, you may not desire to exchange that safety for death. As for me, I like the old saying, that the purple is the noblest shroud. There was a silence in the hall, and shame. Then Justinian said, "Get me Belisarius, Mundus, and Narses."
Right, and hey, by the way, if Belisarius is getting involved, we talked a bit about him last time, you know the job is going to get done. But yeah, this speech here, like I said, I think this is what Theodora is best known for. And the reference to purple, if you don't know, of course, purple is the color of royalty. For a long time, actually, purple had been associated with royalty and monarchy, and that was still the case in this moment. So she says purple is the noblest shroud. That is what she's saying. And she's basically telling them, we got to go down with the ship. She's like, yeah, we could flee, but it's not worth it. We've reached this height. Remember, we're talking about two people who, Justinian was from a humble background as well. Now, he was sort of brought up and educated by his uncle, in this environment, because his uncle had become emperor. But he was originally from a humble background, and Theodora as well, an actress. So they had risen far to get where they were, and she was basically saying, you know what, we're going to keep what we have, or we are going to die. And I talked a little bit in previous episodes about, characterizations of Justinian and Theodora, and I said that these are both very driven, ambitious people who are willing to do what it takes to achieve their goals, and this is really one of those moments I'm talking about for her. And I mean, not to spoil anything, but we know Justinian's going to stay on the throne because he has a long time left in his reign, and we're about to see this is what it takes to achieve that success. And this is a very brutal moment in his reign that, both... I mean, obviously he's the one who does the act, but Theodora is the one who pushes for them to stay. And I think they were both willing to do what it took, right? And we're about to see that.
While the palace guards had not been enough to quell the riot, as luck would have it, Belisarius, Justinian's greatest general, happened to be in the city waiting to be reassigned, and Mundus, the great Germanic general who had long defended the empire's northern frontier, was also passing through the city on his way to take up Belisarius's old post. Neither of them had their armies with them, but they did have their personal legions. At Justinian's command, they gathered their men. The last man Justinian gathered, Narses, was a deceptively frail man, a thin Armenian eunuch serving in the palace. Justinian trusted Narses. Narses was his master of the treasury, and as a eunuch, Narses could never become emperor, so Justinian could...
Yeah, he was a real cunning fellow, a real sneaky guy.
Ask Narses to do the very thing that had allowed his family to usurp the throne in the first place. Take a big bag of money, slip out of the palace, and bribe those opposing him.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember, Justin was a military official, I believe in charge of the palace guard, and when a succession struggle happened, he took the bribes that were supposed to be given out on behalf of other politicians and gave them out on his behalf which played a big role in making him emperor. So Justinian was a part of that. So he's taken, a page from the same book and saying, all right, in my time of need, let's hand out some more bribes. You've got the carrot and the stick. And as we're going to see, the stick is directed at the population. They're going to be, you'll see. And the carrot is directed at the powerful people in the city to bring them back in line.
Narses made his way to the Hippodrome, unnoticed, quietly following the stair that took him to the box where the leaders of the Blues stood, as the crowd shouted and cheered for Hypatius. Narses reminded them that Justinian favored the Blues, and you know that Hypatius guy's a green, right? Before putting a small stack...
So, as we remember, one of the reasons this whole revolt or riot, whatever you call it, was so dangerous is because the Blues and Greens were united. As they so infrequently were. They were usually at each other's throats. So Justinian, going with the classic divide and conquer tactic, you can get the Blues back on your side, then the momentum of this movement will be dampened massively.
Sack of gold in each of their hands. Soon after, members of the Blues started to silently disperse. But the Hippodrome was still filled with tens of thousands of Blues and Greens milling about the arena floor. Belisarius planned a commando raid to snatch Hypatius and flee, but he found the way blocked, so the order was given. Belisarius
and here I talked about the carrot, that's the carrot, and here comes the stick.
And his men entered from the east, while Mundus entered from the west. They marched in a line, cutting down all before them. People panicked and fled, clambered over each other, were trampled as they ran, but impassive, the soldiers marched on. By the end of the day, 30,000 people lay dead in the Hippodrome, and Justinian's reign would never be challenged again. Join us next week as we watch Justinian rebuild Constantinople, and Belisarius sets out to recapture the West.
Yes, so that, by the way, is an important moment in the career of Belisarius. This is another one of those moments that builds his trust with Justinian and his reputation. And one of the most brutal moments in his and Justinian's career. I mean, I talked about last time how Belisarius was someone who would actually look out for the people of the Roman Empire. But he was also someone who was deeply loyal to Justinian, despite some yapping later in his career. Not from him, from people around him and Justinian. He was deeply loyal, so he was willing to go through with that. So this really is probably the moment most that feeds into that, ends justify the means character trait of Justinian and Theodora in this case. This shows that he was really willing to commit to intense brutality, massacring tens of thousands of people in order to keep his position. Now, frankly, the moral equation there isn't great, the moral arithmetic not looking good for Justinian. But, you've got a guy who has been made emperor through his uncle and his efforts, right? Justinian played a big role in helping his uncle rise and govern. So Justinian's been there. He's someone who's risen up from the bottom. So is Theodora. These are people who are, ends justifying the means types. They've got big goals. They're very ambitious. They'll do what needs to be done as far as they're concerned. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian and Theodora Part 4, Vanquishing the Vandals by Extra History. So, last episode, we saw one of the darkest moments of Justinian's career, the Nika Revolts. In this episode, I believe we get to see Belisarius heading west to reconquer some of that old Roman territory. Now, before we get into that, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon. It is linked down below, and it will give you access to exclusive reaction content. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
As smoke drifted over the city, there was a silence in Constantinople. The sort of silence that can only come after riot and clangor and death. Large swaths of the city had been burnt to the ground. People wandered the streets, looking for lost loved ones or picking through the wreckage for smoke-blackened belongings. But as Justinian looked out from his palace, over the guards repairing the gate, over the soldiers taking bodies from the Hippodrome, he knew a new and greater Constantinople would rise from these ashes, and with it a new and greater Rome.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a brutal time for the city of Constantinople, right? This was, I mean, sure, it was sort of a personal triumph for Justinian, but it wasn't a very triumphant time. He had proved his rule, but he had proved it through bloody and brutal means. Not a great moment. But, if you, I guess if you want to take a silver lining, at least for him, this was an opportunity, right? It had proved an opportunity to cement his rule, which he had done, and it was also an opportunity to rebuild the city. I mean, a good chunk of Constantinople had been burned down, destroyed, looted, and Justinian would seize that opportunity and he would build back, greater than before. So, like I said, not like this was a great moment, but it did present some type of potential for the future. As much as I think a lot of people wouldn't have been willing to hear that in the moment, but of course, Justinian, always ambitious, always looking ahead.
39 days after the riots, 39 days after the fire and the chaos, the first bricks were set on what would stand for 1,000 years as the greatest Christian church in the world. Where the old Hagia Sophia had collapsed and been gutted by flames just a few scant weeks earlier, a church 100 times more magnificent began to rise. Treasure from all over the empire flowed into the capital to adorn its walls and to pay its workers. The city as a whole united to reconstruct what they had destroyed. And as the walls of the Hagia Sophia began to rise, Justinian set his mind to his last great project.
Yeah, the Hagia Sophia, we talked about that in prior episodes. One of Justinian's greatest accomplishments was the construction of this church. It was truly monumental, one of the greatest feats of Byzantine architecture, famous, for miles around. Pilgrims, Christian, and, not just Christian, but people would come to visit from a long way away and be very impressed by the grandeur of it. And particularly Christian pilgrims would usually be, moved by it. It was this amazing feat of architecture, this incredible church that it would take, a long time to beat its grandeur and impressiveness. Because, Justinian had these resources at hand. It would be a while before any Christian empire had those types of resources on hand to build something so monumental, right? So this stood for a long time as this amazing monument, this amazing piece of architecture. And that's one of the things that, Justinian saw an opportunity after the Nika Revolt. And that was one of the things, the most famous of the things that he did manage to build. Of course, it took a while to build, but it was very impressive.
The reconquest of what had been lost in the West. He was the emperor of Rome, not merely Greece or Anatolia. A bare 60 years ago, the West had fallen. There were still men who lived in the empire who remembered when Rome stretched from Asia to the far coasts of Gaul.
Right, and we talked about this before. At this moment, we are still sort of, if you look at the timeline of, say, the Eastern Roman Empire following the split of the West, we are still very early in that timeline. There are people who still remember when Rome held a lot of that territory. Not all of it, because keep in mind, even before the West officially fell, a lot of that territory had already been lost. I say this a lot, but the fall of the Roman Empire, which is actually the fall of the Western Roman Empire, was far more a process than a singular event. It happened over, decades, essentially. But, honestly, if you want to look at the large decline, more than decades, 100 years plus, where you had the decline of the central authority of the empire, and slowly, territory on the outskirts in the provinces started to be lost until, the empire controlled fewer and fewer of their provinces, and they were lost to different groups who came in and conquered them. And even after the official fall of the Western Roman Empire, some of those territories, especially the Italian peninsula, continued to be governed in sort of a similar style, with some of the same institutions in place, and with the Eastern Roman Empire still claiming dominion over the territories. So, not only did people still remember when these territories were under Roman control, kind of, but, nominally, it was all supposed to be under Eastern Roman control. The Eastern Roman Empire still had not given up its claim. It still believed that it was the rightful ruler of all of this lost territory. So, it is incredible that Justinian went about reconquering some of this lost territory, a good chunk of it actually, but it's not like it was something imagined to be impossible, or it was imagined to be pretty difficult. What I should say is it wasn't unimaginable, right? It wasn't like a pipe dream. It was something extremely difficult, but something that wasn't outside the realm of possibility.
It was time to revive that legacy, time to take back what was lost. And to do this, he had to start with North Africa. The North African provinces had always been some of Rome's most stable and prosperous territories.
Yeah.
They had been immune to the turbulence in Europe and the Germanic invasions. They weren't ravaged by constant war or desolated by raids. But in the 430s, Vandal kings had crossed the Straits of Gibraltar and marched east, laying siege to Carthage, that ancient enemy Rome had conquered and occupied more than 500 years ago, and taking it as the seat for their new kingdom. But those kings had found more than a capital.
Remember, Carthage was a very wealthy North African empire. And of course, Rome had destroyed a lot of what Carthage once was, but even following that, North Africa was still a relatively prosperous region, especially a couple of the cities in the region. They were making a lot of cash. They were good provinces for Rome to control.
There. In Carthage, they found a navy. The great shipyard of Carthage fell to the Vandals, and with it, much of the Roman fleet. This allowed the Vandals to become pirates, then raiders, then seaborne conquerors. And in time, most of the Mediterranean islands, even Sicily itself, fell to Vandal arms. But most shocking to the Roman world was an event that had happened in the year 455. In 455, the Vandals descended on Rome itself, and sacked it for 14 days. This had led to the last great combined effort of the East and the West, when, in 468, they sent a force of over 100,000 men to retake the North African provinces.
Yeah, there was a time when Rome getting sacked was unbelievable. You go through the stages with Rome, where initially it is this very humble city, in its beginnings, a city, frankly, of miscreants and outcasts. Then it was built up to this, sort of capital of the entire region, extremely powerful. It would have been unimaginable for Rome to be invaded or sacked. And then we go back downwards, and it loses. It still has the legacy and some of the grandeur, but it loses a lot of its importance, a lot of its defenses. And as Rome loses a lot of its territories, it becomes more and more vulnerable to invaders. It does get sacked more than once.
And in one of the worst military disasters of the ancient world, were utterly wiped out. After that, an uneasy peace formed between the Vandals and the Romans. Justinian needed to break this peace if he...
And this is kind of what happened in a lot of the territories. It wasn't... I talk about the empire falling being more of a process than an event. It's not like these territories were all of a sudden taken over and then were completely separate. A lot of times, groups or foreign armies or whomever came in this case the Vandals, took the territory, Rome tried to reclaim them, failed, and then entered into sort of an uneasy agreement where these territories were still nominally part of the Roman Empire. They still professed some sort of explicit loyalty. They might pay some kind of tribute or something like that. But effectively, they were autonomous, and they were not practically under the control of the Roman Empire. This is what happened with a lot of these territories. It wasn't so simple. And then over time, they became more and more autonomous until Rome completely lost control of them. And there wasn't even sort of nominal loyalty to Rome anymore. Of course, part of that process is the Western Empire falling. Part of that is Justinian trying to and taking some of these back, and then, of course, eventually they're lost, and the Roman control fades. But it's not like they were all of a sudden just gone.
He was to restore the glory of Rome, if he was to retake what had been taken from them, and avenge the
They were still even if there was no direct political influence, they were still in the Roman sphere of influence. We're talking about territories with Roman citizens, Roman trade routes, Roman infrastructure, Roman politics, Roman culture. I mean, it's all very Roman, you know what I mean? That takes a long time to change all of these things. These are like the bedrock of civilization in a lot of these places. And so even if the Roman Empire no longer has direct political control, they're, like I said, in that Roman sphere of influence. They're in the Roman world, which was, at this point, like the entire Mediterranean and beyond. That would take a while to fade.
Humiliating sack of the Holy City. But even in ancient times, declaring war still required a reason, or a casus belli. The most recent Vandal king had been pro-Orthodox and friendly to Rome, so Justinian bided his time, marshaling his forces and putting his capital back together. But then, in 533, an opportunity came. Gelimer, the cousin of the Vandal king, was afraid that the Vandals, who mostly believed in Arian Christianity, were on their way to becoming subjects of the Orthodox Roman Empire, and rallied a group of like-minded nobles behind him to overthrow the Vandal king. Justinian demanded the legitimate king's restoration. Gelimer flatly refused. Now Justinian had a reason for war. But even as he armed...
It's funny because it's not even like a pagan versus Christian disagreement. It's like an inter-Christian disagreement where the different sects of Christianity just cannot get along with each other, both religiously and politically.
Belisarius with 16,000 men and a fleet 600 ships strong, Justinian himself began to fight a diplomatic war.
And by the way, that's a sizable fleet. That's a sizable force of men to send. You know, the Eastern Roman Empire still has a lot of resources at this point. Justinian is also a real height of the empire. But, you know, the Roman Empire is still not what it once was. It can't marshal those gigantic armies it once could. So this is a pretty sizable force to send. Especially for something like this. It's not like, you know, Rome is defending itself from an incursion. This is an extremely offensive action. These troops are being sent, you know, not like super far, but kind of far afield to go and reconquer territory. So this is a pretty impressive force.
He knew that to win with 16,000 troops where 100,000...
Right, though it's, once again, not what they could once muster.
1,000 men and the combined arms of two empires had failed, he would need to give himself all the advantages he could. He got both Tripolitania, the eastern part of the Vandal kingdom in North Africa, and Sardinia to revolt. As luck would have it, Gelimer sent his fleet off to deal with the uprising in Sardinia, clearing the seas for Belisarius' fleet, and allowing them to land in Africa unnoticed. Avoiding naval conflict and establishing a beachhead meant that the Eastern Roman fleet had already achieved the tasks which had given the earlier, larger Roman force the most difficulty. But there was still much of Africa to retake. Belisarius' men started to ravage the countryside looking for food and loot, but Belisarius reined them in, demonstrating the second non-violent part of the reconquest strategy. He told his men that everything they took was to be paid for. He told his men that they were liberators, not conquerors, and that the populace were to be treated like Romans, because they were Romans, just living under the Vandal yoke.
Right. I talked about this 2 episodes ago, how, you know, Belisarius sort of, when he conquered these territories, ran a bit of a hearts and minds campaign. He wanted to win the loyalty and trust of these people, and he treated them like Roman citizens, because they were, right, nominally, in the eyes of the Eastern Roman Empire. This was all Roman territory. These people were Romans, essentially. And Belisarius, as we saw 2 episodes ago with Dara, he was willing to step out in front and defend Roman citizens, right? That was a big part of his style of warfare, frankly. Now, we saw an exception to that last time with the Nika revolt, when he was willing on behalf of his emperor to step out and essentially order the massacre of tens of thousands of Romans. So we've got some clashing principles here, but you know, Belisarius was also loyal to his emperor, loyal to the empire, and I think if he believed those people were betraying the empire, going against his emperor, he was willing to do what it took. But in this case, we see, I think, what is more common of Belisarius, which is, you know, not only running a military campaign, but also a sort of political campaign to gain the favor of these people in the territories he's conquering, or, as he would put it, reconquering, taking territories that were rightfully Rome's.
And with that, he won over the local populace. Towns were opened to him. Grain and water were readily sold to his troops. He could start marching northwest up the coast. He would need to cover 150 miles to make it from their land.
And there would be harsh punishment for any of his soldiers who disobeyed his orders, right? I mean, you've got an army of more than 10,000 men. You can't control everybody. There are going to be some soldiers who disobey your rules and loot, or worse. And Belisarius, he would mete out pretty harsh punishment, because he really did want his orders to be obeyed, and for them not to be a, crusading, conquering army, but for them to, like they said, essentially be liberators, though, I mean, they wouldn't have used that type of language.
Landing site to Carthage. But by now, word had reached Gelimer of the arrival of the invasion force. Gelimer sent word to his brother to gather their forces and meet him south of the capital. He had a plan. He knew that anyone marching on the capital would have to march through a valley 10 miles east of the city itself. His brother would bring the garrison from the capital and use his smaller force to pin the Byzantines in the valley, where they couldn't bring their numbers to bear, while Gelimer would move his larger force in from where they were stationed in the southeast and attack the Romans from behind.
Classic, get them in a narrow mountain pass and then trap them in.
Belisarius would have been taken totally by surprise, but Gelimer's brother got to the valley just as Belisarius' advanced guard were scouting it, and this elite cavalry guard not only got word back to Belisarius that something was up, but they also smashed the out-of-position Vandals, killing Gelimer's brother. And
that's either sort of good looking out from the cavalry or just a stroke of good luck. I think a combination of both. Clearly some credit should be given to the advanced guard for catching this trap, and then, destroying them, essentially, pushing them back, beating them. But also, this could have gone very badly.
Chasing the remaining troops almost to the walls of Carthage. Gelimer, having no idea that this had happened, charged his forces into the Byzantines from the rear. But since they weren't pinned down by the other Vandal troops in the valley, the Byzantines could wheel around and meet the attack. Despite this, though,
imagine that, pushing into Belisarius, being like, all right, we've got him trapped, only to see him back up, turn around, ready to fight, and you're like, oh no, we're in trouble.
Vandals began to get the better of the day, pushing the Byzantines back. Since they were attacking them from behind, this meant that they were pushing the Byzantines toward Carthage. But as they pushed the Romans through the valley, the same valley where the Roman cavalry had earlier defeated Gelimer's pinning force, Gelimer came upon his brother's men, fallen along the roadside, and the body of his brother shattered and broken upon the ground. And when he saw his brother, he wept. His men came to him for orders, but the only order he would give was that his brother be buried. His men milled about, anxiously waiting for battle commands, but Gelimer just would not respond to the
Yeah, this is a little anecdote that's always told when you hear about this campaign, which is because it actually ends up being quite important. And it's kind of like, probably should have saved the grief for later, ordered your men, you kind of had the momentum going there, but you know what? He's kind of the bad guy in this story. I feel for the man, He clearly loved his brother, that's a sad moment. Now, the sadness could have been saved for later. Would have been better for your, military campaign that was currently going on, but I do empathize.
Situation at hand. Meanwhile, Belisarius, having been pushed through the valley, soon found himself reunited with his elite cavalry force. With these reinforcements, he regrouped and charged the now disorganized Vandal horde. The Vandal army broke and scattered out into the countryside. This force of Vandals that had been one push away from cutting Belisarius off from his cavalry, and perhaps ending the life of one of the greatest generals of late antiquity, that had been one push away from ending Justinian's dreams of a reunited Rome, was now dispersed.
Imagine if Belisarius had been beaten and killed there. Now, Belisarius already, we saw him at Dara, the Nika Revolt. Those were already, two of his great achievements, even if the Nika Revolt, I don't know if I'd call it a military achievement, but he's got so much more left to do. He's got the bulk of his achievements ahead of them, and they will be great achievements. So, counterfactuals, sometimes useful, often not. I don't know if it's incredibly useful here, but you can just briefly imagine how different things might have been if Belisarius had been killed. I really think that, of course, the force behind reconquering these territories was Justinian. It was his ambition at play. But it was Belisarius who put that ambition into practice, who executed his orders. It was his talent and skill and how he conducted himself that, meant that Rome found success in taking back a lot of this territory. I think without him, things would have gone very differently.
A day later, Belisarius marched into Carthage to a people who welcomed him as a liberator and hailed him as a hero. But Gelimer wasn't dead. He had escaped the battle, and so he called his other brother from Sardinia, where he had been putting down the revolt Justinian had helped orchestrate. With the aid of his brother's forces, Gelimer planned another attack on Belisarius. This time, he'd be taking the fight to the walls of Carthage.
Whoa.
Belisarius, fearing treachery from some of his mercenaries, opted to sally out of the city and meet Gelimer on the open field. The fighting was tough. No brilliant tactics, no clever flanking, just direct, grinding, brutal combat. Battle favored the Byzantines, but just barely. The scales of war could tip either way. Then, during a Byzantine charge, Gelimer's other brother was cut down
Not
in front
again.
of him, and he fled the field. The Vandal forces would never recover from
He was
this
clearly
defeat.
a family-oriented guy. Oh, man, not his other brother. Come on, man.
They held out for a few months in the hills, but by spring, the Vandal kingdom had effectively disappeared. For his service, Justinian awarded Belisarius an honor that hadn't been seen outside the
Yeah.
imperial family
This is a big one.
since the days of Augustus, 500 years before. A triumph, the greatest honor a Roman general could receive.
It really is. I mean, we've done a lot of Roman history on this channel. We've done, I guess you can cut Roman history into pre and post Julius goddamn Caesar, or pre and post Roman Empire, which started with Caesar's successor, Augustus. But, before the empire, the triumph was a great honor offered to successful generals who had beaten enemy armies, especially generals who had conquered enemy territory. It was this fantastic honor, often given to consuls, political leaders, also military leaders. Of course, Julius Caesar had a couple of triumphs, but, essentially since the Roman Empire had been inaugurated, and the glory that had once been sort of spread out among the generals of the Roman Republic was now concentrated into the figure of the Roman Emperor, who became this sort of deified figure, right? There was, especially these figures, after they died, often would literally be deified, prayed to as gods, and even while they were alive, they had a sort of semi-religious character to them. So that, and even just the political system, all the glory and honor was concentrated in them. They didn't want to give triumphs to other people because that would take some of the glory away from them. And, think about it. You have a successful general in the field, you give them a triumph. Emperors were worried that they were essentially building up their rivals, especially in an empire when, it was pretty common for a successful general to be hailed imperator by his men, and then to go back, kill the emperor, and take the throne. The emperors didn't want that to happen. Even those who had earned their position that way, they wanted to stop it. Belisarius is given a triumph. Now, here we start touching on one of the dynamics between Belisarius and Justinian. I believe Belisarius was always loyal, but he was a very popular general who received a lot of glory and adulation from the people, and was even given this honor by Justinian himself. But, despite that, and because of that, Justinian over time would become suspicious of Belisarius. He would always make him prove his fealty to the emperor, to him, Justinian, which is fair enough, but those doubts about Belisarius' loyalty would never really go away for Justinian.
Belisarius and his troops marched with the spoils of war and the captives of the campaign through the streets of Byzantium to cheering throngs. But as he and the captive Vandal king stood before the emperor, Gelimer the Vandal lord was heard to say, "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity." This would be the last triumph Rome was ever to see. But we've not yet reached the apex of Justinian's achievements, nor of Belisarius's. Join us next time as the true reconquest of Rome begins.
We have got more achievements to go. So much has already happened, but we're on episode 4 of a 12-part series. So we've got quite a bit more. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian and Theodora Part 5, Impossible Burden of Fate by Extra History. So, last time we saw Belisarius, Justinian's general, reconquering Roman North Africa, and for his achievement he was granted a triumph, a military parade that, at this time in Roman history, was almost exclusively reserved for the emperors themselves. Today, we're going to see Belisarius as he begins to reconquer Roman Italy. Now, before we get into this one, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon. It is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
Dawn rises on Constantinople. A few men sweep the streets, clearing what remains of yesterday's triumph. Belisarius has restored Africa to the empire. Justinian has restored Africa to the empire. The glory of Rome grows. Justinian's great cathedral grows from old ashes. All memory of the violent days of Nika are just that now, memories. Where once there were the scars of fire, there's now marble and gold. His city is triumphant. But still, he is awake at dawn. Something's not finished. Something's left undone. He has brought order where there was none. He's made justice the province of all men. He has worked to heal the faith and toppled a heretical king. He's brought riches to the empire, brought pride to the army. He's even made peace with the East. And yet for all this, one thought haunts him. One thought keeps him from Theodora's bed. The city of Rome is not part of the Roman Empire. Sunrise after sunrise.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, Rome itself was not such an important city militarily or even politically, but as a symbol, it was extremely important, right? It still had that legacy, that history. And so it was something that was very attractive to Justinian. You know, even during the empire, in the last years of the empire, Rome had essentially no longer been the capital of the Western Roman Empire. It was too deep inside Roman territory. Several other capitals closer to the other provinces were used because this was a time when the empire was in chaos and emperors needed to be able to respond quickly whenever problems would arise, as they constantly did. So Rome had sort of been in decline for a long time. It was not the city it once was. But, like I said, that symbol was still there. Everyone knew what Rome meant, what it symbolized, its legacy, its history. I mean, it was the start of all of this, the beginning of the Roman Empire, so it was still very important in that sense.
Pass like this. Each day he greets the dawn, still awake from the night's toil. He labors for his city and for his people, and yet he's a Roman emperor without Rome. Then, one day, he's greeted by a message. As he reads its words, anger and joy war within him, and over it all, he can't help but wonder at the remarkable nature of all things. He'd kept his friend Belisarius in the city. He'd even made him a consul to acknowledge his service while he waited for new orders. Justinian knew one day he'd give the
consul. At one time, the two consuls were the lead executives of Rome. But for a long, long time, and I mean hundreds of years, it had just been a position given out as a sort of ceremonial honor. You know, it's interesting to see, because the Roman Empire lasted for such a long time, you see these institutions and positions that lasted for hundreds, if not 1,000 plus years, and you see how they changed over time, what they meant, from one period to another. And oftentimes these institutions and these positions could mean very different things if you're looking at Rome, God, I don't know, in the year 300 BC versus something like 1000 AD. I mean, you're talking about essentially a completely different empire. But, of course, those changes were all incremental, right? They all happened over this very long span of time.
Command, and Belisarius would sail towards the setting sun to restore the Western Roman Empire. But the time was never right. The Ostrogoths who currently ruled Italy were friends of his Rome, and their queen had even tried to raise her son like a Roman. He couldn't just declare war on their neighbors and friends, but...
Right, well, it's worth talking about the state of the Ostrogothic kingdom in the West. So, the West fell in 476, right? That is our official date for the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Though, as I've said, it was more of a process than a single event. A lot of the things that characterized the fall of Rome were already in motion before that year, and a lot of the institutions of Rome would continue afterwards. So you have Odoacer, an Ostrogothic king, who deposed Romulus Augustulus, the last emperor of the Western Empire. And then he was defeated by another Ostrogoth, Theodoric, known as Theodoric the Great, who would go on to rule for another couple decades, up until, I think, 526, which is, I think, the year before Justinian took power. So we're getting a little bit of crossover here. The thing about Odoacer and Theodoric especially is that they essentially ruled as client kings of Rome. They ruled through a lot of the same institutions that the Roman emperors had ruled through, and they ruled with the sort of nominal approval of Eastern Rome. Now, obviously, Eastern Rome wasn't thrilled about the situation, but they were willing to keep this, sort of, you could call it a farce, but this situation going where these Ostrogoths ruled, and they ruled autonomously, but they ruled essentially on behalf of Rome, the Roman Empire. Some people even describe Theodoric as sort of another Western emperor. Now, officially that was not the case, but he did sort of effectively rule this territory similarly to how it had been ruled previously. And like I said, he ruled it as sort of a client king of Rome. They still had to deal with, each of these men had, their sort of Roman entourage, and then they had their Ostrogothic entourage, and they had to sort of pander to both and, make sure that they weren't falling afoul of either. It's sort of a bit of a split responsibility, honestly. They had different interest groups to look after. And they were not, by the books, Roman emperors, and there was a difference between them and prior Roman emperors, of course. But you had this relationship between this Ostrogothic kingdom and the Roman Empire as it survived in the East. So that is sort of the state of things, as Justinian takes over. Theodoric the Great, his time is up. That's sort of where we jump into this, and those sort of friendly complicated but sort of friendly relations continue into his reign, up until a certain point, of course.
But he knew it would be his legacy to bring the Eternal City, to bring the birthplace of the Empire back into the Empire itself. And now in his hand, he had it. His key to the ancient city, the birthplace of Scipio and Caesar and Augustus. It came with a price, though. The Queen of the Ostrogoths, the legitimate heir of their country, was dead, strangled in her bath. She had been a friend of Justinian's. She had once even asked if she could take asylum in his court if she ever had to flee. And now she was dead, overthrown by a cousin who thought she was too Roman. But her...
Hey, like I said, there was this sort of dynamic where if you're an Ostrogothic ruler, you're ruling over a Roman population with these Roman institutions, sort of this Italian-Roman population. But you're also ruling over your Ostrogothic subjects. And especially in the halls of power, there are a lot of Ostrogoths, especially in the military. And so you have to make sure that you can appeal to both. And clearly, in this case, some people saw her as a little too Roman. She didn't appeal to the Ostrogoths enough.
Her death would bring him Rome, because now at last he has an excuse for war. He would bring vengeance and restoration of a rightful rule. But part of him has to laugh. He remembers how a few short years ago the same exact events had played out with the Vandals to give him back Africa. It has to be a sign. He tosses aside the crumpled note. It's time to ready the ships of war. Belisarius stands before his fleet. His emperor, his friend Justinian, has commanded him to sail on Italy. He paces back and forth, inspecting his men. A mere 7,500 men with which he has to conquer all of Italy.
Yeah, we saw he managed to conquer Vandal North Africa with more men. And that was certainly a challenge. That was not a piece of cake. At a certain point, Belisarius almost walked himself into a trap. So this is quite the monumental task that has been laid in front of him. This is absolutely not going to be easy. it'll definitely be more difficult, especially in the long run, than retaking North Africa.
That's barely half what he'd had in Africa, and even that victory had been a miracle. He knows the legions are stretched thin. They have to garrison the new provinces, as well as manage the many other borders of the empire, but 7,500 men? That's impossible. He straps on his helmet. If his friend and emperor command, he will do the impossible again. After weeks of waiting
Hey, if anybody could, it would be Belisarius.
for word from Belisarius, a courier finally arrives. Justinian tears the seal from the parchment, and as he reads, a smile crosses his lips. Belisarius had sailed to Sicily, and town after town had surrendered to him. Only Panormus had defied the might of Rome, and there Belisarius had done what Belisarius did best. The Ostrogoths defending Panormus had pulled back to the city, abandoning the countryside and trusting to their walls to keep the small Roman force out. Belisarius had known he couldn't afford to get bogged down in a siege, and he didn't have enough men to storm the town. For most commanders, this would have doomed the campaign. A delay here would have, at the very least, bought the Ostrogoths time to bring reinforcements from the mainland. But Belisarius had simply pulled his ships into the undefended harbor and ordered his men to climb the masts. From atop the masts, they had poured down a hail of arrows upon the exposed defenders, driving them from the walls and allowing the Romans to take the city. Justinian's smile grows. All is going according to plan. He had sent money to the Franks in far-off Gaul to have them invade Italy from the west, while another of his forces pushed in toward Italy from the east. The usurper king of Rome had sent envoys, at first offering to acknowledge Justinian's rule of Sicily, and then, in the latest round of talks, apparently offering all of Italy so long as he himself was spared. Justinian's Roman Empire would be whole again soon. Meanwhile, Belisarius stands upon the walls of Panormus, looking to the north. He can see the coast of Italy from the walls. The messengers have brought him nothing but bad news. In the east, the Roman forces had withdrawn when their commander fell in a recent battle. Even worse, he was also being called back to Africa. The troops he'd left there were in revolt. If he doesn't sail for Carthage right away, all they had won in Africa might be lost.
Hey, nothing is ever simple. Think about the last couple hundred years of Roman history, and that is the history of an empire besieged on all sides and internally constantly. Those in charge, the military, hopping from problem to problem, putting out fire after fire after fire. Now, the Eastern Roman Empire has been shrunk down, which has made it, from the unified Roman Empire, we're dealing with less territory, which has made it a little more manageable, though, frankly, over time, the Eastern Roman Empire will have the same issue, being besieged on all sides. But the point is, you're now retaking some of this territory. You were going to face with the exact same problems. What, you think you can march in, take this territory back, and all's going to be good? Nope, there's going to be a lot of problems popping up, as always.
Italy will have to wait. Rage. Rage is Justinian's only emotion. Italy was in his grasp. He was a few signatures away from retaking the heart of the empire, and now that chance is gone. The Ostrogothic usurper imprisoned his envoys and rejected all previous offers when he heard of Belisarius' delay and the retreat of the Roman army marching through Dalmatia. Justinian's chance for a quick, clean victory is lost. Now the heartland will have to be won by fire and sword. As he pens a letter to Belisarius, Justinian cannot help but think of what he's going to do to this so-called Ostrogothic king. The world will know. You do not imprison the ambassadors of Rome.
Yeah, well, maybe he should have taken a cue from his predecessors, right? We talked about how several of these Ostrogothic kings, these Ostrogothic leaders, had ruled autonomously, but had still pledged some sort of fealty to the Eastern Roman Empire. The only reason this is happening, the casus belli for Justinian, is that status quo was overthrown. Now, even if it hadn't been, Justinian probably would have found a way to get his forces back in there and take over, but you've had this relationship that has worked out pretty well between the Ostrogoths and the remaining Roman Empire in the east, and you want to upset that balance? Okay then, I guess we'll see what's going to happen.
After returning from Carthage, Belisarius had landed at Rhegium and moved north along the Italian coast. The Italians were far less inviting than the African subjects of Rome, but still, city after city threw open its gates, and his forces marched unopposed, at least until they reached Neapolis. He had ordered his army to set up camp outside its walls. That had been 20 days ago. Now he weighs his options. He could abandon the siege and see if he could make it to Rome, and perhaps get reinforcements from Constantinople while there. But no, leaving a strong enemy garrison behind him can't be the right choice. He simply doesn't have enough men. At every town and city along the way, he'd have to leave a garrison to maintain control.
Now, you're just dealing with such limited resources and manpower, right? Ideally, you have enough men to take this territory and garrison these enemy towns and forts. But Belisarius doesn't have enough men. He just doesn't. And so you're left with the difficult situation of, okay, what do I do then? Do I march past these enemy strongholds, leaving them, ready to attack us as we march forward? That's not a good option either, but you're left in a really precarious situation, the whole between a rock and a hard place, essentially.
And now his force was barely large enough to encircle the city. There was movement by his tent, one of his soldiers. Sir, one of the barbarian mercenaries has something to tell you. He waves over the man, who says, I was looking over the aqueducts. I never saw anything like it.
And by barbarian, of course, we're speaking from the Roman perspective, and barbarian essentially means anybody but us. Maybe a couple of exceptions. I always think there was a degree of respect between the Romans and their eternal rivals, the Persians, but Rome basically looked at like all other people surrounding them and said, all right, you're all barbarians.
And now that we broke them and they're all dry, I figured I'd poke around a bit and see how they were made. I found a pipe, sir, a waterway that if we enlarged the opening a bit, could fit a man. He doesn't waste a minute. He sends orders to his officers. Get your men.
Hey, Belisarius knows a good opportunity when he sees it, and he's ready to seize on it.
Them prepare to attack the far wall. Tell them to make a lot of noise, and tell them not to die. 5 of you, grab chisels and follow this man here. As Belisarius' men attack the walls, shouting and beating their shields, but never really coming close enough to encounter a serious risk, his small force of...
Me as a general. Alright, y'all are gonna go over there and don't die, alright? That's your orders.
Engineers widen the entry to the pipe, their hammers and chisels drowned out by the diversion. Soon, Belisarius is given word. It's done. They can enter the city by cover of night. The pipe leads straight through the walls. He calls for a messenger, and quickly pens a note to the leadership of Neapolis. Please surrender now. I have a way into your city, and I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my barbarian mercenaries from sacking your city if we have to take it by force. I'll try to hold them back, but I don't think there's much I can do. Justinian is smiling again.
It's kind of a funny dynamic. You are in territory controlled by barbarians, the Ostrogoths, and you're besieging a city that is probably full of, Romans, essentially, no longer under the control of the Roman Empire, but Roman civilians. So you, a Roman, are besieging a Roman city, but the territory is controlled by Ostrogoths, and your threat is, hey, I can't control my barbarians here. It's such a weird dynamic, though it's very characteristic of, frankly, a lot of the Roman Empire, but especially those last couple hundred years, when barbarians... and of course, like I said, that meant essentially a lot of people, and it could change over time. Like, you go backwards, and at one point, Gauls were extremely foreign, scary barbarians, but then they were integrated into the Roman political and military structure. Near the end of the empire, it was the Germanic peoples that were the sort of barbarian types. But they had become so, integrated into the military structure. And then you also had sort of auxiliary forces of Ostrogoths and Visigoths and Vandals, that you had a lot of these sort of odd dynamics happening with this sort of overarching Roman Empire and a lot of Roman civilians, but then a lot of different groups of people working against each other, with each other, at times on different sides, at times on the same side. Alliances could be made and broken very quickly and with a bit of gold handed out. And even, after the fall of the West, with Justinian reconquering these territories, you can still see a bit of that there.
Again, Neapolis is taken, and Belisarius is on his way to Rome. It really is a pity that the Hunnish troops had looted and pillaged Neapolis for a full day before Belisarius could get them under control. It might make the rest of the campaign more difficult. People might not be so eager to open their gates. Still, Justinian...
Yeah, we talked about how in North Africa, Belisarius went on a kind of hearts and minds approach. He tried to win the trust and loyalty of the people in the territory he was reconquering, right? His approach was, well, you guys are Roman civilians. This is territory that belongs to us. We're just taking it back. And so you'll be treated fairly and, I'll try to prevent my troops from misbehaving. Now, we're encountering a little more resistance here, so that is not happening as much. There's a bit of a struggle, especially in this instance. But to my understanding, broadly, Belisarius kept that same approach when taking back Italy. He continued to take the approach that these were Roman civilians, and thus they should be treated as Roman civilians, not as sort of enemy combatants or enemy civilians.
Can't help but be amused by his friend. For all of Belisarius's cleverness, he could be shockingly naive. Apparently, it never occurred to him that people might be suspicious of a note politely asking them to surrender. But it doesn't matter now, because there's but one objective left. Ahead of them is Rome.
That's the big one. That's what they want back. I mean, they want all the territory back, but as we said, Rome has got that special symbolic importance. It's not the most important military outpost in Italy, absolutely not, but it's important for other reasons. And I mean, one of those reasons, of course, is religion, right? I mean, we don't have the Orthodox Catholic split at this point, but, and this was kind of the case from almost the beginning, there is tension between the East and the West, Eastern and Western Christians, and Rome is one of those centers, sort of the center of Western Christendom. Even at this point, though the split, the official split hasn't happened, but even the tension is far less pronounced than it will be. But Rome is a very important city religiously, and of course that's only going to increase as the years go on, and the West and the East, grow further and further apart, and then you eventually have the official split. But even at this point, Rome is an important city for Western Christendom. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian and Theodora Part 6, Fighting for Rome. So last time we saw the beginning of Belisarius' campaign to retake Italy, conducted on behalf of Justinian, whose ambition it was to reconquer the lost western provinces of the Roman Empire. Today, judging from the title, we will see the continuation of that campaign. Now, before we get into this one, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon. It is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
Belisarius camped at Neapolis, and he waited. The road to Rome lay open, but he'd never hold Italy if what happened to Neapolis happened there. Barbarian mercenaries pillaging churches, looting from holy sites. He had written to the Pope. With a papal invitation, his men would march in as liberators, not as conquerors. And in the months he'd waited, word had filtered down from the north. The barbarians, the Ostrogoths, had held a great conclave after he had taken Neapolis. They were tired of their weak usurper king. The Ostrogothic noble who had started all of this had been overthrown. He'd been replaced by a man named Vitiges, who had hunted him down and, though they were Christians, slaughtered him like a sacrifice at the altar, at least if rumors were to be believed. On the one hand, this was ill luck for Belisarius. The greedy, vacillating Ostrogothic king was perhaps one of his greatest allies in this fight. So far, he'd taken half of Italy without real opposition. On the other hand, this instability had caused Vitiges to withdraw from Rome to rally his forces in the north, leaving the city truly open.
Yeah, so we kind of talked about this last time, how following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, there were some Ostrogothic kings, Odoacer, Theodoric in particular, and even beyond them, who essentially continued to rule as vassals of Rome, vassal kings of Eastern Rome, and there was a bit of an uneasy alliance. And these kings had to sort of work between their Ostrogothic allies, oftentimes in high places in the army, and, the citizens they were ruling over, the Roman Italians of their territory. This could be a little tricky sometimes, right? It might be hard to appease one group without upsetting the other, and we're seeing that tension kind of erupting here. Belisarius, as we've talked about, was doing a bit of a hearts and minds campaign as he was reconquering this territory. His approach was that this was territory populated by Romans that rightfully belonged to the Roman Empire. And so he wanted to get these people on his side, and he wanted to get them, opposing their Ostrogothic overlords, to frame it in that way, or just the Ostrogothic nobles, kings, and military commanders who were ruling over them. The idea is to bring these Romans back into the fold of the Roman Empire, right? Because that's how they viewed it. This was Rome's rightful territory. And a big part in that was probably coordinating with the Pope. Now, we also talked about this last time. You don't have the official split between what would become Catholicism and Eastern Orthodox Christianity at this point, but there is definitely tension between the East and the West. The most important figure in the East is the Patriarch of Constantinople, and in the West, it is the Pope of Rome. So that's an important person to get on your side if you want to get the people of this region on your side.
With the blessing of the Pope, Belisarius would take what had once been the greatest city in the world without unsheathing his sword. It was a long wait, but at last, the Pope's blessing had come. They had marched as soon as they'd had word.
Originally, by the way, the system was you essentially had four important patriarchs, and four important patriarchs of Christendom, one in Rome, one in Constantinople, I believe one in Alexandria, and then I can't remember the fourth location for the life of me. I'm sure someone will remind me down below. But you essentially had four of these important Christian religious leaders, but over time, the ones in Constantinople and Rome became the most important, and of course would sort of become the centers of these two different branches of Christianity, Orthodoxy and Catholicism.
The 10th day of December, they reached Rome, and for the first time in 60 years, Rome was once again ruled by Romans. Belisarius sent the keys of the city back to his good friend Justinian as a sign that...
Frankly, officially the first time in those years, but even before the collapse of the West, a lot of the ruling was not done by quote-unquote real Romans. Those barbarians, and as we've mentioned, barbarians was really just anyone who wasn't Roman. Those barbarian generals and politicians were already doing a lot of the ruling even before the emperor in the West was overthrown.
That together, they had once again made the emperor the ruler of Rome. With this gift, though, he also sent a request for more men. After leaving yet another garrison in Neapolis, he could muster barely 5,000 men to hold the Eternal City. Rome was in Ostrogothic territory. Though the Ostrogoths were disorganized and some of their force were scattered, they could still levy tens of thousands. As soon as they reorganized and collected their forces, they'd be back. If he was to last out the winter with his handful of men, he would have to see to the defense. He put his men to work on rebuilding the crumbling Aurelian walls, while he had the populace restock the city's granaries. And as the walls rose and the granaries filled, he considered his situation. His position was perhaps not as desperate as it looked. The Aurelian walls were high and mighty. The Tiber River ran straight through the city, so they could be certain of fresh water. The grain they had just brought in to stock their own larders would deprive any opponent of living off the countryside.
I will say, I do wonder how long-term Justinian thought this conquest was going to be. Now, of course, from our position, we know that it didn't actually last very long. That territory was not really brought back into the fold of the Roman Empire. It was reconquered and lost forever to the Roman Empire. There was still a relationship between Rome and its former territories, but the Eastern Roman Empire would not politically control those territories in the long term. So we know that in the moment, right, Justinian doesn't, and of course he was a very ambitious guy, but I have to think he must have recognized how sort of untenable this was, how many resources it would take, how difficult it would be to reconquer so much territory. Now, in his time, as we've talked about, people could still remember when there was a existing Western Roman Empire. They could remember when this territory was controlled by Rome, and so it wasn't impossible to imagine it would be again. But just on a practical level, that takes a lot of effort, manpower, and resources, and I don't know, but I do wonder sort of what Justinian's calculus on that was.
And his Ostrogothic foes had little mastery of siege warfare. His only fear was that his 5,000 men were far too few to man the 12-mile circuit of the walls. He would need reinforcements, or he'd have to press the citizenry into service to watch for an attack. Winter passed into early spring. It was the 11th of March, and Belisarius' enemy still hadn't arrived. Roman scouts in the north had told him of an Ostrogothic horde on the march, but he hadn't seen him yet. His garrison at the Solarian Bridge hadn't reported in this morning. It might be nothing, but he feared they had met with Ostrogothic vanguard.
Uh-oh.
The position was strong, and a few men could hold there against a much larger force for quite some time. He would take his elite cavalry and investigate. If his force at the bridge had run into the enemy, his heavy cavalry, plus the men manning the bridge towers, might be able to do enough damage to convince the Ostrogothic vanguard to wait for the main Ostrogothic force, rather than trying to push their way across the river, which would give him more time to prepare the city itself. As he led his men across the countryside, he could feel it. Something was wrong. Suddenly, they were upon him. The men at the tower had fled without a fight, and the Ostrogoths had already crossed the river. Their advanced forces swarmed around him before his men were even prepared. Then he heard it, in the rough Gothic tongue. "The white-faced bay! Fire on the white-faced bay!" They'd recognized his famous steed. Showers of arrows and darts fell upon him. Only the thickness of his armor and the strength of his shield kept him from 1,000 different deaths. "To Rome! Ride, men, ride!" His men...
Hey man, you read, about the experiences of Belisarius. This was a man who, he was very brave, he was a leader, he often found himself in danger. Often, there's, with a lot of these great sort of military leaders of history, there's a combination of skill and luck. There are several moments when, frankly, Belisarius' life was only saved by luck. Luck that he wasn't struck down and killed in an instant, and that he was able to keep on going.
Crowded around him, covering him with their shields. They hewed their way out, cutting down foe after foe in a furious melee. It was chaos, dust and horses and screams all about, but then they were through. They'd broken through the enemy line and were riding on to Rome. "To the gates, men!" he shouted. But at the gates they refused to let him through. The soldiers on the walls didn't recognize him, covered in the mud and gore of the field.
Oh, man.
He shouted at them, and they argued as the Ostrogoths got ever closer. They were nearly upon him now. "Men, at least we could die with glory," he shouted, and spurred his exhausted horse to...
Hey, not the worst time someone hasn't been recognized by their own men. I think of, say, Stonewall Jackson in the American Civil War, who, when coming back to camp, was mistaken for an enemy by his men and was killed. So, not getting let in, not great, definitely not ideal in that moment, but at least you weren't struck down dead.
Charged the approaching horde. His men followed with him. They would go out as one last gleaming, glorious charge of Rome. But the pursuing barbarians were out of formation and not expecting an attack. His countercharge was devastating, and now it was the barbarians' turn to flee. Seeing all this from the ramparts, the garrison relented and let him re-enter the safety of the city, realizing that anybody attacking their enemy with such savagery must be their allies.
Yeah.
Time passed, and the Ostrogoths...
You gotta imagine them sitting there on the walls like, should we let that guy in? Maybe he actually is Belisarius. Look at him go.
...in for a siege. They cut the aqueducts. For the first time in 1,000 years, Rome was without running water. But more on Belisarius' mind was that without the aqueducts to power the mills, he couldn't process the grain they'd stored up into flour, and without that, the city would starve. He'd been thinking on this problem for some time. He had a solution, but it was a wild one. He would put mills on boats. He would put them on boats, and he'd put them on the Tiber. He would then put a water wheel between the boats, and so long as the boats were moored to both banks of the river by good taut rope, they would stand still, and the wheel would turn. And so, the Tiber flowed, and the grain flowed, and the people had bread.
I mean, hey, that is some ingenuity. I do not know if I would have thought of that solution.
But as the Ostrogoths learned of this solution, they tried to counter it by tossing trees and corpses...
Yeah, perhaps a little more vulnerable to enemy attack, though.
...into the river to break the ropes holding the mills in place. But to this, too, Belisarius had a solution. He had a large chain stretched across the river, and simply had the men fish out anything that got stuck on it well before it reached the floating mills. And so, the populace of Rome was fed, but they were nervous. Inactivity breeds desperation in men. All the tradesmen and farmers and merchants had nothing to do. They couldn't practice the crafts to which they'd become accustomed, and so simply sat in their houses and talked. Talked at times of how it might be better if they surrendered. Belisarius saw only...
Yeah, it's interesting to see Rome in this state. We sort of talked about this last time, how this is not the Rome you think of when you think of the Roman Empire. Well, of course, this is a post-Roman Empire Rome. But, even in the last couple decades, 100-plus years of the Roman Empire, Rome, the city, was not as grand as it had been in prior years. It had lost its importance. A lot of its status, frankly, due to just political and military circumstances. As the empire became more chaotic and split up, it became less effective as a base of operations for the emperor and the military, and emperors began to station themselves closer to the provinces, and Rome declined. It had lost a lot of its population. It was still a city that meant something. It had a legacy. It was an important symbol. It had a lot of important architecture and monuments. But a lot of that at this point was kind of crumbling. It hadn't been tended to. A lot of it was falling down. It certainly wasn't the city with the grandeur that you imagine. And of course, Constantinople had been the center of definitely the Eastern Roman Empire, but even sort of the Roman Empire overall, the West and the East. By the end, Constantinople was the most impressive city in that empire, not Rome.
Only one option. He would make them soldiers. He wouldn't merely press them into service, he would give them pay. He would organize them into squadrons. He would make them proud to be Romans again. And with them, he would finally have...
I mean, this is a real callback, This is a callback to the good old Roman Republic, when the armies of Rome were still filled by sort of, Roman Italian civilian soldiers. It had been hundreds and hundreds of years since this kind of thing. I mean, not at all, obviously. But if you look at the history of the Roman Empire, most of it involves Rome's armies being made up of not people from the Italian peninsula, people from all throughout the Roman Empire. So this isn't super meaningful, but on sort of a symbolic level, it is interesting to see, citizens of Rome take up arms to defend the city.
Have enough men to watch the walls. The enemy was upon him. Today was, at last, the day. Men from the wall had just come to his camp to tell him that siege engines had approached. Great towers made for storming the battlements had been seen rolling toward them, and rams, covered, wheeled, and dragged by oxen, slowly made for his gates. Belisarius rode to the walls. He could see the fear in their eyes. His Romans, soldiers though he tried to make of them, were terrified of these machines of war. He surveyed the battlefield. Then he laughed. He took the bow from his back and loosed 3 arrows. 3 riders fell, and a cheer went up along the wall.
Really?
Fire at the oxen, men.
See, that's one of those moments. It's a little too cinematic. You know what I mean? Do I really believe Belisarius loosed 3 arrows and each of them hit their mark? Probably not. Maybe something like that happened, but I imagine we get this from Procopius, maybe, or some other historian. That's probably a bit of exaggeration. You know what I mean? Remember, if we are, and I don't know if the source of this is Procopius, or not, but if it is Procopius, we're writing a bit of imperial history here. He wrote his secret history in which he was very negative on the people who surrounded him, but in the official history, he pretty positively portrayed these people. Plus, these ancient historians, they were kind of moving past antiquity, but I'll lump Procopius in. They loved a bit of exaggeration,
He shouted. The siege was on. The hail of arrows from his defenders had felled the oxen dragging the Ostrogothic war machines, leaving the machines dead, inert hulks like the skeletons of giants just sitting in the fields before Rome. But while Belisarius had stopped the main assault, another force had gotten over one of the lower walls on the other side of the city with the aid of siege ladders. He whipped his famous steed along the city walks, gathering whatever troops he could to ride with him as he flew along the streets of Rome. As he reached the walls, he saw it. The men there were hard-pressed. He knew his small force wouldn't be enough to turn the tide upon the wall. But there was still one option. The men who were with him were horsemen. They'd be of little use on the ramparts, but out in the field, well... "Open the gates," he bellowed, and as the melee swirled on the walls above, he charged his men out, beyond the safety of the city. His cavalry crashed into the Ostrogoths still waiting to get up.
I mean, risky move, but if you're struggling to defend your city from this siege, and we've talked about he doesn't have enough men to man these walls, a lot of these soldiers are just civilians, very lightly trained for this. They're not ready. If you had this cavalry force, it might be time to sully out and take the action to your opponent. Try and engage in a skirmish that drives them away. Risky, but it could save the city.
Up the siege ladders, and they broke, scattered before this terrifying assault, leaving the attackers already on the wall cut off. Belisarius looked out on the piles of ash standing before Rome. His men had reduced the immobile war engines to soot with arrows of fire. He had won the day. But how many more days? Even though the victory was great, it wasn't without its cost. How many more victories until he had no men left? He decided he would write again to Justinian.
Yeah, I mean, you think of the Roman Empire, Rome should be home base. But that is not the Roman Empire we're dealing with. This is more the home base of the Ostrogoths than it is the Romans at this point. The Ostrogoths, this is where their empire is based. They can draw on reinforcements, resources. Rome is centered in Constantinople. They only recently reconquered Roman territory in North Africa, and so in order to send over resources and reinforcements, that takes a lot of effort and mobilization. Belisarius can't necessarily draw from the territory around him, at least not that much. He needs reinforcements to be sent from Constantinople. So this takes a lot more effort for the Romans, Justinian, to send men and resources his way than it does for the Ostrogoths, who are closer to their home base, frankly.
Finally, troops arrived. They'd been held up by bad weather in Greece. The bulk of his reinforcements were still there, but 1,600 cavalry had made their way to him, and 1,600 cavalry was just what he needed. He took to regularly raiding any group of Ostrogoths that separated from the main force. His troops would charge in, shred these groups with bowfire from horseback, and retreat to the safety of the walls before the main Ostrogothic army could catch him. But still they suffered. His supplies were dwindling. Citizens from the city would beseech him daily to let them at least die in battle rather than starve to death within their homes. At last he relented. They would have battle. And that battle was a close one. His cavalry had driven back the Ostrogoths, starting a rout, but his infantry, undisciplined and pressed into service, lost all order, and took to looting the Ostrogothic camp rather than chasing the fleeing enemy. The Ostrogoths had then
these are citizen soldiers pressed into service. This ain't the Roman legions of old. These are people who have just been trained up and equipped for this. This is not going to be the highest level of discipline you're ever going to find.
And fell upon his now totally disorganized infantry while they tried to loot what bounty they could. All order had disintegrated. It was a headlong rush back to the safety of the walls. He'd not lost too many men, but it was the worst they'd suffered since arriving in Rome. From here on, they would wait it out. But the Ostrogoths suffered too. Not long after the battle, the barbarians had sent an emissary to make peace. In order to work out the terms, they had agreed on a 3-month truce. But during these 3 months, Belisarius hadn't been idle. He had resupplied the city. His reinforcements had finally arrived, and he had fanned them out, slowly moving them to strategic locations all around the Ostrogothic force. Then, one night, the Ostrogoths tried to take Rome by surprise. But that simply wasn't going to happen on his watch. With this attempt foiled, and with his reinforcements slowly creeping toward their rightful capital, the Ostrogoths finally decided it was time to leave Rome. They burnt their camp and headed north. But Belisarius wasn't done with them yet.
And hey, that's quite a feat to defend this city, which, as we've talked about, was not necessarily the most defensible of cities. That's one of the reasons that Rome had been less important near the end of the Western Empire and why it hadn't served as the capital for a while, along with not being positioned very well. As I said, emperors wanted cities closer to the provinces. It also was not the most defensible city. That sort of wasn't the purpose of Rome. There were other cities that were much easier to defend from an enemy onslaught. So this is quite an achievement. Even though, Rome did certainly have some pretty impressive defenses. Even at this point, they were kind of crumbling a little bit, but the city certainly had defenses. But, this is still quite the achievement from old Belisarius.
Once half of them had crossed the Milvian Bridge, he unleashed his cavalry on those remaining on his side of the water, slaughtering the lot of them. Belisarius had at last completed Justinian's dream. Rome was once again truly part of the Roman Empire. And that brings this series to a close, but that is not the end of the story. We'll leave off at this high watermark for Justinian, Theodora, and Belisarius for now, but if our Patreon supporters vote in favor of it, we can come back to tell the rest of this tale and find out just what happens to Justinian's dream of a...
Alright, well, I guess I see how this worked. I see why this series is 12 episodes long. I guess they did half, and then, called for the patrons to do the rest. But yeah, this is a 12-episode series, so we have got, about the last half to go. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian and Theodora Part 7, The Cracks Begin to Spread by Extra History. So we return right in the middle of Belisarius' campaign to retake Italy. Last time we saw him defend Rome from an Ostrogothic siege, and though that was a fantastic achievement both for him and Emperor Justinian, there is still more to be done. There are enemies to be defeated, territory to be both reconquered and defended, and we'll get more into that this episode. Now, before we do, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon. It is linked down below. With all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
Last we had left off, Belisarius had finally broken the siege of Rome. Reinforcements had arrived. The Ostrogoths had fallen back to northern Italy to prepare a last defense for Ravenna.
And Ravenna, by the way, had been the capital of the Western Roman Empire during sort of its decline. We've talked about this in prior episodes. As the empire became more chaotic and struggled to keep itself together, Rome was not so effective as a capital. They wanted a capital that was easier to defend and closer to the provinces. And so Ravenna was that capital in sort of the later years of the Roman Empire, the sort of center of military and political affairs, at least in the West. Of course, in the East, Constantinople had for a while been the center of political and military affairs, and would continue to be so, of course.
Capital of the late Western Empire. It looked like soon Italy, the birthplace of Scipio, Caesar, and Augustus, would be back in Roman hands.
Yeah.
But with new forces came new commanders. One of these commanders was Narses, the eunuch who had helped Justinian suppress the Nika revolt. Another commander, who had just started coming to the fore, was a man named John, who led the main cavalry detachment. When these reinforcements arrived, Belisarius ordered John to range north, to raid and loot and capture what he could, and to leave no enemy behind him lest he be cut off. John flew north with a speed and fury unmatched. He ravaged the countryside and scattered armies before him. Then he came to Oximus. Here there was a strong garrison of Ostrogoths, well armed and ready for war. He decided that his cavalry was not the proper tool for such a siege, and passed by this city on his way north. Then again, at Urbinus he did the same. But when he came to Ariminum, the Roman population threw open the gates, and seeing their defense lost, the Ostrogothic garrison fled.
Which is great. I mean, John is flying north. The problem is, and we talked about this as Belisarius made his way up Italy, it's not very wise to leave fully defended enemy forts in your rear, because they can attack you, right? That was one of the big problems Belisarius was facing, is that he didn't have enough men, but he couldn't just leave these enemy forts, behind him. He had to take them as he went. John, on the other hand, not a care in the world. He's just going forward.
So John, knowing that Ariminum lay only a day's march from Ravenna, seized the opportunity and took the town, hoping that it would force much of the Ostrogothic army in the field to withdraw to their capital. And this it did, for the most part. But as the Ostrogothic forces retreated north, they strengthened their garrisons at the towns that John had left behind. So Belisarius sent swift...
John is essentially leaving himself in a position to be surrounded.
messengers with word to John to abandon the town
and besieged
of Ariminum and rejoin the main Byzantine force. But John refused. And by twice not heeding Belisarius' orders, first by leaving uncaptured towns behind him, and then again by refusing Belisarius' direct order now, he found himself cut off, surrounded, and besieged.
And I don't want to be premature, because this is going to be a topic of this video and beyond, but the insubordination of John is sort of a sign of something more that's going to come, which is Belisarius is going to start having some issues with these other commanders that have been sent. And this, there is just blatant insubordination, but at a deeper level, and we're going to get more into this, it relates to something we've talked about before, which is that sort of distrust Justinian has for Belisarius. Justinian, even though Belisarius, frankly, because Belisarius has all these great achievements that he has done on behalf of his emperor, Justinian is getting a little nervous that Belisarius is getting a little too popular, a little too powerful, and he doesn't want to just hand him more power. In fact, he wants to kind of put a limiter on Belisarius, So that's going to be, keep an eye out for that, because that's a problem we're going to be dealing with definitely in this campaign.
At Firmum, Belisarius called a council of war. All his generals assembled. He laid out his plan. They would take a cautious approach north. It was tragic, but he would not risk the whole army to save John from his insubordination. For the most part, the generals murmured in agreement. But then, in the back, Narses stood up. With a wave of his hand, he said that John could be dealt with later if they were to relieve the city, but the loss of 2,000 of their best cavalry without a fight would be an unconscionable failure of command. Just then, a ragged horseman burst into the council tent. Having clearly ridden hours on end, he unsteadily stumbled toward Belisarius and handed him a letter. It was from John. His forces were on the brink of starvation. They could last 7 more days, and then they would have to surrender. Reluctantly, Belisarius agreed to Narses' plan. They would relieve Ariminum. The eunuch smiled. John was his friend, or at least his political ally. Wheels were turning out of Belisarius' control. So Belisarius drew up a new plan.
Right, and with this whole situation, we see sort of John and Narses acting a little independently of Belisarius. There's always the question of, all right, well, did they just, especially Narses, take advantage of their situation in order to do that? Or did Justinian send them explicitly to take some of that power away from Belisarius? We can't truly know, it's difficult to tell, but I think Justinian knew what he was doing. I think he was clearly nervous about Belisarius' position, and I think he did want to, take some of that authority and distribute it among his other men. So that's sort of my take on this.
He would relieve Ariminum, but as was always his method, if he could, he would do it without having to fight. So he split his armies into 3 sections, one which would head to Ariminum by sea, one which would march up the coast, and another which would descend upon it from the mountain passes to the northwest. But the force that was to head up the coast wasn't to engage. It was simply to approach the Ostrogoths, and then at night light many, many fires, so that they appeared to be a massive horde. And then the next morning the sails of the fleet would appear on the ocean, and the banners of the remaining force would appear from the mountains.
Hey, Belisarius, he's great in a fight, but he's also a very cunning, intelligent general. He knows how to maneuver his way around a battle, or at least give him the advantage he needs to win a battle. He's a smart guy. He knows that the Ostrogoths probably know that Belisarius has finally received some reinforcements, so he sends what looks like a massive horde, though it isn't, to approach the city. Then they see another force coming, and a force coming on sea. It looks like they're being surrounded by a massive force of Roman soldiers. Now that isn't really what's happening, or at least Belisarius is massively exaggerating the numbers of his men, but that's what it's going to look like.
And the Ostrogoths, seeing that they were surrounded, would flee. And, unlike most things in military planning, it worked exactly as planned. As soon as the ship's sails appeared on the horizon, the Ostrogoths besieging Ariminum broke and ran. Had John's cavalry not been so depleted by hunger and exhaustion, they might have been able to end the war right there. But instead, a gaunt and haggard John stumbled out of Ariminum to be greeted by Belisarius, who suggested that he thank the commander of the sea-bound forces for his rescue. Instead, John answered that his thanks were to Narses, and the cracks began to spread.
And so not only are these two sort of acting somewhat independently of Belisarius, but they've got a bit of an alliance, John and Narses, which is even more dangerous for Belisarius, who, is supposed to be running this campaign. He needs to be the one in charge for things to work effectively. Now, that does involve handing him a lot of power and authority, which is what Justinian is nervous about. But Justinian sent him out there in the first place, and in order to, as I said, act effectively, he needs that kind of authority.
Narses and Belisarius...
And he's obviously the man for the job. Belisarius is the most talented general Justinian has.
Belisarius disagreed on the strategy. Much of the original army was loyal to Belisarius, as he had seen them through so much. But a great number of the new troops saw Narses as their commander. After all, as they saw it, without him they would have lost Ariminum, John, and the 2,000 men with him, when instead they had easily driven the Ostrogoths back without a fight. Didn't this clearly show that Narses knew what he was doing? Besides, Narses controlled their pay. All of this finally came to a head around Mediolanum.
Even though it was, Belisarius who had orchestrated that rescue.
Mediolanum was the second richest city in Italy.
Yeah.
It had supported the Roman cause, and now it was under siege by the...
Mediolanum is another one of those cities that it had been an important city, but it had grown in importance in the late Roman Empire, the late Western Roman Empire, as the city of Rome fell into decline.
nephew of Vitiges. Belisarius wanted to focus much of the Byzantine efforts on relieving it. Narses said that this was inefficient, and he would take his forces elsewhere while Belisarius handled Mediolanum. But this was it. Belisarius was putting his foot down. He cracked out a letter that Justinian had sent that read, "In sending Narses, our purser, to Italy, we do not invest him with the command of the army. It is our wish that Belisarius alone shall lead the whole army as seems good to him, and it behooves you all to obey him in the interest of our state." But Narses, being well practiced in the ways of the court, seized on this last sentence and proclaimed, "Your plan is not in the interests of the state." Belisarius had no answer to this. He would not risk open conflict with the second most senior commander, so...
Yeah, so this is where you're kind of like, all right, what exactly was Justinian playing at? And I think, you can be open to the solution that maybe Justinian was contradicting himself. Now, there's one version of events where, Justinian invests Belisarius with this authority, but he basically says to Narses, all right, head in there, you know what you have to do, take, etc., etc. And so this move from Narses would be approved of by Justinian. There's a version of events where, Justinian is worried about Belisarius, and he sends Narses in to maybe take some of that power away, but, as evidenced by this letter, he ultimately does want Belisarius in charge of this campaign. There's another version where Justinian is legitimately contradicting himself. He is worried about Belisarius gaining too much power. He wants Narses to go in and take it away, but maybe he's also like, all right, but Belisarius is the best guy I've got. We don't know what was going through his head. We don't really know what his intentions were. You can sort of decide on that yourself. I think it's pretty clear that Belisarius was the best guy for the job, and I think Justinian knew that. It's also clear to me that Justinian was worried about Belisarius gaining too much authority. Now, on the topic of this letter, I really don't know. It seems to me, explicitly, that it does invest Belisarius with sort of ultimate authority over this venture. But then again, maybe that loophole was sort of intended. I really don't know. It's hard to tell here if Narses is acting, in Justinian's interest, essentially, or, doing what Justinian wants, or if he is sort of slipping behind his back and acting in his own interest. I don't know. That is what is kind of unclear to me, in this moment in particular, with this letter.
So he consented to march with Narses and John to take Urbinus and secure the road to Ariminum before relieving Mediolanum. And so the three armies marched, theoretically united but very much a tripartite force, with different commanders at its head. And when they finally got to Urbinus, they set up 3 separate camps. Shortly after reaching Urbinus, even though coming here had been Narses' idea in the first place, both John and Narses decided that it was impregnable and took off. Narses headed to Ariminum to threaten the Ostrogothic capital, and John charged off into the countryside to make short work of Forum Cornelii and collapse another Ostrogothic province. But Belisarius stayed, and with that remarkable Belisarian luck, in this town which every other commander had said was impregnable, a town that was so well supplied and so well defended, suddenly, and for no explicable reason, the town's spring, their only source of water, ran dry. Without water...
As we've said, with those great generals like Belisarius throughout history, you need skill and competence and leadership and all that kind of stuff. You also need a good deal of luck. Luck is going to get you a long way.
The defenders surrendered to Belisarius in a matter of days. But the siege of Mediolanum was getting worse. A force of 10,000 Burgundian warriors had crossed the Alps to join the Ostrogoths. This was far too much for the beleaguered Byzantine garrison to handle. Belisarius sent out a force to relieve the garrison, but when they saw the size of the opposing army, they stopped in their tracks and just stayed there outside the city. One night, a messenger from the commander in Mediolanum braved enemy lines and reached the relieving force asking for help, which they promised right away, but still, they didn't move. Finally, the relieving army asked for reinforcements. They asked that they be sent John's forces, which were in a neighboring province. Belisarius agreed and sent the order to John right away, telling him to come assist the relieving army in repelling the siege. But John refused.
See, this is the problem when you don't have a unified command, is that they're like, all right, why don't you have John come and relieve us? Belisarius, great idea. John, why don't you go do that? John's just like, nah, I'm not doing that. We're seeing all the issues with having, well, just the classic issues with having sort of split command over a campaign. It usually doesn't work that well. This is why you need sort of one unified command. You can think of, many examples. I went to World War II for some reason, where even though the Allied countries had issues with each other, they still had a sort of joint command that tried to work in a unified manner. Even when there's issues, militarily you need to act as one. And that is not happening here. You also see the issue with your top general being undermined by these other guys.
He would not obey the order unless it was countersigned by Narses. So, exasperated, Belisarius wrote to Narses to sign the order, which he did without hesitation, as clearly Mediolanum needed to be relieved. But then John fell ill, or at least appeared to, and the relief effort was delayed again. Reduced to eating dogs and mice, the forces of Mediolanum were in dire...
Yeah, to be clear, I don't know about John. He seems like a bit of a fool. I don't think that Narses was like an idiot or anything. Clearly, we've seen him in past episodes. He was a competent guy. He was a bit of a backrooms dealer, but he was also, not on the same page as Belisarius, looking out for either himself or, the sort of implicit goals of Justinian. I don't know. He wasn't, incompetent, but him and Belisarius were just working on different levels.
Dire straits. The Ostrogoths offered the troops honorable captivity, with their life and their status as free men intact, if they would open the town to them. The Roman commander in Mediolanum replied that he would accept, so long as the people of Mediolanum weren't harmed. But the Ostrogoths made no secret of the savage vengeance they wished to wreak on this town that had so quickly embraced the Romans. Inside, the Roman commander tried to rally his forces for one last desperate sally against the force arrayed outside their walls. But hunger and fear had taken their toll, and so, with outside help apparently not coming, the garrison at last surrendered. Days later, the relief force finally arrived.
Yikes.
They had seen dark smoke from the road. As they approached, all was quiet except for the crows. The walls were rubble in places. The great gate stood open. As they walked through, they were greeted with a sight of horror. Bodies and ash as far as the eye can see. Bodies in numbers unfathomable. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands laying in the black soot. Every man in the city had been slaughtered. Every woman and child had been dragged off as a slave. Then the Ostrogoths had put the town to the torch, and nothing of it remained. Amongst the rubble they found the body of Reparatus, the Praetorian prefect of Italy, and the brother of the Pope. He was barely recognizable, his limbs chopped into pieces, his body savaged by dogs.
Yikes.
This was the first sign that the Romans might not be able to protect the people of Italy, and things were only about...
Yeah, you've got that, ancient into medieval treatment of resisting cities, and as I said last time, the thing here is, you think about Italy and the Roman Empire, you think, oh, that's the main base of the Roman Empire. Not this Roman Empire. This is the Eastern Roman Empire under Justinian. It is centered around Constantinople. It takes quite a lot of effort to send all the manpower and resources necessary to reconquer this territory. And if you're talking about a long-term occupation, because that is essentially what we're aiming for, that is going to take a lot of effort, money, resources, manpower. It's going to be very, very challenging. Whereas the Ostrogoths, in this instance, this is their home territory. This is where their empire is based. So it's easier for them to round up reinforcements and supplies, though they are being pushed out of their own territory, so maybe the supplies will be an issue. The point is that if you want to control this territory for a long period of time, it's going to be very difficult for the Eastern Roman Empire to manage that. It's going to take a lot of resources and effort that they may not necessarily have, especially in the long term.
About to get worse.
Okay. There you go. That was the end right there. So, this campaign, it's very up and down. You have, the triumphal reconquest of a lot of Roman territory right in the heartland of the United Roman Empire. I mean, that's very impressive. That is quite the achievement for Belisarius and Justinian. But it's coming at a cost, and that cost sort of multiplies in the long term. So you've got, if you're the one running this occupation, or if you're Justinian who's the one making the decisions, you've got some things to think about. How practical really is this reconquest? Will it last in the long term? Or will we keep getting attacked on all sides by our enemies, and will the territory be whittled away? No spoilers, but So yeah, ups and downs, challenges, successes. That's how this campaign goes. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian and Theodora Part 8, Bad Faith by Extra History. Now last time we saw as Belisarius' campaign to retake Italy ran into some serious challenges. One of those challenges was insubordination from his own men, John and Narses, who had been sent directly by Justinian. Now, we don't entirely know if they had been sent by Justinian to undermine Belisarius because Justinian was worried about all the power he was accruing, or if they were simply acting independently, both of Belisarius and Justinian. We'll see if Belisarius continues to face these issues in this episode. Now, before we get into it, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon, which is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
Mediolanum had fallen. Its catastrophic destruction reverberated through Italy.
Mediolanum, one of the most important cities, definitely in northern Italy, but probably all of Italy at this time. Mediolanum, Ravenna, Rome, even though Rome had declined from what it once was, and it has just been sacked and the population killed or enslaved by the Ostrogoths.
Then through the entire Roman world. Belisarius penned a letter to his lifelong friend in the east, Justinian. There was an anger to this letter that Justinian had never seen from his friend. The letter laid out just how this tragedy came to be, and just who was at fault. Justinian immediately recalled Narses, and with the order to recall Narses, he sent another letter. There would be no equivocation this time. All of Italy would know Belisarius was in command. And with a semblance of unity restored to the army, one by one the remaining Ostrogothic strongholds fell.
Right. And so in this instance, it looks like Justinian is on Belisarius' side, but I don't know if that entirely clears it up. Now, by the way, there is the question, was Belisarius always loyal to Justinian? And I'm a firm believer that he was. I think his actions evidence that he was loyal to Justinian. He was loyal to the Roman Empire. Now, there are more moments in the future that could make you question, and I think Justinian certainly did, but first and foremost, I think Belisarius was loyal. Now, that moment there, once again, as with everything, there's a lot of ways you could interpret it. If you believe that Narses and John were genuinely acting on their own initiative, this could be Justinian first finding out about it, and he could genuinely be upset and like, no, this is not what I intended. Belisarius is in charge. I think that's a very real possibility. It could be that maybe he did want them to go and undermine Belisarius a little bit, but when he learned about how badly things had gone, he was like, okay, no. Maybe it's even more that, he really did want them to undermine Belisarius, and he really was worried about Belisarius, but he was willing to put that aside for, the practical achievement of the mission he had sent Belisarius on. I think it's difficult to know what's the truth, because we'd have to be able to see inside Justinian's brain, right? How much does he trust Belisarius? How much is he taking practical considerations into account? We don't truly know. I think that obviously he wanted this achieved, and I think he recognized that Belisarius was the right man for the job. And so I genuinely think, however much he trusted Belisarius, we don't know. They'd known each other, been friends for a long time. I think Justinian was worried. I don't know how much he trusted Belisarius, but I think he knew Belisarius was the man for the task, and I reckon when he saw things were going a little sideways, he wanted to reinvest Belisarius with the authority he was supposed to have. right? That is my sort of read of the situation, but once again, you could interpret it in a couple of different ways.
By the spring of 540, Belisarius was at last at the gates of Ravenna. Victory was so close. He lay siege to the city, and when Vitiges' nephew came to lift the siege, he sent John, who, yes, was still in service, to capture the towns to the east, where the families of most of the soldiers of Vitiges' nephew's army lived. As word of this passed through the enemy ranks, the army melted away almost overnight. With no chance of rescue, Vitiges began to negotiate his surrender. But even as he and Belisarius began to talk terms, there was a shift in the wind in the east. Back in Rome, Justinian looked out over his city. A new capital. Not just because Constantine had founded it when Rome began to fail, but because he had reforged it. The Hagia Sophia stood complete. The palace was more magnificent than it had ever been. And soon his new capital would rule over the old homeland.
Yeah, I mean, Constantinople had been the most magnificent city of the empire, even before Justinian. As we've talked about, that honor once belonged to Rome, but the city was not what it once was. A lot of its architecture was crumbling, its population had massively declined. So Constantinople was already this monument to Roman resource and achievement, but especially now, especially after the reign of Justinian, it was truly an impressive and magnificent city that people throughout the entire Middle Ages would visit from, pretty far, and would always be impressed and awed by, especially if they were religious. If they were Christian, something like the Hagia Sophia would really make an impression. But even if they weren't, just the grandeur of the city would be impressive.
He had retaken Africa, and now Italy. Perhaps one day he would reconquer Hispania. A messenger woke him from his reverie. A letter. It took him but a minute to read what it said. Then he ordered, "Pen, paper, quickly. Fetch the senators Domnicus and Maximin." In that instant, those dreams of empire left his mind. Now he was a man trying to balance on a knife's edge. Vitiges had not been idle. While they'd been closing the noose on him, he had written to the Persians in one last desperate gamble. He had told them how much of the Byzantine force was tied down in Italy. And now that eternal peace, that peace that he, Justinian, had paid so dear...
Eternal peace. Right, okay, these two rivals who were always fighting each other. I think the Romans and the Persians might be one of the great rivalries of history for how long they fought back and forth. They had signed an eternal peace, right? With all of Justinian's great accomplishments, this was supposed to be another. I have secured peace eternally in the East. Yeah, right. I'm not buying that. And that eternal peace really did not last long. And by the way, this is the issue with running this big empire. Justinian's already running a big empire with the Eastern Roman Empire. He's trying to return to the unified Roman Empire, which was even more unwieldy. This is the problem. You've got all your soldiers off in the west trying to reconquer Africa and Italy, and who knows what's next? Maybe Hispania, maybe beyond. You've got issues throughout the rest of the empire that those soldiers need to attend to. You get stretched very thin. I mean, this is sort of the story, one of the stories of the decline of the Roman Empire. It was faced with a lot of issues, but the Roman Empire, as it began to decline, was absolutely stretched thin, trying to defend all of its different territories. Justinian is already in that situation, and he's only making that problem worse by taking more and more territory.
Dearly for was coming to an end. Two senators rode up to the command tent of Belisarius' camp. It was strange. They lacked the usual baggage and hangers-on of senators. Their entourage was only a small bodyguard to get them through the ravaged countryside. Belisarius bade them enter, and asked why they'd come. "War has come to the east," they said. "You're needed in Constantinople at once. We bring the Emperor's terms for the Ostrogoths. We've gotten Vitiges to agree. Now your signature is all that remains." Belisarius took the paper they offered him, the peace agreement they had just given to Vitiges, and with each line he read, he became more and more filled with rage and disbelief. Vitiges would remain king of the Ostrogoths. The Ostrogoths would get to keep all land north of the Po. They wouldn't even be seizing all of the Ostrogothic treasury. This was outrageous. He had committed so many years of his life to this fight. He hadn't...
It's not that bad considering all you've done, but from the perspective of a man who has been working so hard, losing men, struggling through this, you can see why he might have the mentality, no, we gotta go till the end. we gotta finish this. I empathize with that. But if you actually look back, so much has been achieved already.
Battled starvation, fought against insubordinate commanders, and sacrificed the lives of countless men just to give up now. Not now. Not when they were days away from achieving everything that they had planned so many years ago. He turns to the senators. I won't sign it. I don't believe these terms came from Justinian. Without an order directly from him to sign such a piece of ignominy, my pen will never touch that page. He knew full well that even if Justinian actually...
Right, and so this is one of those questionable loyalty moments from Belisarius. Now, like I said, I believe Belisarius was loyal to Justinian, but also, I think he probably knew who this was from and just didn't want to believe it, or wanted to finish the campaign, which is, I mean, this could be considered an act of insubordination. I think it's kind of in Justinian's favor. I mean, he's doing the job. But if you're someone who believes that Belisarius did have grander ambitions, maybe you could point to this. But I think this is more evidence that Belisarius was really committed to the campaign, not that he himself had grander ambitions, at least in terms of his own position and his own reputation and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, this is one of those moments.
Actually wished him to sign it, it would take weeks, perhaps months, for such an order to arrive, and by then he would have already crushed Ravenna. But as word of his rejection spread through the camp, one by one his generals came to tell him that they disapproved of his rejection of an imperial decision. And so he called a great council of his generals and asked them if they would have him approve of such a deal. Unanimously they said yes. And he said that exonerated him from any future troubles that may come from not defeating the Ostrogoths. He summoned the senators back and offered to sign, but the damage was already done.
Yeah, so he goes through with it, but, you know word of this is gonna get back, right?
Word of his refusal had not only passed through his camp, but made it to the halls of Ravenna. The Ostrogoths now suspected a trap. If Belisarius, the only Roman they saw as honorable, refused to sign, something must be wrong. And then, slowly, an idea made its way through the ranks of the Ostrogothic nobility. What if they were to go back to the old ways, the ways that came before the reign of the Ostrogothic kings? After all, Witigis had failed them, and the royal ancestral line of the Ostrogoths was nearly lost. What if, instead, they raised a new man to once again become the emperor of Western Rome? And soon this idea took root, and secretly the Ostrogothic nobility sent out a messenger to Belisarius, the Roman they trusted most.
Yeah, so you can imagine this is really going to be a problem for Justinian. And in fact, when you talk about the relationship between Justinian and Belisarius, and Justinian's potential suspicion of Belisarius, this is what people point to this very moment. Belisarius being offered the crown of the West. This is the big moment, and you can imagine why. If you're Justinian, maybe you're already a little suspicious of Belisarius. You think he has his own ambition, his own goals. First of all, he doesn't agree to sign the peace treaty you've sent him, even though he eventually said, oh, I'll go through with it. Then he gets offered the crown by the Ostrogoths. What's going on here? Does this guy want to be another emperor? So, you can see why you might be a little bit suspicious. And then, in terms of this offer, and we'll see what happens with it, but if you remember, Odoacer, who was an Ostrogothic king, deposed Romulus Augustulus, the last Roman emperor, and then essentially ruled as king of the Ostrogoths and vassal of Rome. Theodoric overthrew him, took over his position, and essentially did the same, ruled as king of the Ostrogoths, and essentially a vassal of Rome, king of this territory, not officially emperor, but that was sort of the deal they had worked out. And so they were kind of like, well, why don't we go back? I mean, you can go back to that, maybe go back even further. What if we crown him emperor? How about that? So it's not like you're too removed from this prior system. In fact, as we saw in previous episodes, it was only recently that sort of open warfare and hostility had broken out between the Ostrogoths and the Romans. So that's how you end up here.
The man they respected on the battlefield and off. They offered him the crown of Western Rome. Even Witigis, when he discovered this plot...
I think Belisarius was just a great general who conducted himself well. We've talked about how he appealed to the civilians, did this whole Hearts and Minds campaign. But, once again, if you're a suspicious emperor who's worried someone's coming after your crown, you see Belisarius, he's positioning himself for the crown. He's doing not only a military, but a political campaign. He appeals to his enemies, he appeals to the civilians. This guy must have crazy ambition. Once again, I don't think that's true, but it's not difficult to see why someone in Justinian's position may think that. Yeah.
Urged Belisarius to say yes. And so Belisarius called together all of his commanders and the senators from Rome and posed to them a question. If I could, without assaulting the city or wasting one more life, capture Vitiges, bring all of Italy under imperial dominion, and bring the entire Ostrogothic treasury back to Constantinople, would you support me? And around the room he got a resounding yes. And so he agreed to the Ostrogothic proposal. And
so not only do you have them offering him the crown, you have him on paper accepting it. Now, as we know, Belisarius does not become the emperor of Western Rome. This is a ploy to end the war, but that's another step up the ladder. He's been offered the crown, and he's even signed for it? How do you know that he didn't accept it and then get cold feet? And all these things, I'm sure, were flying through Justinian's head. Now, I do believe that this was a ploy in order to end this whole thing without more bloodshed. I think that's what he was going for, but,
marched his
all of it's very suspicious.
army into Ravenna. But once inside the walls, he exposed his real intentions: to claim Italy for Justinian, to seize the royal treasury, and to bring Vitiges captive back to the east. He made sure that no further Ostrogoths were harmed, that no looting was done, and that no property other than the royal treasury was seized. But even so, the Ostrogothic nobility was stunned. Here was the noblest of the Romans lying to them, breaking an oath to them, treating them in bad faith. The Ostrogoths raised up a new leader, but even he pled with Belisarius to take the throne of Italy for himself. Once more, Belisarius refused. And so, at last, 5 years after Belisarius had first sailed for Sicily, Italy was conquered. Justinian's dream was complete. But in the end, it had not been captured by force of arms. It hadn't submitted to an honorable peace or even fallen to a noble ruse. Instead, in those last few hours, it had fallen to broken oaths and bad faith.
Yeah, I guess, but, look, you look at different times throughout history, different societies, they have different honor codes, what is acceptable and not acceptable in warfare, and I understand that, but, and obviously this is my perspective from the year and society that I live in. I look at what Belisarius did, and I say, and I think this was probably his reasoning too, he said it, if you can end this thing without any more bloodshed, isn't it worth it? Even if you have to pretend to make a promise and then break it, I think it's worth it. Belisarius used a lot of guile and trickery to get around his opponents. We've seen that he was very cunning and intelligent throughout this campaign. If he could end a battle without drawing his sword, he would do so. And I think that's the right way to do things. So I think Belisarius made the right move, but I understand that from a different perspective, this is very bad faith and dishonorable and all that type of business.
And there are always consequences for broken oaths and bad faith. Some are felt soon after, others are buried as seed that sprout only in the darkest winter. And as Belisarius sailed home at last,
I think that few things are more honorable than saving a bunch of lives, even if it takes you breaking a promise you made.
longtime friend sat in his palace, feeling suspicion and
Right.
the pain of betrayal. The East was in turmoil. The border regions were already at war, and it was all because the man he trusted most in the world had disobeyed him. When his need was nearest, it seemed he could not count on anyone but Theodora.
Right, and of course Justinian had sent these orders to Belisarius because he needed him in the east. And Belisarius says no, then agrees to sign, then is offered the crown, accepts it, but says, oh, it's all a ruse. None of this is looking great to Justinian. He doesn't like a single bit of this.
This friend, this man that was nearer to him than a brother, had allowed one of the mightiest empires in the world to threaten Byzantium, to sate his own ego and ambition. The Ostrogoths had...
That's how it is from his perspective. Now, I don't believe that's what Belisarius was doing. I truly believe he wanted to bring this campaign to an end. I really don't think it was about personal ego or ambition. But, we don't know. Maybe it was. I think, to me, I look at Belisarius' career before this and after this, and it seems to me he was loyal to Justinian, and he remained loyal to Justinian. I feel like if he really was trying to sate his ego and his ambition, there are a lot of things he could have done differently, including, taking the crown, setting up his own kingdom or his own empire in Western Rome. Now, maybe you could argue, oh, well, that would never have worked, and he knew that, and so he was just being realistic. I don't know. But I think if he truly was not loyal and he was out for himself, we would have seen a lot more evidence of that than we get.
Had been broken. They could have always been conquered a few years down the line. But those months, those precious months that Belisarius had spent on the vanity of a complete...
I think with Justinian and Belisarius, we get the classic politician-general combination. It's very much an Augustus Agrippa type thing, but I think, Augustus tended to entrust Agrippa with more responsibility and be like, yeah, you can handle military affairs, I'll do my thing. Whereas, Justinian was definitely more of a micromanager, at least in terms of, Augustus could be a micromanager too, but Justinian was more likely to get involved in Belisarius' affairs and be suspicious of him, whereas I think that Agrippa-Augustus partnership was, a lot more solid. A lot less suspicion.
Conquest? Those months might cost them everything. His legions and his best generals, they were all in Italy. Byzantium herself stood exposed and undefended. And then there was the matter of the crown. What was he to...
Even though Agrippa did end up more involved in Roman politics and was not necessarily a threat to Augustus, but politically a threat to his family? Yeah, at times. So Agrippa actually was a little, I think, more politically ambitious, but him and Augustus worked very well together, whereas I think Belisarius honestly wasn't, but Justinian was, more concerned with what he was doing.
Think of the fact that Belisarius had accepted the Western crown. Sure, he had betrayed the Ostrogoths and told them all that he would never take a crown while Justinian lived, but he had accepted Imperium, and that does something to a man. And he had betrayed Justinian to do so. And what of the fact that clearly people thought he was suited to be emperor?
Right.
How do you put such a man at the head of armies? How do you trust such a man without reserve?
And once again, I think there is a fair concern there. I think he was loyal, and I think, Justinian should have been a little more practical with it, but we talked about this before. So many Roman emperors were made by, generals winning battles and their armies declaring them imperator and then them marching on Rome or whatever the capital was and taking the position. Think about, the first emperor was Augustus, but the guy who started it all, Julius Caesar, that was a general who had won popularity through his military accomplishments and then had, risen up as a political leader and really made his name through the military and his achievements. And, forever, before that was already a concern. But especially following Caesar, I think every time you are an emperor or a government watching a popular general, everyone was always thinking back to old Julius Caesar, worrying that the same thing was going to happen again.
And so, with these doubts, and with bad faith built on good intentions, the cracks begin to grow. Join us next time as the two greatest empires in the Western world come to blows, and the cracks begin to ripple outward.
Uh-oh. Hey, we got to see more of that Roman-Persian rivalry that we've been talking so much about. I think we got to talk about Khosrow next time, which will be fun. Anyway, yeah, this was a good episode. I always like the sort of intrigue surrounding Belisarius and Justinian and all these people. And, of course, there's more to go. It's not over. Belisarius has more of his career. There's some more drama left on the table. There always is. And we've got a couple more episodes. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian and Theodora Part 9, Justinian's Rival by Extra History. Now, last week we saw as Belisarius was recalled from Italy to take on a Persian invasion of Byzantine territory in the east. Today we'll be seeing how that plays out. Now, before we get into this one, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon. It is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
A comet crosses the sky. For 40 days and 40 nights it lingers, growing brighter, longer, then at last fading from view. It's an omen for empire. Its course is the course that all empires take. In Byzantium, sages debate its meaning, but its meaning would soon become all too clear.
True, though that trajectory for the Roman Empire was much longer than most. I mean, its rise and fall took a very, very long time if you're counting from the beginning of the Roman Republic until the end of the Eastern Roman Empire, the fall of Constantinople.
Hunnish and Bulgar raiders had let loose a storm like never before seen. Their incursions into Scythia Minor and Thrace had grown. City after city was sacked. Twice, Roman generals were defeated in the field, and the horde pushed all the way up to the Anastasian Wall, a bare 40 miles from Constantinople. Crops were left unattended.
Yeah, though there were several times throughout Roman history where it looked like that might come to an end much, much sooner. I mean, seriously, the Roman Empire could have ended a full 1,000 years before it actually did.
Massive portions of the population were enslaved. The economy of the nearby provinces was in ruin. Tax revenue had dropped, and the infrastructure would take years to rebuild. But this was only a temporary threat. Barbarians retreat, raids come and go. And though this one was of the likes not seen in decades, it only served as a prelude to the events that would follow. For the real threat was in the south. A border dispute had flared up and become an open conflict amongst client tribes of the Byzantines and the Persians. These two great empires weren't at war, but the ancient world stood on a knife's edge. Justinian had to send somebody to pacify the situation, but Belisarius was still in Italy, and with him were many of the empire's best troops. So he sent a man named Cetus, who had been in the region.
Yeah, well, this is what happens when you're running this massive empire. And not only do you have to defend your existing borders, but you're trying to conquer new territory. You might end up in a situation where you desperately need troops in one area to the east, but a lot of your best men are being taken up in the west trying to reconquer Italy. You know, there's a lot to balance, and, you know, Justinian very well knows that. He is one of the emperors who balanced probably the most ambitious projects at one time, but it's still a problem that he's going to have to face.
Region ever since the First Persian War, where Belisarius had won fame at the Battle of Dara. And at first, all went well for Cetus. He tried to win the people to his side, and it worked. A tribe known to the Romans as the Aspetiani secretly sent envoys to Cetus to plead with him to let them remain free if, on the day of the battle when he went to put down the rebellion, they would abandon their rebel border tribes and join his force. Eagerly he accepted, thinking that this would be a route to a bloodless victory. When the Aspetiani switched sides, it would demoralize the other rebels, and when they saw how great a force they now faced, might even persuade them to come to terms. And so he had his promise inscribed on tablets of clay and sent by messenger to the Aspetiani. Then he readied his army for the battle. But on the way to confront the rebel forces, some of his outriders encountered a small group of Aspetiani and slew nearly all, either not knowing of the bargain that had been made, or not understanding just who this group of rebels was.
Yeah, that might put a bump in the road. That might hamper the agreement made between the two groups.
But some of these men escaped and made it back to their tribe. Shortly thereafter, Cetus cornered the rebels and prepared to fight them in the blasted Armenian hills. But the messengers he'd sent had taken other roads, and his army had outpaced them. So no tablets offering peace, and no promises of safe passage ever reached the Aspetiani.
Yikes.
Only news of the death of their comrades and their kin. And so the Aspetiani stayed with the rebels, their resolve to fight now insurmountable on account of the betrayal they thought had occurred.
Yeah, so not only did they not get the offer that was supposed to reach them, but what did reach them was news of an apparent betrayal and slaughter of their own people. So we've done a real 180 here. What seemed like, this little trick, we'll get some of their own guys to betray them, has gone in the complete opposite direction.
The battle was fierce, and it was personal. The rough terrain didn't allow for the elegant movement of armies, but instead split the fight into 1,000 small actions settled by bravery and skill at arms. And in this chaos, Cetus was isolated, and in his isolation he was recognized by the Armenians and struck down.
Oh.
And so Justinian next sent a man named Bozes to deal with the rebel Armenians. And Bozes invited them to treat with him, asking that they send their powerful men to speak about terms. The Armenians were distrustful of the Romans, but there was one among them, a man named John, who knew Bozes and trusted him, and so convinced the rebels that they should ride out and treat with him. But when they arrived, John's son-in-law saw that their meeting point was surrounded by the Roman army, and so begged John to leave. The rest of the group heard John's son-in-law and left. Only John remained.
Damn.
But for reasons that are still not clear, Bozes slew John, and when this became known, John's son-in-law...
Well, John's son-in-law was exactly right, hey? He was like, hey, this is a trap. We gotta get out of here. And everyone else listened, apart from John, who was then promptly killed. So, not some great diplomacy going on from the Romans, I gotta be honest.
Went to Khosrow, the energetic and able king of the Persians, and pleaded that he join the war. And in truth, the war may have already had his hand in it, as ever since Vitiges told him of Belisarius being tied up in the west, he had wanted a reason to attack the Byzantines.
I mean, look, you've got these two big empires, the Romans and the Sassanid Persians. If there's any sort of conflict going on nearby, they usually have some involvement. And by the way, we get to Khosrow, King of Kings, leader of the Sassanid Persians. We've done an entire series on him. We've reacted to extra history series on him, so I'll link that, down below and in the top right corner, so you should check that out if you're interested. But in many ways, his life and career sort of paralleled Justinian. They were both these deeply ambitious and successful leaders who, led their empires to, quite impressive heights, while neither of them being perfect. They both faced challenges and failures, but they seemed to have sort of a similar thing going on at the same time.
And now he had it. The great king marshaled his forces and drove into Byzantine territory. But rather than savage conquest, he had a better plan. After all, sieges were such a terrible waste of men and material. Instead, he would drive his massive force up to a town, pop in with his envoys, and let them know that for the low price of a huge amount of gold, he wouldn't burn anything or loot anybody or kill anyone. And for the most part, the towns agreed to this deal, which seemed like a far better bargain than being sacked after attempting a defense they couldn't possibly sustain. And this method of bargaining freed Khosrow to move north like lightning, collecting from town after town on the way until he reached Antioch. Here, the city decided to resist. Khosrow's force rapidly overwhelmed the defenses, but cleverly, he left one gate to the city open and unguarded. Seeing a chance for escape, the entire Byzantine garrison took off through the exit Khosrow had left them as soon as things started to go south. And here, Khosrow showed he wasn't playing around. He captured all the citizens, stole all the wealth, and then leveled the place to the ground. At this point, Justinian decided...
Yeah, Khosrow, he was an effective ruler. He was one of these guys who would do what it took to achieve his goals, but as you saw, he could be pragmatic, and, he could be more peaceful at times. If it called for it, he could also be very violent. He sort of at times took advantage of those who were dissatisfied with Justinian, dissidents of the Byzantine regime, and he would sort of invite them into his sphere of influence. Play this sort of magnanimous figure who was willing to support the arts and education and all that sort of stuff. And, he genuinely was. Of course, you can debate why exactly he wanted to do that. I don't think anyone ever really has pure intentions. He was obviously competing with the Eastern Roman Empire, but he definitely, portrayed himself as this more magnanimous, learned figure. Even though, as we saw, he could definitely be brutal and violent when he felt it was necessary. Look, you're leading this giant empire. That's sort of part of the job. You've got this massive military apparatus. You're the aggressor in this situation. It's probably going to take a bit of violence here and there. Not every victory is going to be bloodless.
It was time to treat with Khosrow, who asked for thousands of pounds of gold and an annual tribute to go away. But Khosrow wasn't done. Until messengers came back with his gold, he was going to continue his Raid the Byzantines party. But first on his to-do list was to take a lovely swim in the Mediterranean, to show just how far the Persian Empire had come, just like the Persian heroes of legend. When he was done with his...
Yeah, this was a big thing because, you know, the Romans were masters of the Mediterranean world, and though this Roman Empire, this Eastern Roman Empire that we're dealing with, is no longer master of the entire Mediterranean, it is the most powerful Mediterranean state at this point. That will, you know, fade at some point, but it's still seen as sort of the Mediterranean power. And, you know, the Persians, they've always been a little bit to the east, and they've always loved reaching the Mediterranean, conquering territory around it, if they could. Even just getting there, it's always been a bit of an FU to the Romans, being like, we're in your territory, we're in the Mediterranean, isn't that your thing? We'll take a lovely little swim. You know, it's kind of rubbing it in the Roman psyche a little bit.
Brief dip. He commenced part 2 of Operation Stick It to Justinian. In the next town he came to, he actually paid for a chariot race in the Hippodrome, but stipulated that the Green Rider had to win, because after all, as we all know, Justinian was a super fan of the blues. After this
See, this is the kind of, I mean, he's trolling. This is the kind of thing where Khosrow is giving money for the arts and sports and all that kind of stuff, but oftentimes he's doing it directly to spite Justinian, or at the very least to benefit at Justinian's expense, or to benefit at the Romans' expense. You know, I remember in the series we did on Khosrow, he also did this, as I said, in regard to dissidents of the Roman Empire. You know, intellectuals who weren't satisfied with Justinian's rule, or, you know, maybe they weren't satisfied with the religious order, or whatever it was. Khosrow would give them the whole, hey, we're open to scholarship, we're willing to fund you, just come to our empire. So, you know, he did a lot of that kind of stuff.
Masterclass in trollsmanship, messengers finally arrived from Justinian, agreeing to the terms. But Khosrow decided, you know, why let a little agreement get in the way of a good extortion campaign, and proceeded to do the same thing he'd been doing basically all the way back home.
Well, I mean, all of this had begun despite the fact that the Romans and the Persians had signed this, you know, eternal peace, so-called eternal peace, that was, as the name suggests, supposed to evermore cement peace between the two great rivals. That hadn't lasted long. I mean, you know, I don't think either side really respected it that much. If Khosrow hadn't been the aggressor, I can bet you that at some point the Romans would have been. But Khosrow, you know, he was like, meh, eternal peace, who cares? Let's go in there anyway. So you can bet that he's going to work around any deal that's presented to him.
Although, in part 3 of his Stick It to Justinian master plan, when the citizens of Kari came out to offer him money to go away, Khosrow was like, hey, don't sweat it, bros, you're pagans, we're cool, and sent them their money back. Finally, he thought...
That's what I'm saying, the whole magnanimous king type character, especially in that case, and I mentioned that, you know, some religious dissidents, you know, found some refuge in Khosrow's empire. Now, they may not have been pagan, may have been a different denomination of Christian, a different type of Christian, other religions, but some of them would have been pagans who were dissatisfied with the, you know, Orthodox Christian order of Justinian, and, I mean, all the emperors at this point, and Khosrow was like, yeah, totally, come to us, you know, once again portraying that magnanimous, generous emperor-type figure.
Thought he'd take a shot at capturing Dara along the way, but in the end was repulsed, and settled for, as usual, a bit of cash to keep moving. Oh, and do you remember all of those captives that he took at Antioch? Well, he was never able to sell them back to the Romans, so instead of selling them into slavery, like basically any other ancient ruler would have done, he had a different plan. You see, before razing Antioch to the ground, he'd had his engineers take copious notes on how the city was laid out, and when they got...
Yeah, this is one of the really curious projects that Khosrow undertook, you know, because your typical military leader or emperor, like they said, would have enslaved these people and then sold them back to the empire to slavers. I mean, it's horrible, but that's the reality of it. That's what would have been done. But Khosrow had sort of an unusual, different idea.
Back to Persia, he had them create a new city for the Antiochians, exactly like the old one. And he named it We Antioch Khusrau. or literally, Khosrau's better version of Antioch. Style points. But as hilarious as all of this was from...
So he essentially took these people, and I guess just to stick it to Justinian and the Romans, rebuilt their city, moved them there, essentially deported them from the Roman Empire to his own, and then settled them there. Which is a very unusual project, another piece of masterful trolling, and though I'm sure these people weren't super happy to have their homes destroyed and then be displaced, you gotta imagine, imagine the world that we're in at the moment. The alternative is being killed or sold into slavery, and instead you get resettled in the Persian Empire. It's honestly probably not such a bad deal compared to the alternatives. You probably feel like, you know what, this could have been a lot worse.
On the Persian side of things, for the Romans, this exposed many of the weaknesses underlying their mighty empire. Weaknesses which caused their allies to begin to doubt. Soon, Lazica, the province just south of the Caucasus Mountains, tried to switch to the Persian side, and war was on again. But...
yeah, well, as we've seen with Armenia and this territory now, the Caucasus Mountains area was always a bit of a borderlands between the Persians and the Romans. Armenia is sort of the main state in that equation. It was always this country in the middle that, the Romans and the Persians always had a lot of influence over it. It couldn't escape their spheres of influence. But because it was in the middle, it also had a lot of influence over them. It could sort of play them against each other. And so this was a territory that was often competed over. And of course, its sort of status as this middle borderlands territory did continue through history. I mean, the Caucasus Mountains region has often been the site of competition between multiple empires.
Finally, Belisarius was back. He organized a raid into Persia, and although not a resounding success quite like many of his other endeavors, it was successful enough to force the Persians to withdraw from Lazica for the season.
Yeah, you know how it is. As we said earlier, typical empire stuff. You got your best troops occupied somewhere else, so that allows your enemies, your rivals, to wreak havoc in one corner of your empire. But whenever you get the opportunity to call those guys back, you've got a much better shot. In this case, we're talking about Belisarius. As we've seen, that man could essentially accomplish anything. I mean, this is, he's known as sort of one of the great Roman generals, I think, for a good reason. You sent him out to achieve something, he would probably get it done. I mean, he had literally been sent to reconquer Roman Africa and Italy. So those are some pretty big goals, so send him back to go take on the Persians. As he had done earlier in his career, he's definitely the guy for the job, and it finally gives Rome, and Justinian in this case, a bit of breathing room. Though, with Belisarius out of Italy, now some problems might start to pop up in those western territories, right? So it's always a balancing act.
The following year, though, the great king returned. This time, Khosrau was aiming at Jerusalem.
Whoa.
He arrayed before him a mighty host, far greater than that he'd rode with before, and began to harry the borders of Palestine. Though Belisarius had done the impossible...
Antioch's an important city, but Jerusalem, that's a step up, you know what I mean? Especially, of course, in religious importance. But even beyond that, it was just a generally important city for the region.
And time again, this was probably the end. When he had defied the odds, he'd always found an advantage that he could magnify. Strong walls, more disciplined troops. But now he faced an empire with soldiers hardened by war, well-disciplined, well-equipped, led by energetic and capable men.
Yeah, we've seen Belisarius has had conflict with the Persians in the past, and, it's not like he's been fighting easy opponents, right? You don't want to make it out that in Africa and Italy he was fighting chumps. That's not true, but keep in mind, he kind of is facing a higher caliber of opponent here. He is facing another great empire with a lot of men and resources to marshal. These troops have a lot of experience, they're well-disciplined, they're well-trained, much like his own soldiers. They're being led by talented people, and at, the top of it all, the Persians have their Justinian equivalent in Khosrau. Ambitious, daring, decisive. This is a tough foe to take on.
Faced a force beyond any he could muster. And yet, he resolved to fight, though it would be his life. And so he gathered men to him, all he could rally. This would be a fight like no other, and if he were to die, it would be in service to the Empire.
Belisarius was never known to step down. He's not that kind of guy. I also think at this point, we've seen there's been a bit of drama between Belisarius and Justinian. I think, in my opinion, most of it is due to Justinian's suspicion and paranoia, some of which might be justified, but I wouldn't blame Belisarius for it necessarily. Maybe he could have acted a little more cautiously, but we've seen that drama. I think Belisarius also knows that he has to prove himself. He has to prove that he's still loyal. And also, I think, there's that. It's also even more genuine than that. I think he genuinely was loyal to his emperor, to his empire. So he wanted to prove that he was, but he actually was, and he was willing to show that.
If he were to die, it would be with glory. And each day the Persians drew nearer. Each day the horde of the great king moved inexorably closer. Then they stopped, and they withdrew. Some may say that it was because they feared the great name Belisarius, but it was actually because of something much darker.
Yeah.
Whispers. A horror on the periphery. A killer of men.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, there's, sometimes you do hear that it's Belisarius' name and reputation that scared them away, and I don't know, there might be some truth to that, but as was hinted at the end, or just stated, we're moving into a new era defined by a terrible scourge that is falling upon the land that will really change the fate of beyond the region, but definitely the Persian and Roman empires. So we've got more to come. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Theodora Part 10, This Is My Empire by Extra History. Now this is part of their Justinian and Theodora series, but this one is just titled Theodora, so guessing we'll get a lot of the Empress in this one. So last time we saw as Belisarius was preparing for a massive confrontation with the Persians, but then they sort of surprisingly backed off. Now, Belisarius might not have known in that moment, but the reason, most likely, was because a plague was descending upon the land, and that plague would not be limited to their territory. In this episode, I imagine we're going to be seeing how Rome deals with that plague, a strain of the Black Death, essentially. So, this might be a bit of a dark one. Now, before we get into this one, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon, which is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
As the great empires battled in the scorched plains of the Middle East, a new threat began to creep its way onto the scene. It was at first a small thing, a local thing. A man in Pelusium dies. But this death served merely as the starting bell, the catalyst for a time of chaos and dread. A darkness reached out from the borders of Egypt and unleashed a horror never before seen on the world. That man in Pelusium had at first felt only a fever, but then a strange fog descended on his mind, accompanied by a swelling of great black pustules on his thigh. Then he began to vomit blood, and his skin began to decay while he still lived. He had the plague. This outbreak in Pelusium is the first recorded instance in world history of the plague. But still, Pelusium was a somewhat isolated place. Sure, rumors began to spread across the empire of a town transformed into a living hell, but at first they were only rumors, horror stories to share at night. But then the plague moved up to Alexandria, the jewel of Egypt, and that horror became very real.
Yeah, and of course we know from a lot of history how devastating the plague could be. I believe the bacterian name is Yersinia pestis, which is, we're talking essentially about another strain of plague, like the Black Death that we might be more familiar with, though this is often referred to as Justinian's plague, which may not be entirely fair. The man was not in charge of a sort of natural event, an epidemic like this, but it was one of the things that characterized his reign, and it already is and will be as devastating as other instances of the plague that we can all think of.
the great port city of Alexandria fell into chaos. No medicine or prayer could stop the ravages of the disease.
And I mean, this is, I talk about this on my channel sometimes. This is one of those moments when a sort of natural event, right? This is an epidemic, can really change the course of history. I mean, you think about the, Black Death outbreak in medieval Europe. That is one that absolutely changed the course of history. It really altered the economic and social dynamics of a lot of Europe, really changed a lot of things moving forward. This is another one of those instances where this plague will really change the course of history.
People spoke of the end times, of the wrath of God, and people died. Unfortunately, Alexandria was one of the great ports of the ancient world. It was a center of trade. It provided grain to the greatest cities of Eastern Rome. And so from there, from port to port, the Great Plague made its way across the Roman world. In 542, it reached Constantinople. The horrors it inflicted cannot be overstated. 1 in 4 people in the great city died.
Jesus.
Like, imagine that. Imagine if 1 out of every 4 people you knew just vanished. Imagine what it does to an economy, to the functions of trade and of state. How does a world run when suddenly, for no rhyme or reason, 1/4 of its people are snatched up by the jaws of death?
Like I said, an event like this can and does completely alter the, politics of a place, society, economics. I mean, really, society on every level is altered when you have 1 out of 4 people dying. That is an absolutely monumental number.
And those left alive had other grimmer duties. Those struck with the plague didn't die in ways that were uniform. They fell victim to different symptoms, sometimes suffering delirium, sometimes falling into a catatonic state. Some men felt such great thirst that they would run outside, wild, and drink from the fountains until they died.
Yeah, and I mean, you can talk about the people. The biggest impact is, of course, the people that died. You're just lost a big chunk of, your labor force, of people who could serve in the military, of your population. There's that. But then, of course, there's also the other impacts, the people that got sick but survived. The psychological impact of all of this, that is really a massive thing. You can imagine what sort of scar this leaves across the psyche of your population. Like they said, a lot of people thought that this was the end times. God was raining down punishment upon them. This was, you can imagine, deeply, deeply traumatizing for people, and really changed the course of everything for people that survived, both due to the sort of practical, real-world impact of that many people perishing to the plague, and also the sort of political, social, psychological impact of living through and experiencing all of this.
Their bodies half in and half out of the water. Those who slipped into a coma-like state wouldn't die immediately, not if they had somebody to tend to them. They would eat and drink if nourishment was put to their lips, which meant that many of their loved ones lived with the specter of death, caring for those they love as buboes grew and burst. And those who fell into a coma without somebody to care for them, they starved to death without even knowing, bodies sealed in houses with no one to discover them until the stench became too great. It was said that no man was seen on the street unless he was carrying a corpse. Justinian had set up an office to handle the burials when the plague first struck, but no functionary, no office of state could keep up with the tide of death. First they filled the cemeteries, then they dug up all the open land in Constantinople to bury the dead. Then, in the state's final days of dwindling functionality, they had dug mass graves outside the walls. But soon these too were filled. Grave diggers tried to press the bodies down and pack them in. As everything unraveled, people just began to dump the bodies into the sea, which only led to bloated corpses washing up along the shore. They also tried filling boats with corpses and pushing those out into the waves. All along the Mediterranean world, ghostly ships, manned only by the dead, would find their way to the coastline, bringing a cargo of bodies riddled by the plague. Finally, the people of Constantinople took to simply packing the corpses into the guard towers that lined its great wall. When the wind blew, the stench of decay covered the city. The queen of cities was a ghost town. Those the plague didn't kill, it often drove mad with horror or grief.
Yeah, I mean, just listening to everything they're laying out, it honestly sounds like an apocalyptic time to live through. Just the horror of the situation, the disease, the bodies, the smell. I mean, it's disgusting, it's horrifying. Like I said, the psychological impacts that would have on you is not to be underestimated.
Suicides increased dramatically, and all over the world, reports spread of grim apparitions, plying the waters in brazen boats, or spreading the plague by a touch of their ghostly hand. Whether they were phantoms of men's plague-addled minds, or merely the specters of fear is unknown, but these demonic visions gave men even more reason to keep hiding behind locked doors. And with all of this happening, harvest couldn't be collected, crops rotted in the fields, and famine loomed. And the plague spared neither the old nor the young, holy men or scoundrels, rich or poor. Everyone got the plague. Everyone. Including Justinian.
Yeah.
The emperor fell into a deep coma.
The emperor himself was infected by the plague. And plague is one of those things that, it does depend on the plague, but I think especially highly communicable, deadly plague is one that no matter your level of power or influence, it's very difficult to protect yourself from it. Especially if you don't understand how it works. You don't understand how to protect yourself, then it doesn't matter how powerful or rich or influential or well-known you are, you can be affected like anybody else. Now, like I said, it does depend on the plague. For most of these, and people have understood this for a while, isolation and quarantine are sort of the best option, even if there are no good options. So maybe, if you're really rich and influential, you can try to the best of your ability to isolate yourself. But in a plague like this, that's not really a realistic opportunity. Maybe, like I said, it does depend on the pandemic or epidemic you're talking about. But in this case, yeah, everybody was getting sick and dying, even right at the very top.
Soon, the buboes appeared on his thigh. Every day the city prayed, but everyone knew the plague's course. It was here that Theodora stepped in. Make no mistake, throughout Justinian's reign, she was working behind the scenes. During the course of his rule, she had worked to find space for both Orthodox and Monophysite Christians in the empire. She had fought for the rights of women, and she had always helped with imperial policy. On top of that, Theodora had also served as a sort of...
If I remember correctly, Theodora always had a bit of a religious interest, and she was sort of working behind the scenes to, influence religious proceedings out in the open. And with Theodora, Empress Theodora, we see, I think probably a fairly ambitious woman, judging from what we know about her, and how she, has acted and the things she said. Seems like her husband, she was quite ambitious, but of course an ambitious woman at a time when it wasn't really acceptable for women to be public figures, at least in most cases, maybe the rare exception, or the rare role that allowed a woman to have that degree of influence. And so, well, actually, Theodora is in one of those rare places where she can have a lot of influence, but can't necessarily be a super public political figure. Right? She has to act behind the scenes. And this is often what we see throughout history, is women in these courts, whether they're part of the royal dynasty or just a member of the court, they have a lot of influence and a lot of power, but they're not necessarily socially allowed to exercise it out in the open. They have to exercise it behind the scenes, influencing the men around them, right? To try and make these decisions. And though that may at times limit the degree of influence you can have if you can't get out there as, a sort of openly political public figure, though of course the Empress was a public figure in some ways, you can still have a lot of influence from that position, and Theodora certainly did.
Informal spy master for Justinian's regime, uncovering plots and fending off any internal threats to Justinian's power. In fact, she had just recently forced Justinian's ruthless taxman, John the Cappadocian, into exile as a priest as punishment for his willingness to entertain a plot against the emperor.
Damn.
And here, now in this critical juncture, as Justinian lay comatose, Theodora took up the fallen reins of power.
Right. And of course, this is a particularly dangerous moment. We've already talked about how Justinian was at times suspicious about plots against him, or those he felt may have been plotting against him. Earlier in his career, he dealt with the Nika Revolt, which had a good chance of overwhelming him and kicking him out of power. So you've always got to be careful. Though he's a very well-established emperor, successful emperor at this point, when you're in your weakest moment, you still have to be very cautious. And given the state he's in, he can't necessarily defend himself. Well, literally, but I mean more politically. He's going to have a hard time, sick as he is, fending off political plots against him. And so he needs the people around him, in this case primarily Theodora, but also, the other people around him who are loyal to him to do that work for him. And he has to trust that they they will step in on his behalf when necessary.
A remarkable thing. To think that she could do this, that she could hold all of the jackals and potential usurpers at bay. All around, there were generals with armies at their call. The empire itself was in a state of disarray. Any one of these generals could easily claim that the current regime had been forsaken by God, that the emperor had no clear heir, and by all accounts he was weeks from death at most.
Yeah.
At no point since Nika was control of the empire more tenuous. When you consider the fact that Rome, even Eastern Rome, had so often suffered civil wars and rebellions, it's incredible that in the midst of this plague and conflict, armies of Romans didn't array themselves against each other, spilling Roman blood to elevate some other ambitious man to the purple. But Theodora served as a unifying thread, as a continuation of Imperium. She made all the decisions that would normally come to Justinian. She held the court together and acted as a symbol
Continuation of Imperium, I think, is probably a good way to put it. As Empress, she sort of literally represented a continuation of Imperium, even if Justinian died. Power wouldn't have gone to her, it would have gone to some other successor, but with him alive, she very much represented sort of an extension of his power and was able to sort of represent him politically, represent his imperium, represent his legitimate authority, and I think that lended a lot of credence to her ability to influence things, and also to his authority in this moment when it might otherwise have been lessened. And, Justinian, he's one of these guys who, he doesn't necessarily have a long dynasty behind him. His uncle Justin was essentially an upstart, rose from essentially nothing to the position of emperor, which was then passed to his nephew Justinian. So Justinian doesn't have that long line of predecessors to call upon. Now, that can be difficult. You don't have that pedigree. I think it does make people more willing to overthrow you, sort of lessens your legitimacy a little bit. But what it does mean is that as Justinian has risen up, he has brought a lot of people with him, put a lot of people into places of power. And so there are probably a lot of people in and around his court who owe their position and their authority to him, and will still be loyal to him until the winds change, right? That's the thing. Loyalty can be pretty fickle. If people think, if the momentum is against you, people even who may have been loyal might be willing to turn their backs on you. Now, this is sort of that moment for Justinian, but with people who owe their loyalty and their position to him, and Theodora out there representing him in politics and, extending his authority past, him sick in bed, I think this is how he's able to hold on to power.
Perseverance for a city and a nation going through unimaginable suffering. But most of all, she acted quickly and ruthlessly, bringing to heel anyone she suspected might attempt to supplant Justinian. She had men of power arrested, she had generals recalled from their armies, and she had her courtiers listen for any sign of sedition. And through doing so, she prevented the civil war that should have come. But one of the men she'd had to recall...
And before we get to that, think about it. You're dealing with this absolutely disastrous plague. If you imagine, what's about the worst thing that could happen to the empire right now? It might be a plague of this scale. And somehow, mass civil war was averted. And this is, in an empire where civil war could occur like that. It didn't take much for civil conflict to spiral out of control. This is the damn Roman Empire we're talking about. The Romans, one of the things they were absolutely best at were fighting other Romans. So it is quite the achievement. But, as we're about to see, that decisive, quick action sometimes catches people up. And Belisarius Justinian's been a little suspicious for a while. I always, I'll rep Belisarius. I'll defend him. I don't think, I think Belisarius was loyal, but once again, he's in a dangerous position for himself and for Justinian.
Call was Belisarius. The world knew of his promise to never seek the purple while Justinian lived, but Justinian was on his deathbed. Many naturally assumed that Belisarius would simply take on the mantle of emperor once Justinian passed. And though he had tried to quiet those rumors, numerous Roman factions had started to campaign for pushing out the existing imperial family and installing Belisarius instead.
But we saw during the Nika revolts, one of the members of the prior dynasty, who didn't really want to be emperor, was essentially forced into that position. And you have Belisarius here, who is very popular, very successful. He's a successful, popular general. If you're the emperor, that's just about the most threatening thing you can see. I talked about this before, but what was Julius Caesar? He was a successful, popular general. And many successful, popular generals throughout the history of the Roman Empire have simply stepped up into authority, either by taking out the emperor or just stepping into his place after he was gone. So Belisarius appears very threatening, he's very popular, and even if he isn't interested, and I do think he wasn't, or at least he wasn't interested in overthrowing Justinian. Now, was that due to genuine loyalty, or did he just think it was a bad idea? I don't know. We can't see the inside of his brain. We don't know what was going on. Seems to me he was loyal, right? He had a lot of opportunities to prove himself disloyal, including the offer to, take the crown and rule over Italy, which he didn't. I mean, he accepted the crown on paper and then marched into the city and took it for Justinian. I think that is, in my opinion, sort of proof of loyalty, but of course to Justinian that whole thing was very suspect. And this is a man who, even if he says, I don't want to be emperor, I don't want to take over, everyone's like, yeah, we love this guy, make him emperor. And that just causes more issues for him.
And thus, Theodora recalled him, tried him, and confiscated the vast wealth he had accumulated during his campaigns. She would later use her friendship with Belisarius' wife as an excuse to restore him to favor, but for now he was stuck cooling his heels in Constantinople, and safely removed from the power struggle, but also from the battlefield.
Yeah.
Luckily for the Byzantines, this plague had struck the Persians as well. The war was by no means over, but there was a lull as each of the great empires struggled with their own internal problems, and tried to keep their expensively trained troops away from the plague rather than fighting in the field. And so, for weeks, Constantinople existed in torpor, stunned and reeling from the catastrophe that had befallen it. But then, the impossible happened. Justinian woke up.
Yeah, my man survived. My man actually survived. Now, to be fair, I mean, he had Well, I was going to say he had a better chance of not than surviving, because we talked about the percentage of people that died. But then I reminded myself, I don't know what, if you got sick and were, bedridden, at that point, I don't know what the chance of survival was. I think it probably felt like very low chance of survival at that point. Maybe it was better than you might think. I don't actually know the statistics or how the disease necessarily works step by step. But just the image of the emperor bedridden and sick, you saw everybody was preparing for what was next. Everyone probably felt like, well, it's over for old Justinian. It's time for something else to happen. But that actually wasn't the case. He recovered and was able to, return to, not that he ever left his position as emperor, but was able to return to action, return to leading the Roman Empire. So we're not done with Justinian yet. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian and Theodora Part 11, The Emperor Who Never Sleeps, by Extra History. So last episode we saw as the plague hit the Eastern Roman Empire, and even Justinian the Emperor was infected and bedridden. In his absence, Theodora had to take over a lot of his responsibilities and she successfully managed to avoid a civil war or any major challenge to Justinian's reign. At the end of last episode, we saw as Justinian woke up, having survived the plague. Now, in this episode and the next one, which will be the last in this series, we get to see the final years of Justinian's reign as emperor. Now, before we get into this episode, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon, which is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
Thanks to Theodora, the vulnerable Justinian hadn't been assassinated or supplanted, and he still had an empire to wake up to. But some of his enemies had kept busy during his long sleep. The plague had left a permanent scar on the Byzantine Empire. Nearly a quarter of its citizens lay dead.
Yeah, Justinian managed to survive the plague. He didn't die, and he also wasn't overthrown, thanks in large part to Theodora and other loyal allies who surrounded him, who were able to defend his position from, your odd ambitious general or, ambitious member of the court who may otherwise have been loyal but saw Justinian getting sick as an opportunity. He managed to avoid the worst consequences for his rule, but the empire was still in a pretty tragic state. About a quarter of the population gone, the economy in ruins, a massive scar upon the Roman psyche. The empire, the people of the empire had been through a lot, and though Justinian had managed to retain his position, now he had to deal with, the plague itself and the aftermath of the plague.
Crops had failed, trade had ground to a halt, and imperial revenues simply hadn't come in. The short-term consequences of this were apparent to anybody who saw the mass graves, but the long-term effects ran still deeper. In Italy, the Gothic tribes had rebelled. Having felt cheated by Belisarius' betrayal and unhappy with Roman rule, the tribes seized the opportunity to rearm and prepare for war, as plague gripped and weakened the hobbled empire. The signs had been obvious, and yet the Byzantines had done nothing. The Gothic leadership had even squabbled and fought, leaving them vulnerable and weak, and yet the Byzantines had done nothing. Why? Because they had been even more divided.
Yeah, there's only so much you can respond to. We've talked about this throughout this series. When you're running such a big, powerful empire, you gotta put out a lot of fires at once, and you can end up very stretched thin. So, the campaigns to retake Roman Africa and Roman Italy were extremely ambitious in the first place. Of course, Justinian had the resources to do those things, but those resources had to come from somewhere. And when Justinian had the Persians coming in from the east, making an incursion into Roman territory, he couldn't effectively respond, and he had to draw his men and resources back from Italy. He had to bring Belisarius and his soldiers back. He wasn't able to do everything at once. So, the Romans have been distracted by the Persians in the east, and now very occupied by this plague that has killed such a big chunk of the population. They're not going to be able to, at least as effectively, respond to, disorder in the West. And we saw how difficult it was to reconquer, especially Italy. There was a lot of disorder, there were a lot of problems and challenges along the way. It was pretty clear, even when a lot of that territory was reconquered, that it wouldn't stay pacified forever, and probably wouldn't stay pacified for a long time. We know this because we're looking back at the past, but I think even if you were there in the moment, you would have known that, alright, there's going to be more problems we have to deal with, so that's going to take more and more resources devoted to Italy and taken from other places. You've got this very risky, dangerous, challenging balancing act. You can only afford to take so many resources away from, your imperial heartland of Constantinople and the Balkans and Anatolia. If you take too many resources, you're going to start facing some serious issues, especially if it's to reconquer territory that you didn't possess. You didn't have to deal with Italy before this. Now, that wasn't a great situation because that's territory they had lost in the past, but by bringing it back in, that's more resources and manpower you have to spend. I'm not saying that it was a horrible idea or that, it's possible to conquer new territory as an empire. Of course that's not true, right? Because you conquer new territory, you bring in more resources and more manpower, you add to the economy, right? But sometimes when you take new territory, you bring in more problems than solutions.
The attention of imperial court had been entirely on the east, first on the Persians and then on the plague, and so there'd been little direct oversight of Italy. Meanwhile, the question of overall command had never been settled, and so instead, dozens of Byzantine commanders operated quasi-independently across the Italian peninsula. This all meant that when the Goths had finally settled their differences and come together under a man named Totila, Italy was ripe for the conquest. As the Gothic forces swept south...
Yeah, well, it's not like we left Italy on the best note. We had the whole rigmarole with Belisarius, and Justinian called him back. Belisarius basically said, now wait a minute, why don't you let me stay and conquer? And then he was offered the crown, which he technically accepted, but then didn't go through with it. So, Justinian wasn't super thrilled with all of that. And that also, as we saw, didn't leave a great impression on some of the Goths, who had actually wanted to give Belisarius the crown, and then he had tricked them. So, like I said, not leaving it on a great note.
The towns, which were under-garrisoned and frustrated by high Byzantine taxes, threw open their doors. And when the Romans tried to retaliate, it only ended in disaster. In one famous attempt, the Byzantine forces had actually got someone to betray one of the Ostrogothic strongholds at Verona, and while a force of 100 men snuck inside and threw open the gates, the 11 commanders of the Byzantine army assembled outside bickered about how to split the loot from the town, and so caught up were they in this argument that no one ever actually ordered their army to go through the now open gates.
Come on.
Before the commanders were done infighting, the Ostrogoths had re-seized the gate, and the Roman force trapped inside had to leap over the city wall in an attempt to escape. Shortly after that, a Roman force of 12,000 was scattered by 5,000 men under Totila, and Italy became theirs for the taking.
And you might be surprised that the civilians would even at times side with the Goths, but there's a couple of things to remember. Sure, it hasn't been that long since this territory was lost to the Romans, but it's been a couple decades. Most people still alive have been born within that time period, don't remember the existence of the Western Roman Empire. Plus, there's also the fact that, the Goths had been ruling for a while with sort of the approval of the Eastern Roman Empire. They had essentially been ruling as vassals, and even before the collapse of the West, the Goths had played a big role in military affairs and governance. So what I'm saying is a lot of the people living there would have been used to this sort of status quo. Not to mention, at any particular moment, especially in the pre-modern era, people don't tend to have too much loyalty to whatever state they're living under. Sure, right now we have what are called nation-states, and a lot of people feel a degree of loyalty, patriotism, nationalism towards their particular country. That was less so at most times throughout history because you didn't have the sort of modern idea of the nation. Not to mention that I think, people may care about patriotism, but they care about a lot of other things as well, even today. And during this period, if you're struggling with high taxes and low resources and all that kind of stuff, and the Goths come along, who you're familiar with, have been governing the area for decades, and say, hey, we're going to come back in, we're going to do things better than this sort of mismanaged Byzantine situation that's going on right now, then you might very well be like, well, even if you don't invite the Ostrogoths back, you might think, maybe it's not such a bad thing if they come back. Things aren't going super great under Roman leadership.
Save for a few major cities and a few well-fortified coastal towns, all of Italy, all of Belisarius's hard-won conquests, fell to the Gothic forces. Even Naples, with its strong walls, couldn't stand against the Ostrogothic king. Twice the Romans tried to resupply it from Sicily, but twice they failed. Once by having their fleet scattered by the fleet of Totila, and once by nature herself when the wind turned against them. And when Naples, isolated and starving, at last handed over the keys to the city, Justinian knew it was time. He needed to get Belisarius back in the fight. But the empire was already strained to its limits.
Yeah.
Justinian
look, we saw with Belisarius' campaign to take Italy that he did, but he faced a lot of challenges, and the Ostrogoths, even though the leadership may not have been fantastic, The Ostrogoths weren't pushovers, they offered resistance at every step, and that was Justinian essentially dedicating every man he could along with his best general. So imagine a situation where you can't dedicate all of that. You can't dedicate 100% of what you have available. Not that Justinian dedicated 100% of his empire's resources, but he dedicated a lot of resources for this kind of project. And most of the time, that was just not available. And, of course, Justinian and Belisarius aren't going to live forever. And so what happens when you don't have these men and you don't have all these resources? Well, probably the Ostrogoths are going to come back in. And as we saw, that process is happening pretty quickly.
Made Belisarius underwrite the cost of the war, sending him off essentially without an army to collect conscripts along the way. But through all of Thrace and Illyricum, Belisarius could only raise 4,000 men. And when he got to Italy, he found the situation to be even worse. There were very few Roman soldiers there, and they'd already gone for years without pay. Morale was at rock bottom, and every day more of them deserted to go join the Ostrogoths.
Yeah, trying to retake Rome and Italy on the cheap, that's a pretty difficult proposition. And once again, if you have the Ostrogoths, and they're better supplied, better garrisoned, more present, maybe they're the better option, you know?
Belisarius had to start all over again, from the very boot of Italy. He secured a few towns and established a presence in a few ports, but soon he found himself out of resources. He had neither the men, nor the arms, nor the supplies he needed. And at the same time, many of those that he'd recruited along the road to Italy got word of the fact that barbarian tribes had invaded their homeland and deserted to defend their own families and farms. And while Belisarius had a few successes and would on occasion even best Totila in the field, he could never capitalize on those successes enough to move the war forward. Plagued by insubordination and low morale, he couldn't even defend Rome, the city he had spent so much of his life trying to bring back into the empire.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can win a couple of piecemeal victories, but unless you can put those victories towards a larger strategic goal, then nothing's going to come of it. Belisarius simply didn't have the resources and manpower he needed in order to take over Italy again. That's a massive project. You needed so much more and so much more strategic direction in order to achieve this. And, winning the victories he could, it just wasn't enough.
The goal that had personally cost him so much. The Byzantine Empire just couldn't support the war in Italy any longer. The ravages of the barbarians, the assaults of Khosrow, the utter devastation of the plague, all of these had sapped the empire of its vitality, of its strength. Its reserves had all been spent on monumental buildings and grand campaigns, and when these waves of tragedy...
Well, yeah, it's not like Justinian was a small spender elsewhere. He wasn't a frugal guy who was saving up money for this expedition to Italy. As we saw, Justinian was an extremely ambitious emperor, and he was ambitious in essentially every realm. Whether it was architecture, religion, law, war, politics, all of it. He was willing to shell out the big bucks to accomplish something great. And of course, he had, making this new law code, rebuilding a big chunk of the city, most famously the Hagia Sophia. He had done a lot of impressive stuff, but all of that had taken a lot of money, including those reconquests of Africa and Italy. So now it's like, okay, do you have the money to do this again? Probably not. And even then, do you have the money to do it repeatedly over and over, or to send a more permanent and well-resourced garrison? No? If not, you're probably not going to hold on to this territory for very long.
Had hit, there was simply nothing left to fall back on. And so, though Belisarius was able to briefly reoccupy Rome, he was soon recalled to defend Constantinople, never to reunite Italy, and never to campaign again. And Rome, that city that was to be his and Justinian's legacy, fell again to the Ostrogoths not long after he departed. Meanwhile, rebellion had flared up in Africa, and the same old story of lack of pay, disunity of command, and plague spreading through the army kept the rebellion alive for years. Fortunately, this rebellion was eventually successfully quelled the same year Belisarius withdrew from Italy, a much-needed victory amidst so many losses. It had cost more time and money than it ever should have, but at least it would not go the way of Italy. Then, in 548, Theodora died of cancer.
Damn.
Justinian wept at her casket, the indomitable emperor in tears for all to see. He would not marry again, even though he lacked an heir.
Yeah, and they were quite the power couple. I mean, it's been pretty obvious throughout the series, which Extra History has decided to title Justinian and Theodora. They were clearly a pair that was suited for each other, both very ambitious, both who had really worked their way up from the bottom to the top, as high as you could get in the political hierarchy of the Roman Empire. They were both, dedicated to their goals, were willing to do what it take, even if that included some morally, some would say reprehensible behavior, or even just morally gray behavior, and when Justinian was out with the plague, Theodora stepped up, took over a lot of his responsibilities and made sure that their position was secure. So, like I said, quite a power couple, and now she was gone. I imagine that was quite a blow emotionally to Justinian. Also would have been a blow, politically. She was a good partner in a lot of the things he tried to do. She was particularly involved in certain arenas. I think she had quite the interest in religion. But in a lot of things, she was his partner. And of course, she certainly had her own influence over Justinian, pushing him one way or the other. And now all that influence was gone.
He chose to name his nephew-in-law as his successor, rather than betray her memory. But even as she had neared her death, the entire time he never forgot his empire. After so many failures and setbacks, many others would have just sunk into dejection and let the empire rot. But never Justinian. Say what you will about him, but Justinian never once abandoned what he thought to be his duty. He worked to slowly put the pieces back together with the same tireless spirit he had applied in the glorious days after the Nika revolts, but perhaps without the same joy. He continued the war in Lazica, but prevented the conflict from turning into an all-out war between the Byzantines and the Persians. He tried to reorganize the defenses to put up some resistance to the ever-mounting barbarian raids from the north. He began to get the Byzantine economy moving again, and though it was often complained about, he re-established a system of taxation to slowly fill the imperial treasury, and to pay for all the armies he needed to protect an empire assailed on all sides.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get that money somehow. Justinian spent a lot, you need to get that money back. That requires, at this point, an effective tax system. There was a time when, a Roman Empire, a Roman Republic, and then a Roman Empire on the rise would pay for a lot of things by conquest. Conquer new territory, bring a bunch of loot back, and you can pay the soldiers and, pay what otherwise would take taxes. But, this is a long, long way away from that. As the Roman Empire became bigger, more established, there was less territory to be taken, an effective tax system became more and more necessary, and that's the position we're in at this point. Justinian needs that effective tax system in order to run his state.
And though the weight of the world could be seen on him after Theodora's death, though he had perhaps lost some of the fire he once possessed, and no longer found as much joy in his old passions, he did undertake one last great project, a project that had been most dear to Theodora. It would perhaps be the greatest he ever embarked on, and it would perhaps be his greatest failure. One last time, Justinian attempted to
Like I said, Theodora had a particular interest in religion, and, religion's a tricky thing.
heal the split in the church that had plagued his empire. A split that would do more damage to the empire than barbarian raids or Persian kings, one which would last for centuries. If we talk more about Byzantium in future series, this split is gonna keep coming up.
Yeah, I mean, of course, at this point, we're not talking about the official East-West split, but there was basically a split from very early on that would become official eventually. From the beginning of Christianity, there were disagreements over how scripture should be interpreted, and especially after Christianity became the religion of the Roman Empire, that became a bigger and bigger problem, because now not only was it about, religious interpretation, but it was about politics and empire and power. And, that was the case, like I said, basically from the beginning, and would continue to be the case until the actual official split happened. But we're not even there yet, and there's already quite a distance between the East and the West. on the topic of religion.
Now, when most of us think about splits in Christianity, we usually think about the split between Protestant and Catholic, but this divide was just as bitter and ran just as deep. This was the divide between the Monophysites and the Orthodox. It was a problem that Justinian had studied for years. Theodora had been Monophysite. He himself was Orthodox. Their reign was supposed to be a symbol of unity, and yet the divide had persisted.
Yeah, and there was that divide east and west, but there was also divides within the empire, within the East. There were a lot of different sects, different beliefs. I couldn't really get into it now. One, because it's so much more complicated than I can wrap my head around. Two, because it would take us absolute hours to go through, even close to all of the religious disputes of the Roman Empire, or even this period of the Roman Empire. They were plentiful.
He had many times tried to find solutions, but nothing had ever stuck. But he had one final grand idea. The church was split concerning a complex theological question over the singular or dual nature of Christ. But in practicality, it really came down to whether one accepted or refused the decisions of the Council of Chalcedon, where the dual nature of Christ had become orthodoxy. Justinian thought that he'd found a clever solution in the fact that the three strongest voices supporting that dual nature view also came from the now considered heretical Nestorian branch of Christianity. So, if he could just get everybody to condemn those guys, they could serve as scapegoats for the problem. Monophysites could accept Chalcedon, and everybody could move on. He had made this proclamation in the year 543 while Theodora was still alive, but he would fight to get the leaders of the church to sign on for the rest of his life. He worked to see that the Pope, who was staying with him during a period where he was exiled from Rome because it was in Ostrogothic hands, endorsed his view. The Pope eventually gave in and agreed, though with great reluctance because he knew exactly what it would mean to his followers in Italy.
Yeah, well, there's an interesting relationship between the Roman Empire, the emperor, and the church, right? So over time, what we'll see that will contribute to the East-West split is the Pope would become more and more sort of independent because the Pope became further separated from the Eastern Roman Empire. Now, of course, the Pope at various times would be subject to the whims of whatever state was, controlling the territory he was in. Until, when we get to... we're sort of at the end of antiquity heading into the Middle Ages here. When we fast forward a bit through the Middle Ages, of course, the Pope and the Western Church becomes quite a political force of its own, especially with the Holy Roman Empire. And then you have that relationship between the Holy Roman Emperor and the Church that sort of went back and forth at times. Sometimes the Holy Roman Emperor would have a stranglehold on power. At times it'd be more of a partnership. And at times the Pope himself was a very powerful figure. Now, at this point, the Eastern Roman Emperor can still maintain some degree of influence over the Pope. And of course, the Patriarch and what would become the Eastern Church is right there in Constantinople. And so the emperor had a lot of influence over the Patriarch, though not absolute influence, right? There could be disagreement between the two, and especially if the Patriarch had support among a powerful group of nobility or support among the people, that could cause an issue for the emperor. But the emperor did definitely have a lot of influence over the Patriarch. The relationship between the state and the church was very close in the East. And at this point, as you can see, the state, the Roman state, the emperor definitely had influence over the Pope as well, but that will be complicated and reduced over time.
He knew what would eventually prove true. This would not heal the schism in the East. Rather, it would simply end up creating a schism in the West.
Yeah.
And so Italy has fallen. Theodora is gone, and the great project that their union was supposed to symbolize, the healing of the faith of the empire, lies in tatters. But slowly, Justinian is rebuilding. He's not done yet. So join us next time as we conclude the reign of Justinian.
He's not done yet, but he is almost done. We've got one episode left, and it's crazy to say this because, this was a long series, after next episode. This will have been a 12-episode long series, but there's so much they didn't cover. That shows you, one, how much Justinian did, and two, because of Procopius, how much information we have on Justinian. I talked about this before. Of course, when you're primarily drawing information from one historian, that does cause a lot of problems, in regard to bias and reliability. So there's issues there. But it is true that because of Procopius, we have so much more information on Justinian than a lot of other Eastern Roman emperors. And so we have so much on all the things he did that this series could honestly be a lot longer. But I'm pretty happy with the length it has been, because it's already been a pretty long one. And next week we'll get to the last episode. Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching Justinian Part 12, Caesar I Was and Am Justinian by Extra History. This is the last episode in Extra History's series on Justinian. Now last week we saw as Justinian tried to put the pieces of his empire back together. We saw as he dealt with the aftermath of a terrible plague, had to respond to both incursions to the east and the west, and probably most emotionally damaging, the death of his wife Theodora, who has been one of the main characters of this series. The series is named Justinian and Theodora. In this episode, Justinian is alone, and we'll get to see the last years of his reign. How did he close his time as emperor out? I guess we'll see. Now, before we get into this one, I'd appreciate it if you guys would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon, which is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
Our time with Justinian is nearly at an end. His conquest of Rome lost, his people decimated by plague. The last man to dream of a reunited Rome has seen that dream slip through his fingers. But Justinian was never idle, even as he crossed his 65th year, and he was never one to give up on that dream. And though it would never seem as natural or as inevitable as it must have in the 530s, to the mind of Justinian, the thing that had once seemed his glorious destiny was still in the 550s his responsibility. And so,
Yeah, and it's not like he lost everything that he gained, right? He held on to some of that territory, though in the long term, the Roman Empire would lose all that territory. And a lot of his achievements remained, A lot of Justinian's achievements would very much outlast his time as emperor. They would be influential for tens, if not hundreds of years to follow. So though, we sort of saw everything fall apart, and he's lost a lot of the territory, the idea of a unified Roman Empire will essentially die along with him. Maybe not the idea, but the potential reality of it. Though, was it ever actually real under Justinian? Maybe not. But that does go with him, but a lot of the things he created, he built, he reformed, they will survive. So, yeah, an ambitious guy who didn't certainly achieve everything he wanted, but he did achieve a lot. And like they said, he would never give up. He would keep working into his later years as emperor.
luck, brilliance, and splendor once served, labor, persistence, and time would now be his tools. With monumental effort, an empire near ruin was brought back to a functioning and even somewhat prosperous state. With renewed national fortunes came that lifeblood of armies, money. With the cash in hand to once again pay soldiers and equip troops, Justinian prepared to deal with the threats that had assailed the empire from all sides. And so we come to one of the most inscrutable parts of the reign of Justinian, the last company, the final group of men that he would choose to execute his will and restore the empire. For he chose a group of men who seemed like impossible candidates. They were ancient men, the last of a generation. He picked the Septarian Basus to retake Lazica, though he had largely been at fault for re-losing Rome. He chose Scholasticus, a court eunuch without any experience in the field, to command forays against the Slavs to the north, and to retake Italy. He picked the aging eunuch Narses, the same Narses who had bribed the demes for Justinian during Nika, and yes, the very same guy who may have doomed the first Italian campaign by disputing Belisarius' commands.
Yeah, though, once again, and we saw this in prior episodes, it was unclear to what extent Narses was acting on behalf of Justinian, or what extent he was following Justinian's orders, or to what extent he was acting independently. That, I think Justinian was sort of unhappy with how things ended up, but it's unclear to me whether he truly sent Narses to be the nuisance he was, or if Narses decided to do that on his own.
It was a strange bunch to put in charge of an army, and yet in Lazica they won. They took Petra and at last made a peace with Persia that recognized Lazica as part of the Roman sphere. And in the Balkans they won. It may have taken some diplomatic wizardry from Justinian, but they won. And in Italy? In Italy, Narses did what Belisarius could never do. He finally kicked the Ostrogoths out of Italy entirely. Sure, he had 20,000 men at his disposal and a full force to work with, but with these resources, he was at last able to pin the Ostrogoths down in open battle, and truly, conclusively beat them in the field.
Well, I'm sure Rome will hold on to Italy forever. Right? That's where we're heading, right? I mean, like I said, even the accomplishments that Justinian had, some would last a long time, others would not.
In Italy, they finally won. Heck, while Narses was out in Italy, Justinian even received a letter from Hispania requesting his help, and sent 2,000 men under the command of the octogenarian bureaucrat Liberius, who promptly took over half the country and set up the province of Spania. If nothing else, Justinian's one great talent was somehow, even when all odds seemed against it, knowing exactly the right person to pick for a job. And that talent hadn't failed him, even when so much else had. But nothing is ever quite done. A wave of natural disasters hit the empire, and then the plague returned. While it didn't quite bring the empire to its knees the way the first wave did, it did create an opening for the Bulgars to sweep out of the north and raid the empire again. A contingent of them even came within 100 kilometers of Constantinople. With no other armies nearby, Justinian called on Belisarius.
There you go. And by the way, you want to keep an eye on some of the worst enemies of the Eastern Roman Empire, or the Roman Empire after the fall of the West, the Bulgars. If you look at the Byzantine Empire, as you might call it, or the Eastern Roman Empire from the fall of the West until it fell, the Bulgars were really one of their sort of longest standing enemies and rivals. They would never eclipse the influence of the Byzantines, but the Bulgars would challenge them several times, and sometimes pretty effectively.
One last time.
At this point, we're still kind of early in that process, but give them a couple hundred years, and the Bulgars will, form their own state empire, frankly, their own very powerful state that will truly challenge the Byzantines. But even at this point, they are definitely threatening at the very least.
The general, who had long since put down his arms, gathered together a force of retired soldiers, guardsmen, and volunteers from the Demes for one last service to the empire. And here he did what Belisarius does. He set far more campfires than he had men, and as the battle began, he had his main force make as much noise as possible while
he was always a tricky guy. We know that about Belisarius. He shares that with some, but not all, of the greatest generals of history. Some of your great generals were a little more straightforward, but others, like Julius Caesar, who is relevant to all of this, or Hannibal, these were also very tricky guys. They would use whatever tools they had to try and fool, manipulate, play with their enemies' minds. And Belisarius, though, he was also a great general in sort of straight-up combat, he definitely falls into that tradition of, all right, you want to trick your enemy as much as possible. And, if you can win a battle with the least amount of death and the least amount of fighting, that's the way to go for someone like a Belisarius.
He secreted away a part of his army for an ambush. And when the Bulgar forces attacked, they thought themselves outnumbered and surrounded as the ambush force poured fire from one side, and they heard the great din from the other. And so they fled. But that would...
And plus, that's an especially effective strategy for a general who seemed to always not have enough men. That is one of the stories of Belisarius' career, is that sometimes he was well supplied and had a lot of manpower, but oftentimes he was outnumbered by his enemies. He didn't have many resources to draw on. He was scrounging for supplies. So for a general in that position, being scrappy and tricky, those are good traits to have.
Be the last service for Belisarius. And one by one, the chapter closed on all of our players. Tribonian had died in 542, Theodora in 548, John the Cappadocian fades out of the historical records sometime in the 550s, In 554, mortality makes even our historian Procopius put down his pen. And Belisarius, he himself passed in 565. Almost all of the minor players, those who have just had a bit part on Justinian's stage, they too are dead. Justinian is alone.
There's actually a story about Belisarius in his later years that, though probably isn't true, is, maybe worth discussing. And there's a famous painting that I'll show you guys in regards to that topic. So this painting is titled Belisarius Begging for Alms. It was debuted in 1781 by Jacques-Louis David, a very famous French painter. This was actually one of his sort of early popular paintings. It's sort of in this type of neoclassical, very dramatic style that would become popular in the late 18th century, especially with the later years of the Ancien Regime into the French Revolution. A lot of these types of paintings were used as allegories for, contemporary politics. But anyway, that's sort of not the point. This is a painting that shows an old, blind Belisarius begging for money. And this is related to a story which some believed at the time, some may still believe now, but we think is false, that Belisarius was blinded even after all of his service, because, perhaps Justinian was suspicious of him, or Belisarius planned to betray him, or whatever. The story is that Belisarius was blinded and reduced to the status of a beggar. Now, we don't think this story is true. I think we basically know it isn't true. We have evidence that Belisarius was very well off towards the end of his life, but you can imagine why it's sort of a gripping narrative. This man who was so loyal to his empire was, not rewarded, was punished for his service, and was reduced to this. A narrative that was popular around that time, around 1781, late 1700s, in Ancien Regime France, for obvious reasons. I don't know when this narrative emerged. I know it was already something that people believed, but I just thought I'd show it in association with this painting, because it's sort of a pretty famous depiction from Jacques-Louis David, who did a lot of sort of similar style paintings. A lot of these neoclassical style French painters of the era, they loved to paint these scenes of antiquity. And of course, a lot of the philosophers, the writers of this era, loved to write about ancient Greece and Rome, and they all loved to relate it back to their current era. But anyway, that is a story, a false story, about what happened with Belisarius that I thought it was interesting to share. Anyway, back to Justinian, all alone, everyone around him dead, unfortunately.
The only one to outlive them all would be Narses, who would make it to the grand old age of 95.
Wow.
But he was out there in Italy, reorganizing...
God damn, that's old for now, but that's especially old for then. Although I will say, whenever you hear people saying things like, oh, in this time period, the average age was 30 or whatever, those are always misleading, because child mortality was always such a factor throughout history. You'll have a lot of kids, and most of them might die. That really brings your average age down, and that gives the false impression that throughout history people were living to like 25 and then dropping dead. And I don't know what the average age of this era was, but the average age usually isn't as low as you might imagine. If you make it past childhood, most people would live well into adulthood through a lot of times in history. Just a little tidbit there on, average age of death that is often a little misleading to people.
Organizing the province. A generation of greatness had passed. Justinian would spend his last years trying to consolidate what he'd achieved, and continuing his ill-fated attempts to reconcile the Christian church. But the days of glory and of boundless empire were at an end. In 565, after one of the longest reigns of any emperor in Roman history, and just a few months after Belisarius, he too died.
Yeah, so we talked about that story about Belisarius, but in reality, the two died pretty close to the same time. I think Belisarius died probably in his nice estate. He was fine, and the two died around the same time. And yeah, Justinian, he accomplished so much, and he was also one of the longest-serving Roman emperors of all time. He's got quite the sheet of accomplishments, serving so long, managing... Of course, he had the Nika Revolt early in his reign, but he largely managed to avoid sort of civil strife, civil war. accomplishing all that he did, his legal code, the Hagia Sophia, reconquering a lot of this lost territory, even though it didn't work out in the long term. I mean, he had so many accomplishments to his name. Like I've said before, some of them really did have an impact in the long term. Some of them didn't really work out, like reconquering a lot of that territory, or his attempts to heal the divide within Christianity, though that, I think, was an impossible task. That was never going to happen, but that was something that he attempted, and it didn't work out. But, truly an impressive figure of Roman history, whether you think that long-term his reign was, sort of a positive long term, you think it set the empire up well, or you think that maybe he used his resources a little too willingly, he didn't set the empire up for the long term. Whatever you think, certainly a monumental emperor.
It's almost impossible not to wonder what his last thoughts were. Did he see the success of his conquests, or their cost? Did he die a man disappointed at failure to achieve his dream, to see a reunited Rome and a reunited church? Or did he look out at the Hagia Sophia one last time and think about how much he'd grown the empire, how he'd rationalized the laws, brought Rome back into the fold, and seen the empire through the plague without being torn apart by civil war? We'll never know. To this day, Justinian remains one of the great what-ifs of history. What if the plague hadn't struck? What if the Ostrogoths had capitulated one of those dozen times they were just about to? What if the Persians had been led by somebody less competent, or just been a little slower to attack?
Yeah, it is also pretty remarkable that at the same time, you have these two great rivals, the Romans and the Persians, and at the same time, they are led by these very impressive figures who have a lot of things in common. We talked about this in the episode on Khosrow. There was actually a lot of commonality between the two, and, there's a lot of parallels, and those parallels especially work because they were literally at the same time and interacting with each other, at least through intermediaries. So, there's a lot of what-ifs with Justinian. There's a lot of what-ifs with any historical figure. I think the biggest probably is the plague, right? How would things have gone differently if the plague hadn't happened? Because I've been known to criticize Justinian a bit, but, I think I try to be fair to him. I think at times he used his resources, a little too much. I think the sort of conquest of Western territories may have been doomed from the beginning, and I don't know if that set the empire up super well in the long term. But what I will say about Justinian is that, as you saw, he kept working until the end, and he did right the course a bit before he died. The empire's lowest point under him, well, who knows what the lowest point was. His lowest point might have been Nika, but probably during the plague. That was absolutely disastrous. And he righted the course from that point onwards. It wasn't that bad when he left, not to mention that wasn't his fault. It's known as Justinian's plague, but, it's a natural event, right? It's not like he caused that, and it was up to him to respond to it. So while, like I said, I have some critiques of Justinian, I think that he did try to put the empire back on the right path. In the long term, it did not end up on the right path, and not everything that happened was up to him, right? He can't control everything. He could only do what he could do.
What if Justinian's successors were as energetic and as capable as he had been?
Right, and that's the other thing with Justinian, is that, in order for his successors to keep up what he was doing, they probably would have had to have been as brilliant as him, and that just wasn't going to happen. There's just, maybe you get one more guy like that, but Justinian's a very rare kind of emperor. And really in any system of government, but especially in a system of monarchy, which this was, you don't get several rulers. You usually don't get several rulers in a row who are that brilliant. It's exceptionally rare. And that's what happened with Justinian. You had him, and then those who followed just couldn't live up to his image and his memory. They couldn't keep his accomplishments going, and so things sort of started declining. And, it's like you can't put that all on Justinian, Maybe he could have set the empire up better for the future, but he did try. The plague really wrecked things, and also, he didn't do super great securing an heir for the future. Other emperors have put more effort into it, but there's only so much you can control, right? You can't see into the future and predict the next, 5 emperors or whatever. You don't have control over that. And so at a certain point, even though he is the emperor of Rome, has so much power, it is out of his hands.
Any one of those things had turned out differently, perhaps we would consider him the greatest Roman emperor of all time. Perhaps the West...
I mean, if he had literally managed to reunify the Roman Empire for an extended period of time, yeah, he probably would be the greatest of all time.
...would speak Greek and Latin and still see Constantinople as its capital. But none of those what-ifs took place, and within 100 years, almost everything he had gained would be lost.
Yikes.
Only the Hagia Sophia and his law code would truly endure.
And those are 2 pretty big things. I don't want to downplay that. I mean, we saw earlier in the series how influential the law code was. Worldwide, that has been the basis for a lot of law, So that's extremely influential. And the Hagia Sophia, we talked about how, people would come from far and wide to see the Hagia Sophia. It was a true architectural achievement. So those 2 things, which are, probably what Justinian is remembered most for. I mean, he's remembered for his reconquest of Western territories, his law code, and the Hagia Sophia. Those might be the top 3. The reconquest of Western territories did not last, but these 2 did, and these are both very impressive and impactful.
And for his conquests, for his vision of a Western empire, what did he sacrifice? Perhaps everything. He emptied the Byzantine treasury, taxed heavily, created thousands of miles of new borders to...
Right, and this is another what if, and this is where maybe you can levy some criticism against Justinian. Another what if is, what if Justinian hadn't devoted himself to reconquering former Roman territory and had instead devoted that energy to governing the territory he already had, right? Securing the Roman Empire for the future. Could things have gone differently then? Maybe so. He already put so much effort into all parts of governance, but he found himself stretched thin. What if he had, left those Roman territories behind? Because, in the long term, that's what would happen. They would be left behind. And he had turned that attention and those resources and that manpower elsewhere. Could things have gone differently? I think maybe. I think maybe the empire could have been in a better position for the future. I think in many ways, Justinian was a man sort of working against the tide of history. And it shows you how sort of powerful he was, that he did manage to swim against that tide a little. He temporarily took that territory back. But you can't swim against the tide of history for that long. In the end, everything he did, was swept away as well. His reconquest, the Byzantine Empire, the Roman Empire, the direction it was going. I just don't think it was going to end up as the unified Roman Empire once again. But hey, Justinian certainly made a try at it, which is impressive, but if he hadn't, what could have been different?
Guard for an empire reduced by plague and a soldiery reduced by his own wars. Italy would turn out to cost the empire more than it ever brought in, and North Africa would suffer a series of rebellions and convulsions due to his inability to pay the troops there. Would the Byzantines be so unprepared for the Muslim conquest 70 years later if Justinian hadn't squandered the empire?
I think that at that point you're extrapolating a bit too much. It's kind of 70 years later. That's kind of hard to tell. I don't know if I feel and that's why I'm sort of asking the questions. I don't know if I feel comfortable making any actual determinations, because at that point we're talking about counterfactuals, alternative history. I don't know. I think even that question is a little, presumptive. I don't know if you can, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, to historically and factually tie Justinian's actions to the Roman Empire being unprepared for the rise of the caliphate. Now, tangentially, you can say, well, this led to this, and led to this, and led to this, and led to this, but there's a million factors each step. So I wouldn't necessarily frame it like that. I think it's just interesting to think about what could have been different. And plus, the Roman Empire, maybe things would have been different, but it was in a bad position when the caliphate arose for a bunch of different reasons. One of which is that the Romans and the Persians basically beat each other into the dirt, leaving them very vulnerable targets. So I don't know if you can you can tie that back to old Justinian, maybe indirectly, but that's pretty tangential.
Empire's resources on the ephemeral West? Would the Empire have been bled dry by continuous Persian wars and further conflicts with barbarian tribes to the north if Justinian had just instead focused all that energy on settling these problems rather than his romantic dream of restoring...
That question's a little closer to home. It's less tangential, and I think, once again, you can't really make any determinations because it's not what happened, but I think maybe, perhaps, it's hard to say, but it seems to me there is a reality in which Justinian is able to secure his empire if he focuses on these problems a little closer to home. But that might not be true. We don't know.
Rome? But for all this, one can't help but respect the dream and the monumental efforts of the men of his age to make it come true. And in hearing about his work, one can't help but get a little lost in that dream, and imagine what the Empire would have been if he'd achieved the success he came so close to. And so we leave Justinian and all those who stood by his side as a question and a cautionary tale, an enigma and a promise, a parable.
Sure, though, I just really don't think it was going to happen. I mean, the Roman Empire of Justinian, the Roman Empire had been in decline for hundreds of years, even prior to the fall of the West. It just doesn't seem realistic to me that that was going to be reversed and the empire become unified again. You know, even if he had been more successful in his conquests, I still think they would have been lost over time, and the Byzantine Empire would have continued to shrink, maybe differently than it did, but, similarly. So I just really, like I said, I think he was working against the tide of history, and I don't think it was gonna work in the long term.
To inspire us to dream, and a warning against being blinded by our own vision. And though the reign of Justinian is at an end, we continue to feel the echoes of these men and women centuries later, their triumphs and their failures. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
True. Alrighty. That is our extra history series on Justinian and Theodora, though, of course, this one was just about him because she had already gone. Honestly, I think a lot of these episodes could have been called Justinian and Belisarius, or maybe just Belisarius. He's such a big part of Justinian's career and legacy. He really, I mentioned this in another video, but you sometimes have these politician-general partnerships, one of which is Augustus and Agrippa. They worked so well together. Justinian and Belisarius is another, I think, pretty similar one, though Justinian, I don't think, allowed Belisarius to reach his full potential because he was always so suspicious. Regardless, Belisarius was an absolutely essential partner to Justinian, and at times in this series sort of plays the role of main character. So maybe we can do Justinian, Belisarius, or Justinian, Theodora, and Belisarius. Add him in there. Anyway, yeah, I had a good time with this series. This was a long one. I believe this is, by quite a wide margin, the longest extra history series we've ever done. I don't know if they have others that are this long, but, their typical series are like 5-6 episodes. This one was 12. Shows you, I guess, how much there is to say about old Justinian. But yeah, I had a good time with this. If you guys did, I'd appreciate it if you would leave a like, subscribe, and check out my Patreon, which is down below. We have a lot of videos that are related to this series. The series on Khosrow, our reactions to epic history videos on Belisarius. So if you're interested in this stuff, you should seek some of those out, because, you'll see cameos from familiar characters in each of those. But anyway, I hope you guys are all having a good day today, and I'll see you all again next time. Goodbye.